Hi guys, what's up? Welcome back. How?
She mouse slipped,
अरे
blundered,
लोग ने
call it what you
schedule
want,
अभी
but
just
against Hans
दिखाया था.
Niemann, on the brink of a victory, he let it all go in
Hi
just one move.
Abhishek, hi
Right, I'm probably
Kapil,
going to see that again a lot on social
hi
media. Now,
Kunal, hello
every other player we
Baji.
did not
Chindi
name today
chor.
has their
Crazy,
tournament life on the
crazy.
line.
Why
No
are you
losses
chindi chor
are
lekin?
acceptable.
I
Every
want
single
to
player you'll
know.
see today has to win out to keep
Hello
playing more. That's the
Arhan.
action. Let's look forward to day 3. Back to you guys in the studio.
Scrolling is cringe. Chess is fun. Get all the dopamine of looking at your screen.
4:15 हुआ है ना? I guess 4:30 ही होगा शुरू तो.
Improve at your own pace. Take a few seconds to complete a
हिंदी
puzzle
में देखे.
and learn something new.
अच्छा नहीं है यार.
Cringe. Play chess. There's something
रुको
for
आज पोल
everyone
लगा
at
देते हैं यार तो.
chess.com. Learn,
है
play,
पाजी.
and have fun.
क्या बोलते हो? यार बट हम दोनों मैच एक साथ कैसे देखेंगे गाइस? कोई वो स्प्लिट स्क्रीन वाला होता है ना, वो मुझे आता नहीं, कैसे करते हैं? Anybody knows? Hi Goldie, thank you for the 200 jewels. गोल्डी तुम ही हो क्या ये गोल्डी ब्लेड? इंग्लिश में ही सही भाई ना. It's better. It is better.
It was very unfortunate for Jan. However, we're going to
Open
see him
two
later
tabs.
play against Andrei Stepenko, so it's not over for him yet. He still has a shot. He does need to win.
अच्छा शिट माय बैड, मैं भूल गई थी कि जूल्स भेजते हैं तब सबका नेम नॉर्मल दिखता है, क्योंकि मैंने नॉर्मल नेम देख के सोचा कि ये गोल्डी है क्या. अभी दिख रहा है ग्रीन ग्रीन. Thank you Aaron for the 10 jewels.
Welcome back to day 2.
W Goldie for 10 months. कैसे हो गोल्डी? How is doing? रुको मुझे वो देखना है, वो कैसे होता है. या तो दो टैब्स ही खोल लेती हूँ. Split view, ये कैसे होता है? ऐसा तो कोई ऑप्शन दिख नहीं रहा मुझे. यूज वर्टिकल टैब्स, आई थिंक ये है. हाँ? ये तो कुछ और है. हट बाहर में जा. जस्ट वोक अप, क्या बात है. हाय माइकल, मैं तो जस्ट यार किक पे शॉर्ट स्ट्रीम किया अभी. चेस वॉच पार्टी था इसके लिए इधर आ गई.
Today though, we have some pretty exciting matches. PRANESH Benjamin Bok is on my radar. We've also got Wei Yi against Nihal Sarin, two of the heavy hitters from the tournament, some of the fastest players in the world, especially
ऐसे होता है.
So with elimination on the line, it's going to be
ओके
very
मुझे इसमें
exciting.
ओपन करना पड़ेगा ना बट अभी.
How about Serrana against Sina
ओके समझ गई मैं.
And we have Andrei Stepenko who's playing
अजीब
in the
दिखेगा
partnership
गाइस
as well.
बट
Lots
I
and lots
guess
of heavy
यही कर
hitters
सकते
all
हैं.
throughout the day
This
today,
is
so we
stream
find out at
A.
the end of today who advances to the playoffs.
We
See you guys in
need
a bit.
stream B.
David and I have to pick two players who make it to the playoffs.
Two players
who make it
David
to the
Howell,
playoffs
do you want to go
today.
first?
David
it's a
Howell,
tough
do you
one
want to
after
go
you, Tanya.
first?
Oh, it's a
Always
tough
putting
one
me on
after
a
you, Tanya.
spot. The usual here by David.
By David.
I am a millennial David.
I am going with Genji as my first pick.
Arjun Argasi. I think his style lends himself for a deep run
in this format.
You know, his
Hi,
fast,
Jay.
combative play,
His attacking chess. It's fearless. It's entertaining for us and the fans.
Oh, it's a good choice, Tanya. Very patriotic. Team
ऐसे ही
India.
होता है I guess.
He knows me well.
I'm going to choose Wei Yi, Team Nemesis. He's a cool customer. He's like the ice to Arjun's fire.
Guys क्या ऐसे
He can
देखना
do
है?
anything. He can beat anyone. I think today might be his day.
And what a run we had getting into the plains yesterday. It was fantastic. So I see where that pick is coming from. All right, for my second
ये क्या
one,
खिचड़ी
I'm
कर
gonna
दिया.
speak the
बट दोनों
language
के
of the
same
people.
time
This
मैच
one's
है.
for
What
you,
are we
chat.
gonna do?
Any guesses? Well, I am going for Hans Niemann on this. You know, he's polarizing. He's got everything to prove, and he
There is
plays
no other
exactly like
option.
that. Love him
Hi,
or
Jay,
hate him,
कैसे हो?
entertainment, drama guaranteed. It's Hans Niemann, and who doesn't love a bit of godlike
Hi
chess?
Mrinal.
The choice speaks for itself, Tanya. I think the world
हाँ,
would love to see a
मजबूरी है
Magnus
भाई.
versus Hans rematch. I'm going to go for Denis Lazovic, one of the youngest
कोई ना
players.
देखते हैं.
I think today's going to be his day.
दोनों का तो
It's
ऐसे
going
ही
to be
देख
exciting
पाएंगे
to
ना.
watch. Well, 8 keys will get crushed. 4 players will make it through to the playoffs.
आपका साउंड
Action
लो है नहीं,
starts
मेरा
now.
सही है, एकदम बराबर है मेरा. यार मुझे स्ट्रीम पे आते ही भूख क्यों लगने लग जाती है? व्हाट इज दिस? हर बार ऐसे ही होता है.
Thank you everyone for the updates, not only on StreamB, but also the favorites for today, because today is a big day. And what are we labeling it? It's our Crunchyroll story of the day. It's Judgment Day. It's a big one. 8 keys are going to be crushed. It's all about survival. There are no more second chances today. All the matches, Nemo, that are going to be played are elimination matches, which means keys will be crushed each and every single game. The art of the competitor fully silenced here at the EWC in 2026. When it comes to chess. And we've got some great matches we want to talk about, specifically starting up Benjamin Bach going against PRANESH. These two titans about to face off.
This is going to be a fun one. They will be on Stream B, so don't forget to check that out as well. But Bach has had quite the EWC role change. You know, he was my co-analyst last year on Stream B, and now we're seeing him play on the main stage at EWC.
So he was a talent, but he's always been good at chess, clearly, because you don't just randomly go talent, I want to play some chess, it looks fun, I'm going to go ahead and go on the main stage. So from talent to main stage, that's a cool little story.
It's absolutely amazing. But he is going up against PRANESH, who, I don't know, what do you think, Anna?
PRANESH is incredible. He's only 19 years old, so he is one of the youngest competitors here in the EWC for chess, and he's a really strong player.
नहीं होना चाहिए, but आगे पीछे क्यों है? दोनों को एक बार 2x करते हैं.
I think he's also won against him a few times. I think this match is going to be very close. But we need to remember that the winner of this
Why
match
are you आगे पीछे buddy? You should be in sync.
Guys, who got 4th last year.
Still not in sync.
That's crazy too. 4th place. That's a big
Still not in
matchup. But it's been
sync.
tough for everyone, including those coming from LCQ.
आपकी शर्ट पे क्या लिखा हुआ है? इस पे लिखा है I need coffee.
Ferrugia, right? These matches don't get easier if you want to push up. Let's take a look at our schedule for today. First, taking a look at A stream right here where you are currently watching. We got 2 lower bracket matches, and then we'll figure out what's going to be going forward. Talking A, Nihal Sarin going against Wei Yi, and then Napalm Nashi versus Yesipenko. Now 2 very, very good matches. And for Virtus Pro, right, they are definitely banking on the fact their player goes for Anna. Which one's the most fun to you?
I think both matches are going to be so much fun. I do want to see, I'm really excited for the Napo Yesipenko one, because we saw Napo yesterday. He did this kind of slam on the table. There were so many emotions when he was playing against Hans, and when he did that blunder at the very end. So let's see, is he coming back today tilted, or is he coming back today full force playing his best chess? I do think it's going to be very exciting.
Last arrow. ये तो इससे कुछ
I honestly am rooting for Wei Yi versus Sarin to be an exciting match, which I'm sure it's going to be. Wei Yi has had a crazy journey to get to this spot. You know, he's been in the LCQ, he played in play-ins. It's been wild. He's been here for like a week.
एक सोटा एक बंदा.
So yeah, he's probably warmed up, or maybe
Control
he's
plus.
tired.
Ooh, could be, right? The fatigue starts to hit, especially with multi-day events such as this.
Plus
Let's take a look at Stream B's schedule. They're going to have 2 great matches as well. PRANESH and Bach, which we just talked about a little bit, but Serrana going against Move Ahead. Now that's going to be a fun one for Move Ahead, right? A younger player. You talked about 19 for PRANESH, I believe Move Ahead 16.
16 years old, and I mean, Muhammad, he's just so strong. We saw yesterday he missed the checkmate in 3 versus Denis Lazovic. So he was so close there to going through. And so yeah, I think he's a super strong player. I'm very excited. Serrana also very strong.
Absolutely.
Almost, I mean, he had a fantastic match against Hikaru, so going to be a very fun match.
Going to be fun indeed. Can the Young Guns hold their ground on the main stage? That's the big question we have, but of course they're the ones who give us the answer for the club championship update. It's getting close at the top. It really is. We're in week 6 and we need some updates via Trav for club championship update powered by Aramco.
There's already 4 players into the playoffs of chess, and that is going to get valuable club championship points for their clubs. So far, it's Magnus Carlsen from Team Liquid, Ali Reza Ferrugia and Hikaru Nakamura for Team Falcons, and Nordabek Abdustatorov for Na'Vi. This is going to put them in a great position to go forward and try and overtake AGL, who at the moment sits on top of the leaderboard with 3,350 points. Focusing in a little bit more on AGL, though, they've just been knocked out of PUBG Mobile yesterday and Rainbow Six Siege in the past week. So much pressure now lands on Denis Lazovic's shoulders. Going into today, he's got a long road cut out for him. Yesterday, he lost to Hikaru Nakamura and forced into the lower bracket, which means he's going to have to get a win today, and it's make or break. Otherwise, he'll be going home, and AGL's week will be over. Team Vitality are looking to mount a bit of a comeback as they're still looking very good in both PUBG Mobile and Rocket League this week. Just a few more points will get them right on Na'Vi and on Team Falcon's heels. So we'll see if they're able to do that this week. There's still so much more to go throughout chess and so many keys to be crushed throughout today, so stay tuned for more.
यार तुम लोग बता दो तुम लोग को एक मैच देखना है कि दोनों मुझे चलेगा क्योंकि मैं तो इधर लगा लूंगी खुद के लिए एक 3D classes to watch this बोलो वीकेंड इधर नहीं स्विच तो ज़्यादा खराब होगा बीच बीच में अब तक है बस अपना शुरू होने वाला है तो टेल मी यू वांट वन गेम or both.
Thank you, Trav, for
you
the
want
update.
one
When it comes
game?
to the club championship, plenty of orgs
निहाल
still
का देखना है
represented. Some have already made
दोनों
it through, like Falcons, for example, with 2 of their players. Team
रुको देखो ये
Liquid
पोल
looking
में
solid,
इंग्लिश जीत
but
गया है
for
सो इसको
AJL,
खत्म
Dennis
करती हूँ
Lazovic, will he make it
और
as well? He
एक
needs to
म्यूटेड ही है
because
मैंने
Falcons
म्यूट
are
रखा है
nipping
एक
on
को
their
एक का ही
heels when it
ऑडियो
comes
आ
to the
रहा
top
है
of the standings for the club championship
म्यूटेड
points.
ही है
For the
दूसरा
players, though, they are ready to step onto that stage and they're stepping off the bus. And John Sargent had a chance to catch up with some of them.
Pranesh
All right, everybody, we got player arrivals now for today's edition of the Esports World Cup. And we have Nihal hopping
ये
off the
वाला
bus.
पोल
Nihal,
थोड़ा
how are you
जल्दी
doing? How
तुम
you
लोग को
feeling today?
चूज करना पड़ेगा सिंस टाइम कम है
You're good. Sleep well, getting ready
डाल
for
दिया
a
ओ
very
निहाल आ
important
रहा है
match
गाइस
today, to be
लेट्स
honest.
गो
So, go on.
I'm definitely looking forward.
Some people call you, and I would argue you probably are the fastest in the world. We're going to need every ounce of that speed today. How are you feeling?
ऑब्वियसली दोनों इम्पोर्टेंट है बट सब आधे लोग कह रहे हैं कि दो एक साथ अजीब लग रहा है उनको देखने में इसके लिए पूछा कि ऐसे दोनों मैचेस लगाऊं कि एक लगाऊं
Look, I mean, you're in the lower bracket, but you played a phenomenal level yesterday, and you had some absolutely fantastic games. So, are you feeling good about today's level as well?
मेरी नमकीन वाली है वो दे दो
All right, best of luck in your games, and we'll see you in a bit.
Thank you, John, for the interviews. Wei Yi saying it's his last chance, last dance. He understands it is, but he could extend his tournament life a little bit longer if he can take down his opponent of Nihal Sarin.
I mean, today is crazy. It is called Judgment Day for a reason, right? Like, if you lose, you're going home. But if he doesn't lose, he still has to go on to face Duda. But before that, Team Nemesis, Wei Yi, he had such a long journey to get here. Unfortunately, he hasn't had the best results against Nihal Sarin earlier this year. While we've seen amazing tactics from him in this tournament itself, earlier this year, he lost twice.
I think that this match is going to be a lot of fun because we have two different playing styles. We have Wei Yi, who's a little bit more solid, and then Nihal Sarin, who's a little bit more tactical, who's fantastic in blitz. And I think that Wei Yi will try to maybe get Nihal into a sort of endgame or something more positional where he cannot use his expertise in blitz and in tactics to beat him.
I do want to say
छोड़ो मैं एक का
Nihal
लगा
did
देती
win
हूँ
the 2026
मैं समझ रही हूँ
inaugural Bullet Championships. So this is going to be absolutely insane. I mean, if you're playing against Nihal as Wei Yi, you really do not want to drop under that 1 minute because Nihal is like not even awake until it drops underneath 1 minute. If it ever goes under 1, I feel like Wei Yi is in so much trouble.
Yeah, that's why we were joking around when it comes to Armageddon. His bid is probably going to be straight at a minute or just below it, so he can elevate the pressure for himself. It's going to be a tough matchup, but Wei Yi's had a tremendous story from LCQ, trying to make it in the playoffs. In Allianz Vault, we've had an LCQ representative in our finals the past 2 weeks. Will we get it for the 3rd week in a row?
So curious
It's very possible. And let's not forget, last week here in the Allianz Vault, one of the LCQ winners actually won the entire thing, which is such a special story. Now, the question is, who wins this match? What are your
thoughts on these two grandmasters as they are getting started here? Just the final touches, adjusting their headsets, adjusting the keyboard, the seats, and the keys. One of these keys will not stay intact at the end of the match.
Well, make no mistake, Anna, both of these guys are incredibly good at chess. You could take 100,000 random people in the world and both of these guys would crush every single last one of them. Of course, they're not as well known as some of the top stars, but these guys are insanely good. Both of their blitz ratings are well over 3,000. They're always competing for the top spots in Title Tuesday. And now they are going to have to show their best because someone is going home.
Someone is going home, and we do have the first moves coming in. It's a king spawn opening. I will leave it to you guys to cover the action, and I'm so curious to see which one of them will make it through.
And Zach, looks like we have a Scotch opening on the board. You have experience with this one, yes?
Yes, I've faced this many times with the black pieces. I've played it with the white pieces myself. It's a very good opening. Good reputation for both sides. Black can play for a win, white can play for a win. I'm overall happy for both sides here. What do you think?
No, it's a really interesting choice. Like, we don't see the Scotch that often at the highest levels. It's usually Rui Lopez, the Italian game. These are definitely more common. And here, Pranesh playing with the white pieces. He opts for the Scotch, which is a bit of a rare choice at this level. But Bach, of course, he plays so much online chess. He is well familiar. As we see Pranesh closing his eyes a bit, maybe trying to remember some of that opening theory. Now, some viewers might not be so familiar with Pranesh, but he's actually at his peak rating right now, 2673.
Oh, damn.
He's one of India's latest rising stars. Bach, of course, has been on the circuit for a few more years. He's a couple years older than Pranesh. But yeah, Zach, I got to put you on the spot. Who are you taking here?
I don't know. It's that tale as old as time, you know, experience versus that young 19-year-old in Pranesh. Pranesh has had such a good year. He's rising so fast. In the last year, he's gained 84 classical FIDE rated points, which is insane. He's rising the ranks. So on paper, you would say Pranesh, but Bach has those blitz and bullet skills that can bear a lot of fruit late in the later stages of this game.
already दोनों का 100 BPM
Bach qualified to this event through the India Rising match, right, where he had to defeat a number of Pranesh's countrymen, including ARJUN Gaisi, who they might face in the next round, Vidya Gujarati. Pranesh also tried to qualify for the event, but was knocked out himself. So Bach has a lot of experience playing against everyone in particular, but it seems like lately,
दोनों मैच साथ में वही तो अलग-अलग टाइम पे रखना था यार दोनों साथ में.
Yeah, already I think we're leaving the opening stage. Sometimes we get this like super early end game, but no end game in this one.
Yes, it's a position that's very interesting here for the white pieces. It seems as though both minor pieces, that black knight, that black bishop, on the queen side, the left side of the board, are kind of stuck in this position.
Absolutely, and I already like white's position here a lot. I wonder if Bach messed something up. Notice he's already spent over 2.5 minutes out of his 10, 25% of his total time. Generally, the opening is the fastest stage of the game because the players know so many actual book moves. Their knowledge runs very deep. But it seems like Bach maybe took some time to remember something or looked for some kind of sideline. But I feel like white's position is already clearly better. And like you said, it's these two pieces on the queen side for black. They're heavily restricted by this B3, C4 pawn chain. It's going to be up to black to get these pieces back into play with some kind of pawn break. But right now, this game is looking very nice for Pranesh.
Yes, Pranesh has a lot of space to look at that pawn deliciously placed on that center of the board.
Yummy, yummy.
Yummy, 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 yummy. It's a very happy pawn there. Under defended, but you don't need to defend that pawn as much as you should.
Split screen सबको पसंद नहीं आया, मना कर दिया सबने.
Last couple moves, but I don't
मैंने split का पूरा setup किया था.
Mainline theory,
फिर हटा दिया.
nothing too forcing, but already Nihal has set out his stall.
We're in Paris, but the London is on the board. Now, traditionally, this opening was considered quite a strategic one, but I think the approach that Nihal has taken with bringing the knight forward, the bishop out, the Jabava variation of it, guarantees excitement early on. We already see Black's knight jumping forward for Wei, taking control of that central square. You can't let that piece stay there for too long. Find a way to challenge it.
Exactly, and that will likely happen, whether it's a white knight that challenges that black knight in the center, whether it's a bishop. Nihal will try to remove it from the board in the next few moves. Don't they know
मैं फिर से setup करूँ, पूरा setup करके हटा दिया मैंने
exactly. Why play the London system here in France? But okay, the bishop steps out instead. White is getting ready to castle. Nihal serene. Big question though, what happens if black kicks out his knight from the B5 square? I'm expecting a pawn to hit that knight. Ask a big question. There we go. The knight goes back to the edge of the board. But maybe some checks available to the black queen now.
Well, the white king is still in the center, so this is the moment if you want to create those activities, that initiative against it. You could come out with a check. You could also start targeting the B2 pawn with your queen. Just make sure Nihal doesn't get enough time to get the king to safety.
Knight to E4. Now, Wei Yi with black. Maybe a small initiative for him. The eval bar shows for the first time that black might have a small advantage. That shows things could flow, things could change. I think if white gets one more move, castles, that could very well be reversed. Tanya, this might be the moment for Wei Yi to wake up and go for it.
It feels like that, right? You've completed your development for the most part. Your king is safe. You've got that one move opportunity right now. I'm expecting the black queen to choose one of the two squares. It does go for a threat against that b2 pawn. So for now, Nihal cannot get his king to safety. He needs to spend one more move defending it. And I think meanwhile for Wei, he has to find a way to strike in the center with either the c pawn moving forward or the e pawn.
Exactly. Long-term, black will try and push some pawns to try and knock white off balance. In the meantime, the white queen defends that pawn, and Tanya, I'm expecting, as you say, to try and lengthen the diagonal of black's sleeping giant. The dark square bishop is being kettoed on a nice diagonal.
Audio
It would
नहीं
be
हाल के
great
match
to open
का है,
that
by
up.
the
First,
way.
more developing moves from both sides.
From both sides, but I have to say it feels less harmonious for Nihal currently with the knight at the edge of the board. The rook hasn't made a single move. The queen coming in the way from connecting the two rooks for white on that home rank right now. Meanwhile, Wei making his intentions clear. C5 is landing with the rook lined up against the white queen.
मुझे तो वैसे ही कम समझ में आता है.
He is pretty much declaring his intentions next move, but very hard to stop. Almost a
दोनों
pre-move
जगह.
here for black to push that c-pawn forward, open up the rook that's just moved. Any rook that
एक ही
stares down
मुश्किल
your
से
queen, you
समझ
feel a bit
आता है
uncomfortable,
मुझे.
right? The white queen really misplaced, passive, defending just a mere pawn. He tries to build a solid
Evaluation bad. नहीं,
London
वो
system
तो-
pawn structure here, Nihal Sarin, but it feels like the opening has gone wrong for white.
The one good news for white, a case to be made,
Yup.
is the time situation that we have.
But
Just a few
अभी-
extra seconds, at
अभी
least he's
it's
keeping
too
the
early.
speed going right now.
Time में
But they
थोड़ा आगे है
completely
वो, but
agree.
it's too
How is the
early.
queen getting out of the way? How is the white knight coming into the game? And look at that. We were talking about one central break, where he is saying, I'm going to keep my options flexible right now. We might even see the F-pawn move one step ahead, the E-pawn landing at the center. And this is Wei just asking questions. The ball is in your court, Nihal. How do you improve your position?
Yeah, very flexible. Wei Yi doesn't want to commit to a set plan here. He wants to ask Nihal exactly what he's doing next
Wei
before
is very
going for a
strong,
certain
I
plan.
think.
Just to show the point
Last
of this
year
last
भी
move,
था
as Tanya
ना?
mentions, maybe the
Alumni
black pawn will
thank
land on
for the
f6
200
and
jewels.
support a central thrust in the center. Tanya, that looks tempting. Meanwhile, Nihal pushes on the other side of the board. He's clamping down on black's c5 pawn break. That's not allowed anymore. It might be the other one we'll see.
You have to find a way to open those diagonals, open those lines if you're playing with the black pieces right now for a way into white's camp
Yeah,
right
that
now.
is also
and he
true.
instead just again
दोनों ने
delays that
start भी
development,
as
delays
white
that
किया
break
है.
at the center. He reroutes his knight towards the center of the board. Also
बस
makes a lot of
hope
sense.
करना है
That
कि
knight will
जीते
hit
अब
the
वो
white
as
bishop.
white.
Exactly, the knight might come for the bishop. The black pawn now released as well. Knight off the edge of the board is a good thing,
Elo,
but you can also start to chip
2-7,
away,
no.
erode the white pawn structure.
Wei का
Just
ज़्यादा है ना,
as an aside
2-7,
here,
7-8.
it was actually the best move to sacrifice to blow open
Nihal
the
का
position,
कैसे है
according
ज़्यादा?
to the computer, but not found. The game goes on.
I feel
And that's a tough
someone.
one to find. You know, you're giving up your pawn. There are two ways to capture it, so fully understandable because here it's not about being objectively the best, but practically the best, keeping
Very
the
strong
clock under
China
control
number
as
one.
well. And Wei once again
Oh.
taking those fast decisions. He's the one who's up ahead on the clock
हाँ,
now.
white
The
से
knight comes
जीतने
back,
का ज़्यादा
A5
है.
a threat, knight E6 a threat on the board.
मतलब white
Nihal
पे
Sarin
अगर
needs
draw
to
है
still
तो
find
that
a
is
plan.
like
There we
a
go.
bad
Better late than
sign,
never.
I
He
feel.
decides to remove black's best minor piece. We talked about how strong that black knight was on e4 in the center. That will be traded off. And a very healthy move there, it looks like, from Nihal. But maybe it would have been better to play this one about 6-7 moves ago.
Well, did you say a strong knight on e4? Guess what? You can take one, but the other one is headed right there. A different path here. That knight eyeing that d6 central square to consolidate the stronghold on e4 right now. Knight to b5. You capture it. You open a deadly C line for Wei with a big weakness on c3.
Benjamin
Yeah,
walking
very
deep
interesting move.
thinking.
Creative stuff from Wei Yi there. And yeah, he wants those open lines. He wants some action. He doesn't mind about doubled pawns. That's less of a factor right now. I wouldn't be shocked to see all the knights leave the board in the near future. But yeah, it's a really tense position right now. Still all 32 pieces on the board. And we've played 14 moves.
Not a single trade, not a single capture has happened until this one. Knight takes knight. There was a big threat on that c3 pawn. No good way to defend it. We see one set of knights off the board. I'd be tempted to pick that up with the bishop and not destroy the pawn formation.
Yeah, really surprising the way he thinks. He there we see he does capture with his bishop. No reason to double your own pawns there. The bishop quite strong in the center. I don't think we'll see Nihal rush this next decision. It's a big one if he trades knights, as you say, Tanya. The black rook opens up. He retreats all the way back home, though. And he's saying, okay, that knight might have to go back to his stuff there. It's going back towards the center. It's going to go towards black's bishop on the next move.
It does feel like things have gone wrong for White, David. You know, you look at move 16 is where we are on, and it's only the bishop pair that's out and barely anything beyond the 4th rank right there.
Very good, Michael. जीत जरा match पे focus भी कर लो फिर आप थोड़ा सा.
He still needs a few moves to complete development. I will point out one idea that he set up, that A-pawn ramming up the board to dislodge the black knight, dislodge the black queen.
Yeah, black's knight might be forced back, the queen being forced back. Normally, when your opponent has to start retreating, you feel that you are the one with the initiative, with the momentum on your side.
अभी तक ऐसा लग रहा है कि बेंजामिन बॉक को काफी सोचना पड़ रहा है.
Whether that's the black A-pawn, E-pawn, he goes for the central break.
Rajesh को deep thinking में डाल दिया है.
He does it. Now it was almost asking for this with all these retreating moves. Almost felt like passive play, where he beautifully coordinated pieces. The bishops, if they open up, that's not an ordinary bishop. That's going to be a sniper on the board.
Oh, it will indeed. And Nihal now just needs to eliminate that pawn. That pawn push, too strong. Whether he takes it with his own pawn, there we go, or with the bishop. Maybe all roads lead to the same thing. But, okay, we're seeing some trades, some lines opening. The sniper bishop, the archer from afar, has been traded off. Neither side really controls the dark squares now, but as we said, the white knight coming towards the center could trade off the black bishop if given the chance next move.
And I'm also going to point out, for Wei Yi, there is another break that Nihal always has to watch out for. The C-pawn moving forward, something we've been advocating for a while, is always in the air for now. Wei Yi consolidates the center further, brings his knight back. If there's a trade of bishop, he will take that square with his knight. The rook beautifully placed as well for a rook lift, eyeing the king side.
Quality match है, but दोनों एक साथ चल रहे हैं ना.
Still very healthy. Evaluation bar says 0.0. Frustrating. It says it's totally level, but the position does have some imbalances. Tanya, who are you picking right now if you had to decide with the board clock situation?
Putting me on the spot with the
Magnus वाला match मैंने देखा था.
Almost an extra minute there. David, look at the way the position of the pieces are. Each of Wei Yi's pieces better placed than Nihal's. I'm taking that for now.
Exactly, and that's my point too. Like, black position looks super healthy. Extra minute counts for a lot at this stage, although you are playing a speed demon like Nihal Serene. And, okay, a modest pawn push there, but it's not just black with the pawn breaks. White does have the C-pawn that can launch forward too. Black has the stronghold in the center. Maybe white is going to start challenging that. Once pieces passive, they need to come to life in the next few moves.
And I'm also going to point out, even if all the minor pieces go off the board, with just the majors left in the position, it is going to be Wei Yi with the more active queen and rooks right there, with the better pawn formation, with easier targets. So it's just going to be a really long game. And then that clock situation, the clock economy will matter.
I love it, clock economy. We saw some really ruthless flagging yesterday from the likes of Hikaru Nakamura. But yeah, we'll see if that does come into play in this game, the first game of this match in the lower bracket. The rooks lined up, Nihal taking a lot of time, it's got to be said, on this last move. He can improve the white queen, the white rooks need to get into the game at some point. He can maybe trade off the black bishop. Lots of options. He does press the dynamite button, C4 on the board.
There's only so much suffering you can take in the position. You want to break out. You want to break free. You know, you need that space for your pieces to move ahead. And now the first big decision for Wei Yi, does he keep the tension? There is a threat on the board. That pawn was about to move forward with a fork. A decision needed to be made. And it's straight.
Center is gone. White has a kingside pawn majority. There's 4 versus 3 on the right flank. It's 3 versus 2 in black's favor in terms of pawns on the left flank. So long term, that could be a role. And especially in rook end games, you see pawns racing down the board. For now, though, still a lot of tension. Wei Yi's position still looks beautiful, but if there's nothing to do
no,
next,
he's under 1 minute already.
Improving, activating, mobilizing. What to do with black's pieces?
भाई अब तो बोल सकते हैं. I think अब तो बोल सकते हैं.
What's next is the big question, but for Nihal, the plan's clear. Now that
this bishop is beautifully
placed on C4, there is a tender spot next to the black king.
नहीं है भाई इधर तो.
Wei Yi needs to watch out for a queen and bishop battery in the future being set up. I'm also expecting, given a chance, Nihal will happily trade off his knight for the bishop.
And Wei Yi cannot do the same, of course. Black would love to remove white's strong bishop, but that would be replaced by a white knight, and it would be the first fork of the day. You definitely don't want to take your opponent to fork down here and end up losing material. Wei Yi, we get a close-up, his eyes darting around the board. He's calculating. It looks like he's mainly there we go. Looking towards the center of the board where the action is happening. Light squared bishops traded off. Makes a lot of sense. Black's rook very strong in that central square.
We're not giving Nihal the opportunity to trade his bishop for the knight right now, so the material remains in a balance. The piece dynamics, it's now a knight versus knight. The rooks finally get connected for Nihal, and I have to say, it feels like the worst is over for Nihal.
It feels like it's gravitating slowly towards equality. White's queen finally off the back rank. It's been itching to advance for the last 10-15 moves. The white rooks are just a couple of moves away as well from challenging in the center. Wei Yi still wants to make the most of his slightly more active pieces, so he chips away at White's pawn structure. But I think you're already looking to the future, Tanya, and you're seeing more exchanges, a bit more safety for Nihal, and clock's a level as well.
And more pieces coming off the board really soon. But the first decision, whose terms do you trade on in this position is not going to capture the pawn that's just moved forward, or will you allow Wei Yi to be the one to take by lining up the rook against the black queen currently. White knight also needs to find itself in more active squares. It's the latter choice by Nihal. He does bring the rook in. We see a trade, 1 versus 2, but that pawn that Nihal has, it does stop Wei Yi's pawns from moving up the board.
Yeah, pros and cons. It stops black from advancing, but it is an isolated pawn. Could become a bit weak later. That's what Wei Yi will be hoping for. And I've got to say, Tanya, this is such a classic first game in a 2-game match. You know, Nihal didn't want to take too many risks. It's slow, it's steady. Both sides unsure of their risk appetite. Neither side really going for it yet. Although here, Wei Yi advancing his queen, a nice blockading square. Yeah, often these types of positions, they do come to life a bit later when the clocks tick down. We were talking earlier about that 1-minute mark. If it becomes bullet, this could really explode and anything could happen.
And I'd be scared for Wei Yi in that situation. It could spiral out of control after what we saw yesterday go down in Wei Yi versus Ali Reza right there. And that's got to be something that's haunting him. I think one of his biggest strengths will be he will be relying on to get to those final few seconds. When it gets to a time scramble, few can take over Nihal right now. And that move makes this queen the most active piece. Black needs to watch out that diagonal.
Exactly. That move showed the match strategy. Trading queens was probably fine as well, but Nihal saying, okay, I want this game to go on. I want it to go as long as possible for the clock to tick down. Still plenty of life left. The game's only just beginning. Nihal Sarin showing that this was his plan all along, just to keep the tension. Wei Yi's queen kicked away now from the center. Nihal, he has one rook that's sleeping. There we go. Activates, tries to trade off Black's super strong rook in the center. And those clocks, they keep ticking.
Really nicely handled this one by Nihal. You know, he's just trading his worst placed pieces for Wei Yi's most active pieces. Now Wei Yi wants to capture that with the knight, centralizing and also hitting the weakness that you earlier highlighted for Nihal, David, in that position. We might see the knight jump forward, the knight and queen hitting that pawn, which has just moved ahead.
Ooh, and the minority attack, that one pawn that we said was isolated, it is undermining 2 pawns now. Black is the one going to be left with a lone isolated pawn on that flank. Yes, it'll be a passed pawn, but still far away from promotion. That's a target. White king super safe with 4 pawns around it. Black's king maybe slightly more airy. It's very small factors right now, Tanya, but they could begin to add up. It definitely feels like Wei Yi losing his time advantage is also losing the thread of the game, as the white queen now looking very active.
2 seconds. As we see the clocks reach the 2-minute mark, this is what Nihal does. He keeps the threats going, he keeps the tricks coming, he keeps asking questions and makes those move really quickly. Watch out, the black queen needs to stay connected to the rook. That pawn had to be defended. Might be time to start pushing Wei Yi's queen away. First, Nihal goes back with his own queen, hitting that knight. I'm expecting either a rook to move forward or the white knight to jump ahead.
इतना intense क्यों हुआ एंड में
central outpost in
मैं
the
डर
center.
गई थी
And yeah, that black knight a bit less stable. Black's queen forced all the way back. It definitely feels like the flow is in
let's
favor here. Wei Yi, it feels like he's just
मैं ये बंद नहीं कर रही हूँ क्योंकि instant शुरू हो जाता है second match. तो ये चलने दो.
The first big mistake, and Nihal now, after this question mark move, can jump his own knight out of the way. Discovered attack against Black's piece in the center. He goes one way. There was actually an even better move. Let's show it quickly. Nihal could have obtained a huge advantage by not going left, but by going right to f5. Again, threatening some forks. And here, rook to e5 would not have been possible. Let's show the difference. Rook takes knight, and we would have seen a potential queen sacrifice and a fork to end this variation. Let's go back to the game, though. Still looking good for Nihal Sarin, but it could have been even better
Absolutely, and I think Nihal completely realized that. He set himself up for a repetition, but Wei said, no way, Nihal. He denied that, and now he's back in the game. All the problems with the forks have been solved with Wei regrouping his pieces. What a missed opportunity for Nihal right there.
That was big, and although the White Knight could have jumped and been captured, White would have just had a superior pawn structure, dominant endgame. Yeah, now suddenly it's Nihal down 10 seconds, and I can't help but look at the clock. It feels like one of those super close games. It will be decided by the finest of margins. I think actually, despite the fact it's roughly level, a draw
almost
may be the least
barabar
likely result right now.
I completely agree with that, David. I think we're heading into decisive territory here. An attack on that B6 weakness that you have, the lone pawn. And where he says, I'm going for counterplay. You take that pawn, you lose your rook on the first rank. The rook will line up against the white queen. Of course, Nihal spots the tactic. He comes back, consolidates the center.
Yeah, that would have been a greedy move. White's queen taking a pawn. He would have got skewered. And, of course, he spots it. Very sharp tactically, Nihal Sarin. Both players are.
Pranesh looks very innocent. दोनों ही बहुत innocent
I just don't like the black king position. It's on an open diagonal. Could be hit by some knight checks. It's
I know,
checking
right?
distance.
एक बार के लिए डरा गया था भाई Pranesh ने.
White's king, meanwhile, so safe. It means moves can be quicker, more instinctive. One of the clocks finally goes red under the 1 minute mark. Nihal, it's a bullet game now.
This is absolute bullet territory, and the most important factor when that happens is king's safety, and that's why Wei's planted his queen next to the king, just making sure there are no discovered checks for now. Can Nihal build the pressure? He needs to find a way to kick that knight out. He does it.
He does it, but at the cost of weakening, loosening the white king ever so slightly. The black knight is being forced back. There are still tactics. White's queen really cannot dream of taking that black pawn. There'll be some checks. Black's rook will be able to check the white king on the back rank. Deflection tactic. I'm not sure whether we'll see that. The black knight really nearby as well, making Nihal feel uneasy. The black knight, though, only one square to go back to. Only move territory. If it chooses the wrong square, White obtains a big advantage. Might trap that knight.
He does it, he goes the wrong way, and Nihal does not pause. He could have won that knight in one move by pushing his pawn, but instead he gets greedy at the wrong moment.
Oh, we're seeing the mistakes creep into both players and their moves now.
कौन लेके जाना था
Been
उसको?
trapped by pawn to g4. But White now still with a big advantage. Nihal, extra pawn, more centralization. The black king lined up on the diagonal, way in big trouble. But with 10 extra seconds, Tanya.
And Nihal with 20 seconds on the clock, and he can watch this, or are we heading for more blunders in this game? The queen and the knight lined up against the white black king right now. Maximum pressure on Wei. He walks into a fork. He's about to lose a rook.
It's Fork Town. That black rook is gone. There's some checks, though. Can Nihal dodge? He blocks with his queen. The queen perfectly placed as a defender. The checks continue, though. Oh, 10 seconds for Nihal. He's got an extra rook. Surely he should win this.
He should, but there is no should when you're down to 7 seconds on the clock. Wei is playing the flagging game, and just like that, Nihal blunders, and he's right back. Not enough pawns in the position, not enough time on the clock. It's 5 seconds for Nihal Sarin.
And now Nihal Sarin cannot win. He only has a knight. You cannot deliver checkmate, but just in time. 5 seconds left. It's a draw.
No.
What an absolutely insane finish. That was a roller coaster of the game, and you could see it on Nihal Sarin at the end, the disappointment of it all. From a completely winning game. And this is what the clock does to you in this format.
Oh, we talked about how Nihal uses the clock as a weapon. So speedy, a bullet champion. But in the end, it was the clock that held him back. That was a tough position. He should really have won with an extra rook, I think.
Give up his strong dark squared bishop.
And Bog would greatly benefit from that bishop pair if there were a trade.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, what to do? Pranesh here thinking about it. You know, he doesn't want to give up the bishop most likely, but he also doesn't want to just go back and lose time. Because then it was like, what's the point of bishop to d4? You allowed white to get his queen out. You allow white to play e3. So the most kind of ambitious would be to take. He does do so. And now let's see what his follow-up is.
Oh, bishop to h3.
Ooh, attacking that rook on f1. Yeah, it's a nice move. And now I don't think White wants to drop his bishop back and trade off that light-scored bishop. I think he's going to move his rook over. Just deciding between rook to e1, rook to d1. Where is this rook better placed?
Seems after bishop to h3 attacking this rook, the bishop kind of swarms in around that king. And suddenly you have some king safety issues.
It's an unpleasant move for White. You never want to allow this bishop on h3 to live long. But on the other hand, you also don't want to trade off your own light scored bishop. You
शायद
lose your best
से
piece.
देखते हैं.
Light scores around your king end up vulnerable as well.
Guys, please
There we see
stream
rook
like
to
भी कर
d1
दो.
trying to
Thank
just
you so
kind of play
much.
around that bishop and
अब इनका
avoid
भी
the
अभी शुरू हो
so-called
रहा
elephant
है.
in the room.
There you go. And
यार थोड़ा
coming
तो
into
रुक
this middle
जाते.
game, it looks like black
थोड़ा
has
तो रुक
a
जाते.
lot of space. Usually the black pieces, you know, they have a setup, low amount of space, but it seems like black is taking the center with these two central pawns and is in better control of the
यार वो
situation.
draw ना.
Yeah, I think black's position is very, very solid. But on the other hand, white does have the bishop pair, and in the long run, the bishops can become very, very strong. It's kind of up to black here to justify his play. But yeah, black is a nice center. He's got trumps of his own. Meanwhile, I'm expecting maybe bishop to b2 here. Just put the bishop on the long diagonal and then see what's what. But does black have some ideas here with e5, e4? Is that annoying? Looks a little tempting. I think that maybe this is what Bach is trying to think about. And he does go bishop to b2. But computer's already starting to like black's
mostly people
position.
don't care.
It seems like black just has a lot of
ऐसा क्यों
control.
होगा?
Question
And lower
is,
bracket
will
में
he
तो
be able
if you
to
lose you are
play
out
on
ना
that
सीधा.
action he has on the king side of the board? He already has his bishop sweeping in. His knight might be gravitating to this nice square g5.
हाँ white पे advantage
Yeah,
होता
we
है
just see
तभी
this
तो
maneuver knight
white
h7
से
coming out to
win
g5 to
होना
harass that light scored
better.
bishop. Bach drops it back prophylactically, avoiding this attack from the knight on g5. Black's queen maybe can also get into the picture at some point as well. Now, if you're Pranesh, do not move that e-pawn. Do not touch that e-pawn. You will get mated on the spot with queen takes g7. You know, if I was Bach here, I'd pre-move queen takes g7. Just in case.
Just in case, you never know.
Yeah, because the pre-move, you know, it only get played if it's a legal move. And it's only legal if black plays e4 here.
There you go. Low risk, high reward.
Yeah, rook to c8, no queen takes g7 on the board. I like this move, rook c8 actually. It's kind of nice. Anticipating that if white ever captures on d5 with the pawn, black's rook can open up against the queen.
And so it begs to be asked,
मुझे अब समझा
what
कि
is
क्या
this
कह रहा
knight
था.
move's purpose? Because it moves to
सीधा
h7
game
and it
खत्म
hasn't
था.
moved since.
Yeah, but there we might see it here.
अगर
Bishop to
प्रणेश ने वो
g4,
pawn
eyeing that
हटाया,
f3 square, eyeing that
game
h3
खत्म
square,
था.
opening up the route for the knight to get in.
भाई ऐसी चीजें तो
And this is gonna
दिखती
be
ही
very
नहीं
annoying for white's
है.
king. Ooh,
F3, a
f3.
big concession in this position for the white pieces. Although it's the best move,
Computer loves it. Yeah,
I feel like
you had to play it.
the pawn structure around the king is quite
अब
soft.
दोनों
now.
black है,
Yeah,
yes.
you rarely want, you know, your pawn just lined up like ducks 4 in a row, because this means they're not defending each other. You got some weaknesses here. You also don't want your pawns all in the same color, because then you get the so-called Swiss cheese structure. So it's hard to find a
तभी
solid
वो लोग
structure
grandmaster है भाई
here
तो
for white.
भाई.
Now he does have the option to kind of trap in that bishop with g4,
Smart
but
लोग है
that
भाई.
bishop doesn't stay trapped very long. Black will immediately break it out with some kind of pawn push.
And it seemed like Pranesh had a big chance at advantage a few moves ago, but missed out with this bishop move and then bringing the bishop back. That was losing a little bit of time, and now it's an advantage, but it's not as concrete as before.
Yeah, I still think black's position here is quite solid, but look at this. He brings the knight back, kind of admitting maybe his knight h7 move didn't have such a point after all. On the other hand, white did play f3, totally blocking in that bishop on h1, you know, the prized possession of white's army there.
The knight slides back to f6. Feels like overall, black just lost 2 moves. Went to h7, come back to f6.
But he's still doing good. He's got the center. Although I would say if you're Bach here, I feel like as far as being in a must-win situation, this is a really, I think, decent position to have, because there's a lot of room for black to go wrong here. And there's f4, opening up the light-scored bishop,
I don't think so.
challenging the pawn on e5, trying to open up the dark-scored bishop as well.
They are for
Definitely, I think,
spectators.
a very good strategic decision from white's point of view.
White inherits this bathtub pawn structure,
Commentary उसकी on करूं क्या?
with those pawns forming
तुम लोग ही
a
बोलो
kind of a
भाई.
bathtub setup looking.
There's e takes f4, white recaptures with the e-pawn.
हाँ बाहर नहीं
And
दिखता
now
और वो
Pranesh
भी
trying
नहीं
to figure
दिखता.
out how to continue here. We've got an open e
नहीं
file.
double नहीं.
You know, Zach, as the position opens up, the bishops do get stronger and stronger. So I can see this turning around for Bach very, very quickly.
Yeah, might I say that Before, when the center and the
better
control was in
development. Both knights
Pranesh's
out.
order,
White's queen looking pretty decent.
I
White is going to
prefer the
strike
black pieces,
on
but
that
now,
king side.
as this rook
Mute
trades on,
करने का option क्यों नहीं है?
Massive risk with this pawn push. He's backing himself. Maybe because he thought he got outplayed in the previous game, wants to do something a bit different here. But Tanya, this is such a high responsibility decision. If this backfires for Wei Yi and he gets punished, it's self-inflicted.
Absolutely, and that's a very smart choice, a response by Nihal Sareen right there, pushing the c-pawn, not going for the smart choice, a response by Nihal Sareen right there, pushing the c-pawn, not going for the
रुको यार इसको रिफ्रेश
c5 pawn,
करती
but he
हूँ.
says, I'm not greedy like that. I just want my pieces into the game. He wants to start expanding the E pawn ahead, the D pawn ahead.
नीचे क्यों हो गया
That's such a
ये?
calm move from Nihal, who closes his eyes there. He could have captured 3 different pawns. Pawn takes pawn, knight takes pawn, queen takes pawn. Could have done anything. He said none. He didn't want
Sorry
any
guys,
of them.
बीते हो गया था ये. इसमें manage करना ना tough हो रहा है.
After this last move, Wei Yi is
Click करती
finally
हूँ,
ready
pause
to
हो
pull that
जाता है.
trigger, push the G pawn forward, G for go, and the Black King sweating.
It really is. You're looking at all those options. It's time for Nihal to pick up one of the pawns in the center, get the pieces into the game. Wei is always looking like a chill customer right now as he's calculating what happens once the G pawn moves up the board. Is Nihal going to capture with his queen, or will we see a pawn takes pawn?
Oh, both of those must be at the top of his agenda. He needs to do something, Nihal. He's about to get attacked. He's also temporarily a pawn down with Black. A bit of a shake of the head from him. Maybe regretting he hadn't clarified the tension just one move earlier.
क्या लगता है दोनों में से कोई आर्मेगेडन जाने वाला है? होगा क्या?
He needs to keep up that speed, not
lower bracket से chance है, हाँ है ना chance qualify का.
It could very well become a one-sided attack. We're talking about the G pawn moving forward for Wei. He could reinforce that with the H pawn moving ahead first, and that comes with that much more firepower once G5 does arrive. It is big pressure on Nihal Sareen, who's down by a minute on the clock.
Yeah, it's very hard here for Black. The worst placed piece is probably the Black light squared bishop. That's often the case in the Queen's Gambit. Black's bishop still at home, still asleep. That blocks in a rook. And until you solve the problem of those two pieces, you're essentially fighting one or two of your army down. And right now, Wei Yi's activated almost everything. White's bishop is about to come to life as well. It definitely feels like this is the first critical position Nihal needs to come up with something clever.
Critical on the board and in his mind as well, because he's got to be kicking himself with what a let go of an opportunity it was in round 1, and he finds himself in big trouble under big pressure on that G line right out of the opening in
lower
game 2.
bracket
Yeah, he should be 1 point up on kind of 1 foot in that next round, but instead it's level footing. He could be about to be leaving Paris if Nihal doesn't speed up, doesn't find a good move here. Maybe the most logical would be to trade off those pawns. There's been too much tension. Too much has been kind of hanging in the air there. Especially lower on time now, Nihal, by 2 minutes. You need to clarify things, simplify things, make your next few moves easier, trade off pawns. Just decide. It has to be one of the white pawns on the C-file, those double pawns that's captured. He takes with the queen instead. That's fine too, but it took a bit too long.
And how much of a problem is that going to be for Nihal? It was a critical moment with so much pressure on him right now. And for Wei Yi, will he go direct? Will he push the G pawn? Or will he make it even more troublesome by first advancing the pawn next to it and then threatening a very deadly blow on that knight on the king side? Nihal Sareen has to be calculating all of that because he is down by about 2 minutes on the clock as well. David, H4 or G5? One of these two moves is about to happen.
Definitely, Tanya. Especially, he said G, why not say H as well? And
the
one move I'm not expecting is a trade of pawns in the center. That would just allow the Black Knight to recapture. Pieces would come off the board. That's not why he played G4. And there we go. He pushes 1 square further. He's all in on the attack.
G5 and we live, and I'm expecting him to counter Nihal's idea. If he captures that pawn with his rook, he just makes sure that Nihal's pawn in the center is paralyzed. The X-rayed by the rook and G5, hitting that queen and also eyeballing the black king on the G line.
Always mean नींद आ रही है. मेरे को बहुत yawn आता है अगर मुझे stress हो जाए और headache चालू हो जाए. It does not mean कि मुझे नींद आ
This lateral pin, really nice, kind of freezes Black somewhat, and here. How is Nihal going to continue his development? How's he going to wake up those sleeping Black pieces? The queen vulnerable, so much on the to-do list, but so little time. We see there Wei Yi with 94.6% accuracy in a crazy position like this. Very impressive.
Super impressive. He is one of the youngest players to ever break the 2700 barrier in the history of chess, known as the attacking prodigy of the game. And I think this is one of those masterpieces in the making if he's able to finish off this attack. For now, Wei Yi has given up the rights to castle for the rest of his game. That king is going to stay in the center. So if the attack doesn't come to fruition, that could be big problems for White's king.
Castling is overrated anyway. Castling is so last year, out of fashion, out of vogue. But okay, the black queen goes back. That's not a pawn sacrifice. If white takes everything on the d5 square, captures a pawn, takes with his knight, at the end, the black knight would leap forward, come to b4 with a fork. The last thing white wants to do here is to open up black's bishop. So just to put this on the board, this is not a sacrifice. If there's a capture, yet another capture, this would be a huge mistake, a blunder, and at the end of the day, a fork. And we've seen forks in this in the first game. This would be something to avoid for Wei Yi. That explains his last move as well. Pawn to a3, covers the b4 square, no more knight jumps.
That is full board awareness. It just felt like all the action was happening on the right flank and you're focusing on Nihal's king, you're focusing on how do I get my other rook on that G line, but no, that's not Wei Yi. He sees the entire board and pieces it together. He now puts pressure on that central d5 pawn. Notice how every move has come in with a threat.
Exactly. That is really calm as well. Not just full board awareness, but to kind of play on one side, then take a timeout, play on the other side, to feel that you have that time as a luxury. It's, very impressive. And Nihal does take that time that he's been given to centralize his rook. It does feel like this is hanging in the balance. I do worry about the clock, just based on what we saw in the first game from Nihal Sarin, but for now, things are still under control.
It's under control, and I do worry about Wei Yi's king. I will again point this out, that unless Wei Yi's attack on that right side, and I'm not really seeing the way forward here, how do you get to it? Because knights are a king's best friend. You've got a beautiful defender on f6, the queen close enough as well, keeping everything safe and intact. But meanwhile, Nihal's got plans of his own. The d-pawn's about to break through, the e-pawn's about to move forward, the bishop's about to come into the game. This is a 3-result game, David Howell, with draw being the least likely of it.
Definitely. We said that earlier, a draw was the least likely. Of course, it ended up being a draw after some real twists and turns. One side being up a rook, then suddenly the clock playing a factor. This one, I agree, a draw the least likely. We see a trade, finally, of pawns, but Nihal has timed it really, really well. Now rooks are about to leave the board, as we see here, and white essentially has gone all in on an attack that just hasn't really materialized. White's rook not coordinating with the rest of his pieces, and I'm expecting the white bishop now to come out, regain the pawn, restore the material balance, but there we'll see black advancing with gain of time, with tempo, pawn to b5, bang, the black bishop finally coming to life.
It does, and that comes with a threat as well. The white knight will be on pre on f3, so 2 developing moves. The rook ready to line itself up against the queen. We'll see all of this play out. And like you were saying, the rook on g5, it looks really beautiful. It looks like an attacking piece, but there's no assist to that attack. There's no firepower pushing it through right now. And it feels like Nihal's taking over the initiative.
Exactly, and that's why we say all-out attack, all in, everything like that, because if it doesn't work, you're just left with weaknesses. Not only has white gone for this attack and nothing else really panning out, but white has an isolated pawn, white's king stuck in the center, white's rook, kind of, the board's cut in half. White's rook, queen on opposite flanks for Nihal Sarin. Everything kind of defending each other right now, everything centralized, looking slightly better on both board and clock right now.
It's looking really nice for Nihal, but I'm going to make a case for Wei Yi's attack here, trying to find a plan. But it takes 3 moves. David, that H-pawn that we were talking about, give Wei Yi a couple of moves. H4, H5, H6 is the dream for white. Do you think he has enough time to achieve it?
Ooh, Esports World Cup, that's where dreams become reality. Maybe, Tanya. I say maybe because it takes so long, and often you don't get that in chess. In the meantime, black would be creating some threats of his own, but he's got to try it. Wei Yi, I agree. At some point now, he's going to move his knight out the way, and he might be able to throw his h-pawn forward. There we go, into the center. White's rook is undefended, so I'm a bit scared, but I don't think black can take advantage of that yet. More likely the black knight or the black rook still stuck on the 8th rank. They are going to start moving now.
Very brave. LPDO, loose pieces drop off, but Wei Yi says you don't have any attractive knight jumps, and for now, Nihal waits with the rook development. He challenges the active knight on e5. You look at Nihal, you know he's feeling comfortable with his position right now. Knight c6, you trade, the bishop will capture.
And nearly 97% accuracy for Nihal Sareen. Despite that early shock, suddenly getting attacked out of the blue, he's answered it perfectly. Over 97% now with his last couple of moves. And H4, we called for it, Tanya. The most logical, most human plan. Not only defending the white rook, but maybe even going further with that battering ram of a pawn, given a question mark.
That's surprising to see, and I say we take that question mark, chuck it out of the window, because this is the most human move. You said EWC, nothing is granted, everything is earned, and to earn this point, he needs to get that pawn closer to the Black King.
He really does, but does he get that time? Now offering a trade of all of the minor pieces. White's queen has opened up, staring at the black bishop. This pretty much forces some trades. The black knight was just too good a defender. I think Wei Yi was impatient to get past it, but now the bishop, is it actually better than a knight?
David, it's also the king position. Bishop versus knight, king versus king. And again, the point we've been highlighting, White's king is suddenly the more unsafe one. Even if you trade the last set of minor pieces, it will be the black queen that's ready to seize the C open line coming in with some checks. This is advantage black.
Benjamin Bach,
in major piece endgames, heavy pieces here, queens and rooks. It's all about king safety. Black simply has more shelter. 3 pawns in front of the king. Given a question mark, I agree, Tanya. Maybe the queen could have found a different path in, but here it is, teaming up with his rook, so a very natural move. And surely here, where he needs to get his king out of the center. Finally, shuffling across. He's going to try and castle by hand. He's going to try and pretend he castled by getting the king over, but not allowed. Queen into h2, swooping in.
Access denied to do just that, David Howell. What a move this is, getting the queen closer to the king, also eyeballing that h4 pawn. Now the white king finds shelter at the center of the board. And if Nihal wants, he could propose a draw, a repetition by falling back with the queen from where it came from, but knowing Nihal, he's not going to go for that idea. I think he wants more here.
The fans want Armageddon. They want more chess. But does Nihal want that too? Or does he want to keep going, take his chances here? Evaluation bar back to level now, because Black did have a slightly better route forward, but he's offering to repeat the position. He's threatening checkmate in one move. Queen coming down to d1. At the bottom of the board, the white king has to run.
It has to run either up or down the board. Queen to d1 will be game over. If Wei Yi wants to take this to the Armageddon, he can just fall back where he comes from, and then the ball in Nihal's court. Looking at him, I feel like Armageddon is very likely, but Wei Yi is the one who gets ambitious here.
Wow, it looked like he was swatting away a fly down the camera, Wei Yi, or maybe he's trying to G up the fans, but the position repeating. Second time we've seen this position. If the black queen goes back, Nihal is pretty much happy with the draw. Wei Yi, I think, here, draw makes a lot of sense for him with such a weak king. Could we be going the distance? Will we get more chess? Is this the end of this game?
Very likely. You're talking about the weak king. Long term, your pawn's not doing amazing as well if you're Wei Yi, and we see that. Queen to h2. Get that queen back, and one more time, it will be game over. That will be a 3-4 repetition if Wei Yi falls back with the king.
Oh, clockwise there, almost level as well. I think Wei Yi here just has to hedge his bet, say, my king's too open, that white king will not survive. And there we go, it is a third time. The position repeats, it's a draw, we go to Armageddon.
It's an Armageddon, it goes down to the wire with both these players just pushing each other to their limits. What a battle this has been in these top two first two games that we've seen right now. And now it means for Nihal and Wei Yi, little time to think about. They need to give in.
एक मैच पे फोकस कर सके भाई दोनों का
We'll get the black pieces in the next game. We'll get draw odds. So 2 results, a win or a draw, would get them through. Nihal, it feels like he was on the front foot towards the latter part of this game. He was definitely on the front foot in the first encounter today. Despite 2 draws, he might feel he's the better player right now. How risky does he go with his bid, Tanya?
How low can you go is always the question with Armageddon. Anything below 7 minutes to get those black pieces is always a shocker for me, David. I'm expecting around a 7.5 to a 740 mark bid by Nihal, and similar for Wei Yi right now. You know, the funny part is for the first 2 games, both of us.
And look at this, we see another English. Bach though switching it up with an early a3.
Armageddon क्या होता है? टाई ब्रेकर होता है वो, उसमें दोनों players time bid करते हैं.
Same match situation, everything on the line for Bach. मतलब
अपना time देते हैं. तो जिसका lower होता है उसको as black खेलता है और उतने time से खेलता है. And black वाला अगर draw भी कर दे वो जीत जाता है. मतलब ब्लैक वाले को ड्रॉ करना होता है, व्हाइट वाले को जीतना ही पड़ता है, वैसा होता है अगर मैंने सही एक्सप्लेन किया है
the fact that Bach has been in time trouble both of these games. He seems to be the faster player of the two. And wait, PRANESH Did he just blunder?
Exactly.
Blunder the pawn?
He gave a reaction there. I don't know if that was a blunder or a mouse slip, but he pushes this pawn to d5. And now white is just winning a pawn if he takes.
Exactly.
And it's not any pawn, it's a very valuable central pawn.
Oh, this is not a good look for Pranesh right now. He's about to be down 2.5 minutes and a full pawn.
तो फिर कैसे decide किया उन्होंने?
Why didn't he take with the knight? Now knight e7. This pawn is kind of hard to hold on to. He can go e4, but then it kind of creates some weaknesses for white.
Knight takes pawn was just a clearly better move, instilling a knight in the
7-2-8,
center of the board while taking a pawn, but now it seems the pawn is a little bit weak.
I guess knight takes d5. Maybe there was some e4 push that annoyed Bach. He didn't want to deal with this one.
He has to win.
Yeah, queen to b3. Now I think like black actually does have some real compensation here.
Okay, so Nihal को बस जीतना है और प्रणेश को draw करना है.
You know, even if he does hold on to the pawn, it feels like black has enough dynamics in the position with the dark squares.
That
he can bring his
handwriting
knight around to
confusing.
d6,
Wow,
the
sir,
blockading square. It seems like this blunder kind of worked out into an interesting sacrifice for Pranesh. Sometimes that happens in chess.
Black का time खत्म हो गया तो हार गया ना. Time तो किसी का भी खत्म हो आप हार चुके हो.
I guess that was the cost for taking that pawn. Your king stays in the center, remains
time
weakish, even though the position is quite close still.
Yeah, now white needs a couple moves here to develop, giving black time for maybe like b6, bishop to b7, bringing the bishop to the long diagonal. Looks to be a very potential play here from black. But no, Pranesh goes full pawn sacrifice. He's saying c6, and he's sacrificing another pawn. He's giving up queen takes b7. That pawn looks way too dangerous for white to take.
What happens if I take that pawn? Am I in trouble?
Think so. I don't think you want to allow rook to b8 followed by rook takes b2. So Bach just calmly drops back. He says one extra pawn is enough. Go ahead and recapture on c6. I'll play my extra pawn. But a lot of open lines for the black. Look at
जो
this.
black होता है कम time वाला होता
I've got
है
better
वो.
things to do than win back this
इतना
pawn.
time
You have a
उसने
weaker
bid
pawn
किया.
on b2 I want to attack right now.
You take on b7.
No,
अभी
you
उधर
take on
निहाल का 10
No,
है
you
उसका
take.
7-5 है.
Look at this. I mean, he could take on b7. I mean, that's a tempo against the rook. At that point, black will have to take back. Then it'll just be ridiculous to leave that pawn
मुझे
on
लग रहा है
the
वही
board.
बहुत
How
fast
about
fast
this
खेलेगा
advantage
अभी.
in development for Pranesh? He has basically all his pieces out except that rook
Unless
on
निहाल
a8.
कोई ऐसा move
Yeah, I
चल
do
देगी
love
उसको
this
बहुत
change of
सोचना
style
पड़
from
जाए.
Pranesh. You can tell in
और
that
वो
last
ज़्यादा
game he
time
was
waste
trying to
नहीं
just keep
करेगा
it
मुझे ऐसा
solid,
लग रहा है.
defend. That didn't work out for him as Bach eventually managed to squeeze him with the bishop here. Here, Pranesh is saying, you know what? We're going to play this game on my terms. I'm going to sack material. I'm going to force you to play accurately, defending it's my initiative, force Bach to spend some time. I think it's a very practical choice from Pranesh, unless he loses. And then I'm going to say he should have been solid.
No, tremendous point you just made there. In game one, Pranesh was really good under that activity, that piece activity that we didn't see in game two, and he was punished for not having that very
ऐसे
same
नहीं
piece
होता ना
activity.
मयंक.
So
ये
this type of position is
Armageddon
definitely
है
in his
ही
favor
इसके
coming
लिए
into
कि
this
इसमें
middle game.
decide हो जाए winner. इसके लिए concept ही अलग है.
Now bishop to e2, Bach desperately trying
Black
to get his
ने
king
draw किया तो वो
out of
जीत
safety
जाता
as
है.
Pranesh finally recaptures
ऐसे तो भाई फिर चलता ही
that pawn
रहेगा.
on
खत्म ही नहीं
c6.
होगा.
Now he's
10
pushing
match
a4,
खेल
so
लेंगे
just
भाई
one pawn
players.
down for black, but he's got oodles of positional compensation here. He's got this
करते.
open d-file. He's got knight to a5, aiming at that b3 square, looking to win the exchange. And yeah, white's got some issues to figure out.
I have to pause you there for a second. Oodles? What does that mean?
You know, he's like a lot.
Wow.
Yeah, a lot.
Very nice term.
Yeah, you got
I'll
oodles
keep
of
that in
noodles.
Oh, I'll keep that in the memory bank for next time.
Now, speaking of a lot, can white just grab this pawn on
Mr.
a4?
Bean
Knight
mode
takes
कौन
a4.
सा है?
The tempo on the queen?
Ooh,
Snack on a
knight
little
takes a4. Snack
little
on a little
a-pawn
pawn
there?
there, huh? Little yummy. Of course, black is threatening to sweep in on that b3 square, but it's not in time. That queen on b6 is hanging first.
And he does take, but after queen to c6, then knight will be under attack. White will have to do something about that knight. He goes queen a7 instead. I'm not sure I get this one, but he is
Black
still
is preparing
threatening.
this knight to sweep into b3 and attack all three white pieces at the same time.
Knight b3 is still a big problem. But at this point, white has 2 pawns up, so even if he gives up the exchange...
Oh, beautiful resource found by Benjamin Bach. Bishop d1, covering everything at once.
But Pranesh sees it coming and immediately bangs out e4, sacrificing another... How many pawns has Pranesh left hanging in this game?
Too many. I can't count that far, Kostya. You know this.
Pranesh, the pawn sack genius here. I mean, this is like his 5th pawn sack of the game. They weren't all accepted, but he's been offering pawn after pawn after pawn. Some of them might have even been blunders. I don't even know at this point.
Pranesh might be the most generous person in the room right now.
Very nice guy, I gotta say. Very chill. So he's saying, here, have another pawn. I want to open up my dark squared bishop. Rook to d8. Black just playing for full activity here. But you can't just keep giving up pawn after pawn. Eventually, white can give up a piece, and he's still going to be up material.
Mind you, the white pieces are already developed. So what are you attacking? What are you targeting? The king is already safe.
It does feel like the pieces are quite discoordinated. You know, knight on a4, bishop on d1. These is not where these pieces want to be. But on the other hand, it's a lot of material for white. And if he can somehow stabilize, black's initiative runs out. The computer doesn't think that black actually has enough for the material here. But if we count the material, what's the score right now, Zach? Three pawns up?
White is up for 3 pawns.
3 pawns up.
It's insane.
But Engine is saying it's close to equal.
That means that black compensates with their piece activity on the board, which is astronomical.
Now there's knight to d4. Bach gives back 1 pawn in order to trade off black's powerful dark square bishop. But now the rook is incredibly active there on d4. Honestly, love how Pranesh has played this Armageddon so far. But we'll see if he can keep it up with the accuracy.
So black wins back a pawn here. Pranesh in the driver's seat, I would say. His pieces are just more active and more influential over this chessboard.
Now, queen is attacked on d2. Jumps out queen to f4. Looks like there's a lot of decent options here for black. Maybe just brings rook a d8. Doubles up on the d file. There's still knight to b3. He can throw in at any moment. Bishop to c4. A lot of ways to attack white's army. He chooses knight to c4. Another move.
Brilliant.
Looking at that d2 square, perhaps.
d2 square, d1 bishop, a4 knight. All of these pieces and squares look weakened. It looks like white has a disease they need to get rid of.
Now there's a big threat. Rook takes bishop, followed by queen takes knight, winning 2 pieces for black's rook. 2 very active pieces. White definitely has to deal with this one. But if he loses knight from a4, then his b pawn hangs. So that's not such an easy move for white to find.
It's just a very sticky position. Very, very difficult to navigate for the white pieces, who at least, Benjamin Bach, he has more time on the clock to compensate for that, but he's catching up to Pranesh.
Catching up fast, only 40 seconds. And remember, Pranesh started this game 3 minutes down. So I think his bid was actually very smart. He knows that Bach is going to be spending more time, so he can kind of afford to give him a bit of a handicap to get those coveted draw odds. We remind the viewers, if this game ends in a draw, it is the black pieces played by Pranesh that will advance to the next stage of this round, where the winner will be facing ARJUN Erigaisi.
And here I must interrupt. There is a big mistake on the board. Bishop to b3. This last move by the white pieces is not the best move here. And it costs white from a very nice move that black has.
He's allowing knight to d2 with the fork, but I think Bach very much... No, I think Bach was very much... intending to allow this. He's not surprised by knight d2 at all. Now, he might have misevaluated something here. Right now, you can't take the rook on f1 if you're black, because then you lose that f7 pawn, and then white is extremely active there. But if black just takes back on e6, the rook is still hanging, the knight is still hanging. Bach might have underestimated this one.
And now 2 white pieces are under fire. How do you deal with such a situation? It's very difficult.
Now, isn't rook to d1 counterattacking the knight?
China number 1.
What's black doing there? Queen takes a4. We're taking on d2. Rook to d1, knight to b3.
Knight to b3. Excellent move there.
Oh, that's sick. That might have been what Bach missed.
Double attack.
Oh, and he's just spotted it. You can tell that he's not happy with this position.
Like
There's
his position at all.
Insane how good these guys are. And Pranesh, did he find this? That's really nice. So if rook counterattacks knight on d2, knight drops back to b3.
He's playing for draw.
Knight comes in. There's going to be a fork on e2. That knight for black be hopping.
Absolutely.
Meanwhile, the white's knight on a4 is just sitting there like an absolute donkey. Waiting to be captured. He might have to just pull this knight back and give up the exchange on f1.
If draw फिर क्या होगा किसका?
Knight to b3.
प्रणेश का draw हुआ तो प्रणेश wins. निहाल का draw हुआ तो निहाल loses.
The knight comes all the way back.
I think he has to do this one.
Sacrificing an exchange, but you shouldn't take it. Rook to f8 first. Look at that.
Oh, that's way stronger. Just pummeling on that queen. Pranesh has played this Armageddon fantastically well. And now at some point he will take that rook on f1, and then black will just be better. But it's white that has to win this game. Bach is now under 3 minutes.
The queen's under fire.
Why
The
Nihal
rook is
loses?
under
क्योंकि
fire.
Armageddon में जो white से खेलता है उसको जीतना ही होता है, and black वाले को
Once
सिर्फ
again, I
draw
love
कर
that
दे black
stylistic
तो भी
change
वो
from
जीत
PRANESH
जाता
going
है.
into this game. He did not want to lose a
ये
long game like
tiebreaker
he did in
है,
game
ये game.
2. He realized that is just not going to work against Bach. Bach's just so fast on low time. The way he was able to convert that with seconds was just masterful. But here it's a very different game. It's white that has been under pressure the entire time, and PRANESH has just been so good with the initiative.
Yeah, white wins. Black will win this exchange here, but the white pieces will have some compensation.
इसका कौन सा कलर है? देखो.
Absolutely, he will have 2
जिसका
pawns,
नाम
which
के
is a lot
पीछे
of the terror.
background
The
देखो,
problem
जैसे
for white, though,
निहाल
is that
के
Black's
नाम
rooks
पे
in the
background
resulting
white है,
position
so
are
he's
just going to be
playing
very,
white.
very strong. And now Black has another issue. He's now a full minute down on the clock.
जो
Doesn't have
background
the
है वो
increment
उनका
to
कलर
rely
है.
on to save himself. So unless he gets some kind of simple endgame that he can pre-move out to a win, he's in big trouble.
Bach taking a lot of time in these last 3 moves. 1 minute and 15-second turn, 55-second turn. It's not looking good as far as his
मुझे स्ट्रेस हो रहा है, मुझे yawn आ रही है स्ट्रेस
coming
से.
into this early endgame.
Yeah, he's about to cross under 90 seconds here. PRANESH nearly
Nihal
twice
needs
as
to
much
win then,
time
yup.
as his opponent. And
Nihal
you
के
can
पीछे
see
और
Bach
हिंद.
very unhappy, but he needs to lock in. He needs to get into bullet mode and start making some moves fast. What does he
Nihal
do?
orange
That
से
queen
खेल
is
रहा
under
है.
attack.
Yup.
Queen to e3?
I don't like the length of this turn for Benjamin Bach. Oh, he plays queen e5, which is a misstep.
Finally, he makes a move.
Now it's completely winning for the black pieces.
Well, f2 is just such a huge target. Rook to d2 is coming. Okay, knight to b5. That was his idea. And now PRANESH.
Black has a
he
fantastic move on the
Was
board.
that a
Exactly, he
blunder?
pointed. He's like, give me a sec. I got something here. Give me a sec. He's got rook takes
Hold my
e4.
beer.
He's found it. Look at him bopping. He's going to win this game. Rook e4, and then f2 is hit.
Rook
He
e4.
finds rook e4. It's over.
Rook e4
This
से
is
क्या?
An insane position. One move
नहीं
wins for
समझ
the
आया
black
मुझे.
pieces. One move equalizes, and the rest of the moves lose. Insane.
Yeah, well. Oh, and
He plays it.
spots it.
He
oh,
finds
queen
it.
takes f2. Bach was ready. He spotted it as well. But now black is winning. He's got
He
a
returns
winning
the
attack.
material, and now he goes knight e3. Oh, he missed his queen sweeping and taking this pawn on b2, forking this knight
But
and
knight
rook.
e3 threads made into on the back rank. I
हाँ,
think a
वही
very
इतने
smart
blunder किया
choice.
ना वो
Remember,
rook
black
वाला
just
move.
needs a draw here. He's
ऐसे
very
नहीं
much
पता
in
मुझे, मैं
control.
तो
That
question
king
mark देख के बोल रही हूँ.
for white is in huge danger.
PRANESH up a minute on the clock and up in the position.
भाई म्यूजिक भी intense हो गया है
cannot
अभी.
go wrong from
Oh
here on
my
out.
god.
Knight f1 just threatening knight g3.
पागल
with
हो
all
जाऊंगी
petrol.
मैं.
Powerful indeed.
He goes knight f5.
f5 with a similar idea. He wants to swoop into g3.
पागल है,
Or fork
पता
this
नहीं
king
भाई.
and this queen to win the game.
Now white has queen takes pawn on the check, but black
मुझे
is
डर
sidesteps,
लग
and
रहा
here's
है.
the threat
ये
is
बार
knight
अभी
g3.
पूरा black
Knight
होके
f1.
आधा white
Either
क्यों
you
हो
give the
गया?
rook or you allow perpetual. Neither is acceptable here for white.
This is really unobvious to defend with 40 seconds on the clock for Benjamin Bach.
बेंजामिन
Honestly, I
देखो
don't see how he
हड़बड़ी
makes it a
करनी
game
ही
here. I
नहीं
think
है.
either he plays for a
35
draw or
seconds
he
पूरा
loses.
सोचो
There's
बैठ
knight
के.
g3.
Trust
And knight
Never
f1.
mind.
Why not?
Never mind.
And queen to f4.
Yeah,
really
35
stronger.
seconds पूरा
Even
सोचो.
stronger move.
फिर चलो.
Threatening a potential
Yeah, let's
mate.
go.
Knight f1 double check. Queen h2. Oh, and there's PRANESH. He's winning, but he's just threatening the draw.
Wow.
He knows that's
He's
all he
forcing
needs.
this repetition because
denote
that's
कर
all
रहा
he
है.
needs.
Advantage.
The draw
So
wins for
smart.
black, wins the match.
This is so smart by PRANESH.
This is the beauty of
And he's just
Armageddon.
gonna force the
And it's a
repetition.
force to draw. PRANESH takes this.
Wow.
Let's go,
Incredibly
let's
well
go.
played Armageddon by PRANESH as he advances
Let's
to
go,
the decider
Pranesh.
match where he will face
Performance
W.
is this one on the hot rate as
W.
well. Such an invaluable skill asset to have in this format. Control on the nerves in the position. The bishop denied any activity. Where is Wei Yi going to find it? You could start jumping with your knight, hitting the white rook at that center of the board, but that's just a one mover. As long as Wei Yi's rook remains in his half of the board, I don't see any problem for Nihal.
Exactly. And okay, he's banking everything on this pawn pushing forward. The downside is that it's easily blockaded by white's rook or bishop.
Let's go,
White
let's
has
go.
control
Pranesh
over the
के
dark
सामने
squares.
में
The white
Arjun
king is going
है.
to come soon as
Oh
well.
my God.
The black knight doesn't really have too many jumps if the white king is able to centralize itself. Wei Yi, he's banking everything on that pawn, Tanya, but it's not enough.
You don't have any assist to get into that second rank. Now that the king has moved away from any potential future knight checks, the black knight can't even find itself on that central square. You would lose that pawn. Instead, Wei consolidates the right flank. No more advancement for you there, Nihal. He captures a massive diagonal on the board. Watch out for any back rank checks.
Wow, Nihal Sarin's accuracy in this game, just incredible. Playing such fantastic moves, and he's really sped up as well. It feels like the danger is past. Look at this, just everything defended, so professional. All the pawns protecting each other now. White's bishop controlling all the key squares. Black's knight, it looks nice, but it's trapped. It simply cannot move. And all he needs now, Nihal, is to find a second avenue of attack. He's material up. White's rooks, if they are able ever to get to the open lines or towards Black's back rank, it's just game over. GG.
And the one thing stopping all of that from happening is Wei's knight on c2 controlling some key squares for the white rook to find an open line. Meanwhile, Wei's rook doing a defensive job as well. And this is what you were talking about, a big trick in the air. Rook takes knight was a massive threat with the idea of a checkmate.
Ooh, and that has been denied, at least for now. Black's king getting off the 8th rank, so any checkmates will not come with tempo, at least. No checks on the back rank. But look at the white's rook, it's going to zigzag, it's going to sneak back now. It took a few turns, but now it's finally ready to slide across.
At some point, I'm also expecting Nihal to open a different avenue with a move like the g-pawn moving up the board to dislodge that black bishop from defending the central pawn. He's getting ready to do just that as Wei's rook finally steps up.
That is denying a exchange sacrifice. White's rook cannot now take that black pawn, give some material back. He's just waiting though, and maybe now, if he wants to, now is the moment. He's going to be a pawn up with a dominant position. White's bishop way superior than the black knight. There we go, giving back some material to simplify this equation. The white rook is about to enter the 7th or the 8th ranks. Black is in so much trouble here. Wei down to the 1 minute mark. The rook can simply get greedy, start advancing.
It's 6 versus 5 on the pawns, a more active rook, a beautiful bishop dominating that black knight every trump with Wei. For Nihal Sarin, it's going to be about finding the tricks, trying to fork White's position with the lone remaining knight. He first gets the king into the game. For Wei, he needs to start pushing those pawns.
Feels like there must be a way to trap that black knight, but Nihal shouldn't spend too much time trying to do that. He can keep this simple in so many other ways. Okay, he does go back with his rook. The black knight only has 1 safe square. Now he goes up. Okay, still
what does
no
that mean?
jumping squares for that black knight, and a pawn hanging on a7. It's going to be a 2-pawn advantage and counting. This is looking like he can almost pre-move now, Nihal Sarin, as the clock goes red under 1 minute. But keep things simple. Start taking those pawns.
And just don't spend too much time on those decisions right now. He's up 2 pawns. He's setting up a mating idea. The pawn couldn't have been captured. Rook 8 was checkmate. Forcing Wei's king out to the center. A trade finally, the H-pawn coming up.
He hits the knight. The rook was hanging, had to counterattack against the white bishop there, which now steps back. The black knight would love to enter the center, but there would be some rook checks. Oh, this is so professional, Nihal. He is going to show us his bullet skills now. The king, the bishop combining, the white rook is going to be doing the damage.
He does hit that 3rd pawn, gives a check, does Wei. The king falls back, but there's no good way to defend that pawn. And that's 3 extra pawns on the left flank, as Wei has lost his entire army on that side of the board. Hits the knight, the bishop attacked, simply plants it at the center of the board, gives a check, and both players now under 30 seconds.
Oh, the clock is the only thing really here that can save Wei. He needs a miraculous knight fork. Not easy. The knight can't really ever check the white king, or he needs to flag. But checkmate incoming. The black king is boxed in. The white king coming in. Pawns advancing. Nihal missed this move though. The rook stepping back. He's getting close, but can he put the finishing touches on? Knights and bishops off the board. It's a rook endgame. Still plenty of time to go.
And plenty of pawns to go as well. That's 2 extra pawns, but Nihal needs to win this all over again. It's all about the clock. 12 seconds. Is that time enough for Nihal to win a completely winning position?
2 pawns is too many. He would win this if there were an increment. He would win this on any other day, but 9 seconds now. He needs to make a new queen. He needs to get black to swap off his rook for that pawn. He's given up one of the pawns. He's about to promote.
Wei giving up? Right there, and that's
signs.
Nihal Sarin gets the win in the Armageddon, takes the match, and for Nihal Sarin, he keeps the key. For Wei, it's goodbye Paris.
Wei, this is the end of the road. The man of the moment.
But
the speed he showed there to turn things around. He was seconds behind on the clock. He was seconds up by the time the game ended. But more impressive was the end game play.
Just fantastic stuff there. And it has to be said, Nihal in that game 1, so close to victory. For Wei finding his way back into the match, but the Armageddon was where it settled. Both players really taking this one to the edge. What a hard-fought battle. And a soul-crushing win there for Nihal Sareen.
Let's go,
We have to say he did deserve it. Probably over the 3 games, he took his chance when it finally did come.
इसको देख के मुझे डर लग रहा था.
He could have ended it as well. And nice to see a handshake. Great sportsmanship. A lot of respect between these two. And Wei Yi, we hope to see him back in future years. A fantastic warrior himself. But for now,
कौन प्रमोशन हो रहा था ना, वो समझा मुझे.
Wei Yi coming into the play-ins undefeated, finds himself in the group stage. Fantastic fight today as well, and this was where it was all decided at the end. Nihal Sareen putting the soul in survival there. Gives those checks, but not enough. Nihal gets the win, and for more breakdown, we head to the stage.
ट्राई कर सकता है, but I guess पॉन प्रमोशन के बाद वो चेकमेट कर देता, probably.
Ladies and gentlemen,
as we're about to have the key handed over, like the stream.
Please one more time, a round of applause
Thank you so much. आगे के मैचेस का कब पता चलेगा अभी?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, officially the key handed over. And now, for those who are not aware, here at the Esports World Cup, that key that Nihal is walking with officially represents a player's tournament life.
Oh wait, Nihal.
That represents a player's tournament life. And right now, Nihal has to crush his opponent's key. Our first one of this event. Congratulations. Only needing one more to qualify for the finals, ladies and gentlemen. One more for top 8. Nihal right here. You can press ahead to crush your opponent's key.
Oh, damn.
This is for all events. Yeah, you just press this forward, brother. Yeah, no worries. It's all good. Don't worry. You're safe. Big Hollywood keep you safe. Don't worry about it, Serene. Okay, there's going to be a little bit of a pop. Be covering the ears up, too. Okay, and it's done. And it is officially done. Ladies and gentlemen, right here, this is the highest level of play as Nihal Sareen takes out Wei Yi and only needs one more in order to push his ticket all the way into the top 8. We're going to be right back with even more EWC. Let's send things to the studio.
Same. What if Residual versus Residual? Is it possible? मुझे इसमें ग्रुप्स का कंफ्यूजन ही है. रूबी थी पीछे, मैंने ध्यान नहीं दिया. निहाल डर गया था इसलिए इस बार पहले ही पूछ रहा. अबे हाँ. गाइस लेकिन यही है ना मैचअप. 650 टाइम है अभी अपने गेम में.
And the first official key has been crushed in day number 3, and Wei Yi is officially out of the tournament. But what a run he had from the play-ins into yesterday's competition to today. And man, I gotta say, it was a battle to the very end. And Mike, you are calling it probably the most exciting match out of the past 3 days.
That's right, Nihal got to show his speed in the end, and he was actually a little bit unfortunate to even have to go to Armageddon. We're going to take a look at Game 1's missed opportunity in a moment, but other than we're joking, they need to put heart rate monitors on us. We've seen everything in the chess world, and we could not sit still watching that final match. Anna, what were your thoughts on that Armageddon?
Absolutely. I mean, we were both glued to the screen. We couldn't believe what was happening. Nihal was having such a winning position for a long time, but the time was ticking and the nerves were there, and what an epic finish it was.
The only thing we were deprived of was Nihal pre-moving 32 moves in a row to do the king and rook mate. Wei Yi didn't make him do that, but other than that, that match had everything.
Everything indeed, and history between the two, at least when it comes to their performance last year at EWC. They both made it to the to the main stage. Wei Yi walking away 9 through 12.
Yeah,
Nihal Sareen though getting 5th through 8, but he's getting closer now, one match away from getting to that point. We're going to see him in just a little bit. But for Wei Yi, again, just to celebrate his accomplishments, to make it to this point, to make it to that stage, protecting his key as long as he did. I mean, and he had a phenomenal tournament.
He absolutely did. I mean, he was looking unstoppable in the last chance qualifier. Wei Yi
Arre
was
bhai,
just
sorry.
amazing. He's done a great tournament.
Zyada hi ho
Also
gaya.
versus Alireza Firuzha. It was such a close match. We know that Alireza is one of the favorites in the whole tournament. So Wei Yi should leave being very proud of himself. He's done a fantastic tournament.
Absolutely phenomenal tournament indeed. But let's go back to game one, which really set the tone, honestly. And I think this is a moment, Anna, that you were particularly passionate about, and you pulled it out. What are we going to be discussing?
The same martial attack. So let's
ये
see if
हो
he
भी
learns
गया
his lesson.
शुरू इधर.
Oh, that's some good insider info. Yeah, I really
मुझे
find this matchup
Estipenko
very
का
interesting.
देखना है.
Yesterday, Cena move ahead. He lost this
Estipenko का
incredibly
match
close match
देखेंगे.
where he had maiden 3 on the board, but just not enough time to find
Didn't
it.
see 3 moves ahead.
He couldn't see 3 moves ahead. But I
Pranesh, congratulations on the win. Bit of a roller coaster of a match. Talk us through it.
Yeah, first game I missed this knight c3, but I was fine. Then I just in the time table I had I gave him some chances, but okay, I won eventually because he has
पहली
less
बार
time.
प्रणेश
And
को
second
बात
game I
करते
just
हुए सुना
blended
मैंने.
this queen d3 queen h7 area. Then it was just losing. He had some 3 seconds to finish the game, and he did it. And the next game, I thought that we'd have to play for draw. Yeah, I thought, okay, let's just go for a win, and if I get a draw, then it's fine. Maybe that's how it works for me.
I have to ask, in the Armageddon you
सही है वो
sacrificed
thought
3
process.
pawns. The first pawn sacrifice was
He like
intentional
16
or a
years
mouse
old,
slip?
क्या
What happened there with his
बात कर रहे
d5?
हो?
First was just blender, and then second was just. I thought, okay, I gave one, so why not second and third? Yeah.
No, that was a cool game. Your team, last time I checked, still at 0 points. So they need some help in chess. Well, how do you see the chances?
What happened to Nihal? I think it depends on that. I think we will do really well. Yeah.
Best of luck, and thank you so much, Pranesh. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Jan, and congratulations to Pranesh for team Seoul Esports. Very happy day for Seoul Esports so far because yes, his teammate Nihal Sarin on the other stage at the chess event is winning at the moment against Grandmaster Wei Yi. And as for Pranesh, he is through to the next round, the decider match against ARJUN.
Anna has been a bit of a different way of training sessions with the German national team. We don't know what to play against some line. People say just look up Sarana's Title Tuesday games, especially if it's 1 d4 openings. He has a very narrow opening repertoire, but he almost always has a good idea. And this time again, he plays his rare move knight in front of the king and then gives the piece. He's very, very interesting. Chess theoretician, we call it, doing his homework.
Yeah, yesterday we did see Cena get knocked down to this stage by Denis Lazovic. I feel Lazovic and Serrano, kind of very similar players, very technical, very fast. And yeah, Cena's going to have his work cut out for him in this first game. Bishop to c3, eyeing that g-pawn, which black cannot allow white to take, as that rook in the corner will then hang as well. But how does he defend against this one?
I guess you bring the knight out, knight to f6. So white will probably castle queenside. Creating more of an attack, forcing black to castle queenside as well. And these positions are often white has 2 bishops and more active pieces. Black is a pawn up. If black can consolidate, he's doing well. But so far, I like Sarana because I think he's still in his book, while Cena has to find his own way here.
Yeah, it seems like white is just getting his moves out very, very quickly here. He just castled queenside. Now he's starting to take that knight on f6, and then the bishop on d7 hangs with check. So black has to figure out how to deal with this threat.
Got a castle. You're allowed to castle if the queen controls the b8 square. The rook is allowed to cross the queen, controlled by the white queen. The king is not.
A lot of people don't know that. There's some stories of players asking the arbiter if they're allowed to castle in certain positions.
Even legends like, I think, Viktor Korchnoi, Vice World Champion, once had to check with the arbiter. But that is allowed, and Cena knows the rules of chess exceptionally well.
And Serrano continues to play incredibly fast. Queen to a3, another non-obvious move, indicating that he's still in his opening preparation. King to b7, defending that knight to a6. Now rook to d4, another tempo on the queen. Jan, you believe in this famous rule, I think Kasparov gave it, that if you attack your opponent's pieces 10 times in a row, they will blunder.
I wasn't aware of that, but he's
अभी दोनों का एक एक मैच और होगा
and
अगर अभी वो दोनों जीते तो they will qualify, है ना?
A way to make
दो
you walk
थोड़ी
in
बचे हैं,
narrow
एक ही
path,
तो
often
बचे
a
आज
slightly
के
surprising line
और
from
हारे
knight to
तो
e2.
out
And if you can't
हारे तो बाहर
walk that path, if you don't know
and
what he's
जीते
going to
तो
do, it's
advance,
very, very difficult to
है ना?
figure out the way over the board.
Yes.
So far, it looks like Sina's hanging in there.
और
And
दोनों के
B4,
भाई
another
बहुत
attack.
अच्छे
Wait,
matchups
how many
हैं
attacks has
Did
it
you
been?
count the attack from the queen?
It was
Tennis
knight to
point पे तो अच्छे
G3,
matchups
it was
किए
queen A3 with tempo, it was rook to D4, it was B4. That's at least 4 attacks in a row. 6 more and he's
not
winning
getting
this
6
game.
more.
FF से पहले
Now he
register
will
नहीं था
slow
और ये सब
down a
इतना
little
detail
bit, it
wise
looks
मुझे नहीं
like.
पता
No
honestly
way to keep chasing that queen. Black is threatening to
निहाल
stabilize by
versus
pushing
जुड़ा
pawn to
प्रणेश
C5 himself.
at least
'cause
दोनों
then
same time पे नहीं है
White
भाई
were
मैं
forced
उस
to
चीज से
react
खुश
to the
हूँ
attack of the rook. The black piece
फिर
would
से
come.
same
So
time
probably you
होता
want to
दिमाग
drop that
खराब हो
rook
जाता
back and slow down a little bit.
next
Guess
match
you could go
लगभग एक
C5
घंटे
yourself
में
as white attacking that knight, but then you give up the D5 square, yeah?
1
Yeah, some
hour
squares. Knight goes back.
Hey.
Rana finally thinking, what's his heart
तुम
rate?
लोग बोलो
160?
कि अभी जो मैचेस
Wow.
चल रहे हैं वो
Is that a
देखे
new
एक
record?
घंटा
We've
की
seen the
That's
150s.
that's
so
the
what's
highest
160?
I've seen. Yeah, is Serrano okay? Can someone got to do a wellness check on this guy at some point? Let's keep an eye on that one. That's
यार
a very
यगेश
high heart
मतलब
rate. This is
पॉसिबल
our
है
first
आई
time,
होप
I believe, seeing
आई
Serrano
होप हो जाए
on the
500
battleground
के प्लस
stage.
लेट्स गो
And yeah, this is easily the highest
easy
heart
first
rate we've
match
seen thus far.
Yeah, only his second match. He lost to Hikaru
कुछ खेला
Nakamura
जाए वालो
earlier
वालो
in
नहीं
the
पालवर
tournament,
जा
if
सकती
memory
हूँ मैं
serves.
Yeah.
And now he has to win to earn a date with Hans Niemann. Fight for his tournament life.
Hans
You tell
likely
me.
watching this match so you can anticipate
पालवर
his
में
next
मैंने थोड़ा सा
opponent, maybe
पेज
do a little bit of
बनाया है
opening
दिखाऊं तुम
preparation
लोग को
before that deciding match later today. And Serrano using his
या
time
फिर
edge to
मैचेस
try and
देखने
figure
हैं
out
ऐसी
how to
पेंको
proceed. He has taken on a lot of
ऐसी पेंको
responsibility with
पालवर
the
की
white piece, and he's
की
down a pawn. He's
excuse
pushed the
me
pawns in front of his king. So if he doesn't continue with some
excuse
precise
me
play here, Black
bro
could easily
कैसे
overtake the
लूं
initiative.
मैं
When he goes bishop out, I was wondering if
मैं
pawn to
तुम लोग
C5
हंसोगे
was
मैं
a
तो
threat, but
खेलती भी
maybe
नहीं
then the
हूँ
bishop could give a check to the
मैं
king. So
बिल्कुल
he's
ध्यान ही
trying
नहीं है क्या कैसे होता
to
है
stop that in a different fashion.
Yeah, I like this move, bringing the bishop to F3.
थोड़ा
He opens
ज्यादा
up
ही
his
फनी हो
rook to
जाएगा
join the
वो फिर सिखाना नहीं सब हंसेंगे सब मजाक उड़ाएंगे मेरा सीना वाला मैच ही तो चल रहा है ये लो ये देखना है तो हम बताएंगे मूव मैंने ट्राई किया था 10 लोग 10 अलग मूव बता रहे थे दिमाग खराब हो गया था अडॉप्शन इज द 10 विन ये सब कौन कैसे टर्म्स है भाई मेरे को नहीं समझ में आ रहा है मेरा भाई अभी घर पे नहीं है दूसरा भाई है घर पे वो नहीं खेलेगा छोड़ो चैट मैच ही देख लो अभी ट्रिबल जियोगे सर चेस लूडो पैलवर्ड कर लो चूज आप मैं तो पैलवर्ड बोल रही थी 1 घंटा मस्त चिलिंग्स हो जाएगी
Yeah, the most obvious move would be to bring that rook from the corner to the open file, but then Sina can just take the rook in the center, the other rook recaptures, we bring our rook yet again, and two exchanges should be alright for black. But I
By
don't
the
see
way मैं
any
एक चीज भूल ही
particularly
गई
tempting alternative right now.
गाइस मुझे ये गिफ्ट मिला है न्यू
And yeah,
कीबोर्ड
there we go. He does play the most natural move. He was looking for something better.
स्क्रीन
Doesn't
पे
find it.
दिखाना ही
Just
भूल गई
plays
थी
the move on that he would
न्यू
make on
गिफ्ट
autopilot.
न्यू
And
कीबोर्ड
yeah, now it seems like Black has a
सेंट
simple
बाय
choice. They can
शिवांशु
trade rooks, bring the other rook in. He's
डब्ल्यू
up a pawn,
शिवांशु हो
so
जाए चैट
trades
में
are
मैंने अभी
generally
तक
going to
ओपन
favor
नहीं
the
किया है
Black pieces.
There he
And
goes.
there we see it.
क्योंकि मुझे एक तो मेरा टेबल
More
साफ
or less
करना है
completing development.
कौन
having
सा
all the
है ये
pieces in
ओला
play, of course, a
AUL
knight
करके
sitting on
ब्रांड
the
है
rim is maybe not
F75
ideal.
Max
But there's nothing fundamentally
एंड
wrong
ये
with the black
वायर्ड भी
position.
है,
Looks like he took
वायरलेस
that
भी है, और
early
मेरे पे वैसे वायरलेस
bullet,
कीबोर्ड
and
है
maybe
नहीं,
Sarana was relying
तो
on
मैं
that all
इसको
that rook
ट्राई
to4,
करके
checking the
देखूंगी.
queen, f4,
बट मुझे
b4.
मेरा टेबल ना काफी
Lesser
गंदा है, मुझे
players
गंदे
could
टेबल
have
पे
panicked
लगाना नहीं
there.
है, इसलिए मैंने अभी
Not
निकाला नहीं है
seen it.
इसको.
Yeah, he
तो
saw through all of the complications.
टेबल
And now
साफ
he's
करके फिर इसको
comfortable with the
सेटअप
pawn
करके
up, though
ट्राई
we should
करूंगी
say.
कैसा है.
The engine still thinks white has
आप तो
full
भाई
compensation for the pawn. White is not really worse here.
कब आई थी मैं? 10th को घर पहुंची थी रात
It's
को.
always a bit
10
unpleasant to be a
तारीख
pawn
को
down,
रात
'cause you
को
know
10
one wrong
बजे मैं
move
घर
and
पहुंची
then
थी.
you could just be busted.
After
Yeah, also the
32
computer
hours of
Jessica is
travel.
always assuming he plays against himself and then he can equalize because he's so good at defending positions a pawn
Super
down.
exhausting.
But for puny humans, that pawn is in the back of your head and you want to do something about it.
Yeah, the point of white's play is not to just defend some position and pawn down. He wants some activity.
अब
He
अपने
wants to
मैचेस
win
का
the game.
बेसिक
He's
50
playing
को
with the
है.
white pieces. It's a 2-game match.
10 को
You don't
10
put some
पे
pressure. If you don't
yes.
score with white, you're in a lot of danger
अच्छा
in that
तुम लोग
next
वो
game.
जियोगे सर बोल रहे हो ना, ट्राई करूं? जियोगे सर? मुझे दिख क्यों नहीं रहा है? ये आरपी आफ्टर 8 होगी ना किक पे? हाँ, अब रात को ही जा पाऊंगी. बोस्टर नाच क्यों नहीं रहा? बोस्टर कहाँ से आ गया? फनाटिक देख के बोल रहे हो तुम? चश्मा लगाऊं? चश्मा? क्या चश्मा लुक्स नाइस नो. अबे लॉगिन क्यों मांगने लग जाता है ये? अब लॉगिन करना पड़ेगा क्या? डू आई हैव टू लॉग इन? जयपुर वॉच पार्टी में नहीं गए? नहीं यार, मैं नहीं गई और मैं मोस्टली अभी कई दिनों तक कहीं जाऊंगी भी नहीं. मैं जयपुर वॉच पार्टी प्लान कर रही थी बट मैंने मॉर्टल को फिर बोला क्योंकि मेरे स्किन पे एक्जिमा हो रखा है, तो लाइक आई एम नॉट गना गो आउट फॉर फ्यू डेज जब तक ये ठीक नहीं हो जाता. क्योंकि ऑब्वियसली वॉच पार्टी में जाऊंगी आई विल हैव टू अप्लाई मेकअप एंड लॉट्स ऑफ स्टफ, एंड अभी मुझे कुछ नहीं लगाना है मुंह पे. मेरे लिटरली पूरा इधर तुम लोग को दिख नहीं रहा है क्योंकि अभी वो सूख गया है. पूरा मेडिकेशन लगा हुआ है इतने एरिया में. सुबह शाम बस मेडिकेटेड ऑइंटमेंट्स जो है वो लगाने पड़ रहे हैं मुझे. सो इज इट सीरियस ब्रो? मतलब उतना ज्यादा नहीं हुआ है थैंकफुली, बट मेरे लिए तो है क्योंकि बहुत इची इची हो रहा था. अभी एक दिन से काफी बेटर है. पूरे पेरिस ट्रिप पे मेरी बैंड बजी हुई थी. परेशान हो गई थी मैं. कुछ ना कुछ होता ही है मुझे, कहीं बाहर जाऊं तो मैं शांति से घूम ही नहीं पाती हूँ. कैसे होता है ये? पहले तो ऐसा नहीं था. डॉक्टर ने तो यही बोला कि वेदर चेंज की वजह से हुआ है उधर, क्योंकि बहुत धूप में भी घूमी मैं एंड एकदम से ठंडी भी थी, तो सब वजह से हुआ. डॉक्टर ने ये बोला है. वैसे भी मेरी स्किन बहुत सेंसिटिव है, मुझे बहुत ध्यान रखना पड़ता है. मेकअप से भी मुझे बीटी होती है, इसके लिए मैं मेकअप बहुत रेयरली करती हूँ. बहुत दिक्कतें हैं गाइज. ये कैसे चलता है गाइज? ये पहले तो ऐसा नहीं दिखता था. एक्सप्लोर द वर्ल्ड ये करना है क्या मुझे? चलो. हम्म. ले दो. हाँ गाइस, क्या है ये? कैसे चलता है? वर्ल्ड बाय जियो गेसर. प्ले. सब्सक्राइब. अरे नहीं करना ना, फ्री में खेलने दो भाई. होम स्क्रीन से प्ले. अच्छा ये. ओ ये कहाँ हूँ मैं? Where am I, bro? भाई ये तो ना हो पाए। कौन सी भाई सड़क पे छोड़ दिया, आसपास कुछ है भी नहीं, खेतों में छोड़ दिया, ये तो इंडिया है। कचरा नहीं दिख रहा मुझे उतना, तो नॉट इंडिया। अबे एक सेकंड, इंडिया ही लग रहा है ये, रुको। ओ है, कचरा है थोड़ा बहुत, थोड़ा बहुत कचरा है। अबे ऐसे घर तो इंडिया में ही होते हैं। नहीं बट स्टिल काफी साफ है। आई एम कंफ्यूज्ड। गड्ढे नहीं है सड़क पे। हाँ एक्चुअली गड्ढे नहीं है, सड़क भी बहुत अच्छी है। देखो कितनी साफ, सीधी सी, टेढ़ी मेढ़ी नहीं है इधर। टेढ़ी मेढ़ी मतलब ऐसे नहीं, ऐसे एकदम स्ट्रेट। गड्ढे नहीं है, टूटी हुई रोड नहीं है, नॉट इंडिया। ये कहाँ हो सकता है? ऐसे तो कैसे ढूंढूं मैं? कोई आसपास की फेमस जगह तो दिखा। कैसे होता है गाइस, ये मेरे को आता नहीं, मैंने खेला नहीं है जियो के सर। इधर उधर दूर कैसे जाऊं मैं? दूर नहीं जा सकती। अच्छा ये तो पिन बोल रहा है। मुझे दूर का देखना है, दूर का। ऐसे ही, अरे कुछ फेमस जगह दिखाना भाई। गेम टाइम ही नहीं है, 20 सेकेंड्स। मैं तुक्का मार रही हूँ। भाड़ में जाए, टाइम ही नहीं है। ओह ओ शिट, उरुग्वे था ये। क्लू, रोड साइन, ग्रीन स्टोन, किलोमीटर मार्कर्स, ग्रीन पेंटेड स्टोन, किलोमीटर मार्कर्स आर यूनिक टू उरुग्वे। ओह कुछ नया सीखा। टू फेस्ड बॉलर्स इन उरुग्वे आर फुली वाइट ऑन द फ्रंट एंड फुली येलो ऑन द बैक। कोई चैट में बोला था, पर मैंने का चैट का सुन के नहीं खेलना ना, या चैट का सुन के खेलना है तो बताओ। ये तो रशिया में कहीं है, ये देखो, ये रशियन है ना जो लिखा है। लिखा तो रशियन है। हेलो, आप कहाँ रहते हो बता दो मुझे प्लीज। नंबर प्लेट भी भाई ब्लर करके रखा है। हम्म cover of वो municipality। ये क्या लिखा है? टूरिस्ट इंफॉर्मेशन पेरे। फ्लैग कहाँ दिख गया बे तुम लोग को? बड़े ही तेज हो, मुझे क्यों नहीं दिखा फ्लैग? Am I blind? तुम लोग को फ्लैग कहाँ दिखा? मुझे तो पेड़ दिख रहा है मस्त। पेप्सी है इधर, पेप्सी। हो रहा फ्लैग, 2 फ्लैग है इधर। यार ये ब्लू वाला मुझे पता था कहाँ का होता है, मैं भूल गई। नबाबा ताबो, ओ माय गॉड। छोड़ो भाई, मैं तुक्का मारूंगी। रशिया तो बहुत बड़ा है। भाई रशिया तो बहुत बड़ा है। ब्लू वाला ईयू का है। मुझे लग रहा है ये रशिया नहीं है। चलो, चैट में किसी ने बुल्गारिया बोला है। टाइम नहीं है, मैं ये कर रही हूँ। कहाँ था? ओ, बुल्गारिया ही था, बस जगह दूर थी। कौन सी जगह थी? नाम ही नहीं दिख रहा। गब्रोवो। भाई बुल्गारिया सही था, डब्ल्यू पे। भाई ये कहाँ मुझे इस सड़कों के बीच में छोड़ रहा है गेम। ऐसे कैसे ढूंढूंगी मैं? यहाँ बोर्ड पे कुछ लिखा हुआ दिख सकता है क्या? ओए, ये कहाँ है? कोक्सोला, कोक्सोला। ये वो साइन अलग है। यहाँ नहीं जा सकती मैं? क्या बात कर रहे हो? वहां क्यों नहीं जा सकती मैं? कोक्सोला, हंगरी। अबे सारे मेरे को तो गांव एक जैसे लग रहे हैं। भाई इधर कुछ है भी नहीं आसपास जिससे अपन समझ सके क्या सीन है। छोड़ो, तुक्का मारते हैं। यूरोप की कोई कंट्री का तुक्का मारते हैं अपन। भाई वो तो उनमें से कोई भी सकती है। स्विट्जरलैंड नहीं है फॉर श्योर। मतलब होना नहीं चाहिए मेरे हिसाब से। उसके अलावा हंगरी लगाओ। लैंग्वेज तो यूरोपियन ही है। यूरोप में मोस्टली कंट्रीज में आई थिंक जर्मन चलती है, मोस्टली। हंगरी करते हैं, चलो तुम लोग कह रहे तो हंगरी में कलोक्स, यही तो लिखा था 200 मीटर इधर से। बाट्या फोक्टो, बाट्या फोक्टो। यही तो नाम था। उसके आसपास वही सोच रही हूँ, क्या करूँ उसके आसपास। टेस्को, छोड़ो बेटा, इसको कर रही हूँ अब मैं। 62 किलोमीटर दूर, आए हाय, यहाँ था। भाई वो नाम नाम दिख गया। ओनली इंडिया सेलेक्ट कर सकते हैं। अपन फ्री वाला खेल रहे हैं, आई थिंक ज्यादा ऑप्शन है नहीं अपने पास। ओए एक सेकेंड, भाई ये इंडिया है क्या? भाई 1 सेकंड, नहीं नहीं, ये तो कुछ और लैंग्वेज है भाई। एक बार के लिए फर्स्ट लुक में इंडिया जैसा लगा मुझे। 0707, ये कैसा नंबर है? ये कौन सी लैंग्वेज है? ये तो मैंने पहली बार देखी है। पर ये एशियाई लग रहा है मेरे को घर के डिजाइन से, कोई एशियन कंट्री है। किसी की शक्ल नहीं दिख रही क्या? भाई ये इंडोनेशिया उनमें से कुछ लग रहा है मुझे। ये लैंग्वेज का आइडिया नहीं है, बट दैट इज अ प्रॉब्लम। कॉल करके पूछ लो। कंबोडिया, तुम लोग को फिर से फ्लैग दिख गया? अबे मुझे ही नहीं दिखते हैं क्या फ्लैग? कहाँ है फ्लैग? मुझे क्यों नहीं दिख रहा? एम आई ब्लाइंड? आई डोंट सी। नंबर प्लेट सारी ब्लर है, सारी ब्लर है। भाई कौन सा फ्लैग है? किधर है फ्लैग? श्रीलंका? कंबोडिया कह रहे हैं सब। कहाँ होता है कंबोडिया? अबे नहीं, ऐसे ही टिक किया मैंने। कंबोडिया कहाँ होता है चैट? तेरा कर दूं? होशीमिन, नॉमपेन। 28 किलोमीटर! आए हाय, एकदम पास में की हूँ मैं, एकदम पास में। नॉट बिहार फॉर श्योर। वाओ भाई 28 किलोमीटर, क्रेजी क्रेजी। भाई मैं, तुम लोग को तो काफी नॉलेज है, मैं तो क्लूलेस। एक तो मुझे फर्स्ट लुक में हर जगह इंडिया जैसी ही लगती है। बॉम्बे, एयर दे सर्विस बॉम्बे। एयर दे सर्विस मतलब एयरपोर्ट होगा आसपास। बम्बई क्या है? एयर द सर्विस बम्बे। अबे यार ये इस डायरेक्शन में क्यों भेज रहा है? मुझे उस डायरेक्शन में जाना है। बट ये रेगिस्तान क्यों है? फ्रांस में रेगिस्तान है क्या? फ्रांस में ऐसी जगह? नहीं भाई, देर आर नो क्लूज भाई। मुझे उस डायरेक्शन में जाना है बट जाने ही नहीं दे रहा। रुको, स्पेन, स्पेन हो सकता है शायद। भाई बम्बे ढूंढती हूँ। बम्बे कहाँ है? बम्बे, बम्बे। बिलबाओ मिल गया, बिलबाओ। अफ्रीकन? ना मिल रहा भाई ये तो। अफ्रीका, अफ्रीका में बम्बे, बम्बे कहाँ है? बम्बे, कोई बम्बे नहीं दिख रहा है मुझे इधर। आई डोंट सी एनी बम्बे। क्या पता छोटा गांव हो बम्बे। सेनेगल है? ये तुम लोग चैट जीपीटी कर रहे हो ना? अब तो एक्सेप्ट कर लो, अब तो एक्सेप्ट कर ही लो। अबे सेनेगल कहाँ होता है? ये रहा छोटा सा। मिल गया बम्बे। सारे चैट जीपीटी यूजर्स है चैट में। मैं स्मार्ट समझ रही थी चैट को, अब समझ में आ गया मुझे क्या कर रहे हो तुम लोग। मतलब कोई सेनेगल गेस करेगा वो तो क्रेजी है। फिर हो गया फ्री वाला खत्म। यू अर्न फर्स्ट सिल्वर मेडल, क्या बात है। हो गया ना, फ्री में शायद इतना ही खेल सकते हैं। है ना, एवरी गेम डिस्टेंस रिड्यूसिंग। यप 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 यप, दैट इज ट्रू। ये देख लेते हैं अब तो। Yan जीत गया एक गेम।
The final game, and as you say, the first part of the game, Andrei Yasipenko had a lot to be happy about. He did play dynamic chess, he got his kind of position, but once Jan Nepomniachtchi took control of the attack, he never let him back into the game. And this one, we go into game 2. Andrei Yasipenko will start with the white pieces.
Okay, and not much of a break here. The players will kick off any second now, get straight back into it. Lessons for Andrei Yasipenko, he just has to play a bit quicker. His opening preparation kind of paid off in the last one. He got a double-edged game. He'll want something equally dynamic in a must-win situation now. And another English opening. And this time it will not be transposing immediately, not yet at least, to the Queen's Gambit declined, as we see Jan play his World Championship repertoire. Two-time World Championship finalist, of course. He knows this stuff inside out. Rock solid for black.
Not something many chess players can boast of, winning 2 candidates back-to-back. Jan Nepomniachtchi played his first match against Magnus Carlsen, his second match against Ding Liren. And here he is at the EWC stage, looking for a spot at the playoffs, the biggest stage right now in the esports world. Takes that pawn, the entire center is off the board. And I have to say, with the black pieces, when you're Jan, you're looking for a draw in this one. This is a dream outcome from the opening. It's a dream outcome from the opening.
Exactly. Jan has pretty much put all of his eggs in one basket. He's saying, I've studied this, I know this, I've looked at this for a World Championship match.
No वालों 5 मैं खेलती करूँ वालों, मैंने छोड़ दिया है। I will play वालों कभी जब मेरे पास और कुछ खेलने को नहीं होगा. Only then I will play वालों.
He's still living in the past.
I'm
He's still
kind of
remembering
done.
that first game, but he needs to just focus here and now. The opening, I think for White here, not keeping the tension.
क्या
rushing
यज्ञेश
into an
वापस
endgame,
लिख सकते हो?
that shows
यज्ञेश, I
he's
mean,
still
sorry.
stuck in that final few moments of the previous game.
And that is the hardest battle that a chess player fights. The battle not against the opponent, but against their own mind. And for Yasipenko, that seems like the bigger one right now. And the position that he has in a must-win game. The big question, how do you create your chances? The queens are off the board. 2 sets of minor pieces off the board.
Beginners should have played this mainstream games. What do you
Sometimes
suggest?
in must-win situations, you need to play a bit offbeat. You need to surprise your opponent.
देखो mainstream games में तो पुराने streamers को भी कहाँ response मिलता है. अब मेरे को ही देख लो. तो काफी देखो टफ है वैसे, क्योंकि कंपटीशन बहुत है अभी.
He hasn't given him too many big decisions. I'm expecting the white knight now to leap forward into the position, but
इंडियन ऑडियंस को क्या है वो ज्यादा पसंद है कि एंटरटेनिंग हो.
A bishop or a pawn next, and still very drawish.
मतलब गेमिंग ऑडियंस को रीच करना बहुत टफ है.
Scenario, Jan looking away, still clearly.
So कोई ऐसा गेम होना चाहिए जिससे
taken any time, and it could be forced right now by Jan. He could hit that knight with his bishop.
कैसे एक्सप्लेन करूं मैं?
Andre into an opposite color bishop endgame.
मतलब depends on personality भाई and reason कि वो passion के लिए कर रहा है या फिर career बनाने कर रहा है, ये सब भी बहुत matter करता है. Passion के लिए कर रहे तो भाई जो पसंद है वो खेलो. जैसे मैंने भी इतने सालों तक जो पसंद है वही खेला है, मैं नहीं खेलती थी. यहाँ लोग ये गेम देखेंगे मैं ये खेलती हूँ, मैंने किया ही नहीं वो चीज.
Yeah, Jan Nepomniachtchi, if he's able to defend correctly, we see the evaluation bar. A pawn isn't the most meaningful thing here, while the black rook might finally get active after the next couple of moves.
मुझे explain करने नहीं हो रहा actually, क्योंकि it's not that easy. इसका कोई एक answer नहीं है. बहुत सारे factors involved है.
Infiltration on the second rank as well. He's forcing matters here.
मैं तो बस अपना experience के according बता सकती हूँ.
Body language from Yasipenko doesn't show too much hope right now. He needs to grab a pawn. At least you have something to cling on to. Yes, it might be objectively close to level, but you have something to maneuver with a bit later. You hope the clocks tick down. You hope to keep that pawn as long as possible, and still grinding potential. But yeah, you need to keep the speed here. And the fact that he's paused, shaking his head a little bit, shows he's not really full of belief right now.
And he does go for it in a surprising capture, because this not only goes into an activity for the black rook,
Indonesia?
but also an opposite color bishop.
Arey
He
nahi,
could have
Sri
taken
Lanka
that pawn
hai.
with his own bishop, keeping an imbalance of an
Why last time you
versus
were
the dark square
you?
bishop, with a completely different approach there.
Yeah,
Attacks the rook,
nepotism.
Jan surprised as well. I'm expecting him to place that rook on the open D line, now threatening a second rank infiltration.
He's coming in, simple as that.
भाई जब भी ऐसा होता है ना चैट में जंग पाव की याद आ जाती है मुझे.
That would just be a draw. Opposite color bishops, like ships in the night, they bypass each other. Full blockade on the dark squares for black. Even a pawn down, easy draw. So the rooks have to stay on the board for Andrei Esipenko.
Instant handshake is what would happen if the rooks were to come off the board. But it looks
अरे
like
guys
it
रुको
is
ना,
Jan's
तुम लोग
rook
को
that's the more
थोड़ा सा
active one.
पासवर्ड खेलते हैं guys. तुम लोग को मैं दिखाऊं तो सही, क्योंकि टाइम नहीं मिलता यार, फिर पासवर्ड खेलने नहीं हो रहा है. मुझे बस मैच शुरू होने से पहले ही बता देना, अगर मेरा ध्यान दे रहे, पहले ही बता देना, ऐसा एंड मोमेंट नहीं, पहले ही. ये चेयर पे उल्लू है क्या? 2 उल्लू हैं. यहाँ नेपोटिज्म, आंद्रे एस्प्रेसो, ये देख लो नाम की धज्जियां उड़ाते हुए. Not according to you. Tell me the best chess player. Not according to me क्या होता है? What? मेरा बेस पूरा कंप्लीट नहीं है, बट मेरा उस दिन जब मैं आई थी, मैं टायर्ड थी ना, तो मुझे नींद नहीं आ रही थी, तब मैंने थोड़ा खेला था, क्योंकि आई वाज नॉट एबल टू स्लीप. ऑल्सो मेरा आरपी का तो कनेक्ट भी नहीं हो रहा था. खुद का नाम ले लो, बेस्ट चेस प्लेयर. श्योर मैन, श्योर. भाई बेस्ट तो मैग्नस ही है गाइस अभी तो, और क्या. ब्रो हैज इन्फिनाइट ऑरा. बेस पूरा कंप्लीट नहीं है, बट मुझे पॉट ने यही कहा था कि सकुरा वाले पे अपन अपना फार्मिंग बेस रखेंगे, तो मैंने उसके अकॉर्डिंग ही फिर किया थोड़ा बहुत जो किया. फिर मैंने देखा कि पॉट ने इतनी सारी नई चीजें लगा दी. एक तो वो चीजें मैंने गेम में देखी ही नहीं थी, क्योंकि मैं उतना खेली नहीं थी, फिर मैं चली गई. भाई इतनी सारी नई चीजें लगा रखी है पॉट ने, मुझे समझ ही नहीं आ रही थी भाई. तो मुझे ये भी समझा कि अभी फार्मिंग का जरूरत ही नहीं है, पता है. उसने वो छोटे छोटे से कुछ लगा के रखे हैं, पता नहीं क्या है वो. क्या देखी है? आपने ऑब्सेशन देखी है? अच्छा ऑब्सेशन नहीं, मैंने नहीं देखी. भाई ये देखो गाइस, पॉट की स्ट्रीम पे जिन्होंने नहीं देखा, पॉट ने क्या क्रेजी बेस बनाया है. पता है, ये जो पानी में था इधर वाला हटा के आगे ले आया. मैं गेम में आई 10 दिन बाद, मैं यहाँ पानी में स्पॉन हुई हूँ. मैं सोच रही हूँ मैं पानी में क्यों हूँ, बेस कहाँ गया. फिर देखा आगे एक बड़ा सा बेस दिख रहा है मुझे. ये देखो पॉट ने क्या क्रेजी बेस बनाया है. इंसेन, इंसेन. I bred and made like 100 enemies just to have one with greatest abilities. 100 is a very small number. आप अगर सुनोगे ना मैंने कितने पैल्स ब्रीड किए, आप पागल हो जाओगे. AI बेस है गाइस, ये देखो. अबे ये कब कर दिया? ये बदला है पॉट ने, ऐसा नहीं था ये जब मैंने लास्ट देखा. बट तुम बेस देख रहे हो? ऐसी मूवी नहीं देखी। ऐसा क्या है उसमें? अभी सिर्फ पॉटी खेल रहा है आपके अलावा? नहीं, कुछ कुछ लोग खेलते हैं। मैंने सबसे कम खेला है गाइस इस बार, क्योंकि वॉच पार्टी था, फिर आरपी था, फिर ट्रैवल आ गया, बहुत चीजें आ गई एक साथ। और जब शुरू हुआ था ये सर्वर तब मैं बीमार थी। सो टू मैनी थिंग्स। देख रहे हो? बट मस्त बनाया ना एकदम। ये अभी कुछ कर रहा है पॉट इधर, मुझे नहीं पता। अच्छा, वो मुझे कह रहा था उसको स्काई गार्डन बनाना है। हाँ, तो आई गेस वही ट्राई कर रहा है वो। यार आई विश मैं ज्यादा खेल पा रही होती। इस बार मेरा पालवर्ड का मतलब फन रुइन हुआ है बहुत, खेल ही नहीं पाई मैं। बट मस्त बनाया ना पॉट ने। मैं यहाँ स्पॉन हुई थी पता है अभी, मैं उस दिन जब आई इधर किधर यहाँ स्पॉन हुई थी पानी में, फिर देखा सामने बड़ा सा बेस। पहले इधर था वो बेस। इधर पॉट ने 2 पाल बॉक्स लगाया है, 2 को जोड़ के बनाया है। एक इधर है, एक आगे है। मैंने सनरीच वाला अभी तक नहीं देखा, जाके पॉट ने उधर कुछ किया है क्या। Abhinav, thanks for the 200 Jews. Thank you so much. मस्त है। यप, चेस का मैच अराउंड 650 लगभग। 650 लिखा है इधर तो, 650 एंड देन 8 PM। गाइस ये मैंने बनाया है, अभी इनकम्प्लीट है, बट मेरे को ऐसा कोजी क्यूट वैसा ही चाहिए था, तो अभी वैसा है। हो सकता है मैं चेंजेस कर दूँ। ये है एंट्री। अरे यार ये गेट का ना इन्होंने शायद फिक्स कर दिया। मैंने वो दूसरे तरीके से लगाया ना गेट, ये लोग ने वो ग्लिच के एक ट्रिक है से ग्लिच टाइप, वो इन्होंने फिक्स कर दिया शायद, क्योंकि अब ये देखो हो नहीं रहा है गेट, ये ऐसे नहीं होना चाहिए। हाँ, बड़ी मुश्किल से ओपन हुआ है, बंद नहीं करूँगी मैं। ये अभी पूरा कंप्लीट नहीं है, इधर भी डेकोरेशन वगैरह होगा। तो ये प्लांटेशन है। यहाँ पे मैं सोच रही हूँ कि खुद का ये बेस पे अब ज्यादा चीजों की जरूरत है या नहीं पता नहीं, क्योंकि मैं तो खेली ही नहीं हूँ, मुझे कुछ पता ही नहीं है कि चल क्या रहा है। तो देखती हूँ, अगर यहाँ ज्यादा चीजों की जरूरत नहीं हुई या तो यहाँ स्टोरेज रूम बनाऊंगी या फिर कोई बेडरूम टाइप बना दूंगी। स्टैक किए ही नहीं मैंने, मुझे गंदे लगते हैं स्टैक, मेरे को ऐसा क्लीन लुक पसंद है। ये ऑयल नोड्स को तो मैंने कवर कर दिया है, गंदा दिखता है वो। ये अंदर भी अभी इनकम्प्लीट है, अभी तो ऐਵੇਂ ही लगा रखा है चीजें। बेडरूम नीड्स विंडो, इसके लिए मैंने यहाँ बनाया फॉर नाउ। दिस इज माई रूम। ये है पैल्स का घर, ये भी पूरा नहीं हुआ है अभी। तो सोच रही हूँ यहाँ ऊपर मैं सोच रही हूँ कुछ और बनाने, देखूंगी। यहाँ से वॉल ट्री दिखता है, यहाँ से बेटर दिखता है बड़ी विंडो। एक सेकेंड, ऊपर मुझे इसको डबल करना चाहिए था ना, पता नहीं। ओ देखो ऊपर चांपाल। ये देखो पीछे फुल पेड़ ही पेड़, फुल पेड़ ही पेड़। यहाँ पे ऐसा बैठने का बना सकते हैं। वो क्या है ना, जब रेगुलर खेलते रहते हो तो पता होता है कौन सी चीज कहाँ चाहिए, क्या क्या नीडेड है, बेस पे सब लगा दो। अभी इतना पता ही नहीं है मुझे क्योंकि मैं खेल ही नहीं रही हूँ, तो अभी एवं ही है, एवं ही है अभी। अभी देखती हूँ सनरीच पे क्या किया है पॉट। और ये देखो, ये देखो, मैं आई और मैंने ये देखा है, मैं आई इतने दिनों बाद, ये देखो पॉट अल्टीमेट शिरोरोरो पैकेज। और यहाँ सारी नई चीजें जो मेरे अनलॉक भी नहीं है, सब भर के रखा है पॉट ने। ये नहीं, ये तो एवं ही है। मैं कहा आओ भाई, क्रेजी, दैट इज क्रेजी नो। पूरा स्टॉक मेरे लिए अलग से बना के रख के गया है वो। मैंने यूज ही नहीं किया। प्लाज्मा मल्टी कटर, टाइटल चेंजर है, अभी मैचेस है बस। शौर्य ने एक भेज के लिखा है सेंडिंग 1। ठीक है भाई, विंग्स भी आए थे रील में, बहुत कम गोल्ड है। कर लूँ गाइस ये सब अब यूज, इक्विप कर लूँ भाई, गोल्ड तो कुछ ज्यादा ही है। ये देखो डिजिट बॉक्स में आ भी नहीं रहा है, बाहर चला गया। 8 बॉक्स में फिट तक नहीं आ रहा है उधर, इनसेन। मेरे ये देखो सब लेजेंडरी है ना, मेरे पे देखो सब पुराना है। ये मैंने बना लिया था, ये जरूर मैंने बना लिया था। विंग मैंने यूज भी नहीं किए हैं, सब रखा है क्या? रुको, ओ एंशिएंट हेल्म भी है, ओ डैम। ये कौन सी है? प्लाज्मा राइफल, इसमें आमो कौन सा डलता है? टैक्टिकल ग्रेनेड, ये तो मेरे खुला ही नहीं होगा अभी, आगे जाके होगा। प्लाज्मा राइफल, आमो ही नहीं है, ये सब बाद में ले लेंगे फिर। ड्रोन लॉन्चर, ये भी वेपन है, ये ले लेती हूँ अभी। ये सब लगा लेते हैं। ये कहाँ लगता है? ग्लाइडर्स, ओ ये ग्लाइडर है, ओ माय गॉड क्रेजी। सब लगा लिया ना मैंने नया, या डैम ब्रो, मैं रिच हो गई एकदम से गाइस, भाई साहब। दो क्यों है मेरे पास? पुराना सामान नीचे रख देती हूँ so that it does not mix, नया सामान ऊपर। रुको, अरे यार हुआ नहीं, रुको। मैं पहले कैसे करती थी? वोट फॉर एसिडवेल ई स्पोर्ट्स अवार्ड अलॉन्ग विथ स्नैक्स एंड थग। चलो शौर्य 1 रुपए भेज रहे हो पर बातें अच्छी कर रहे हो गाइस, तुम लोग भी। अबे मैंने पिन किया था ना यार, मैंने मैसेज पिन तो किया था स्ट्रीम शुरू करने से पहले। पिन है, मुझे नहीं दिख रहा भाई यूट्यूब। गाइस दिख रहा है ना तुम लोग को? तो ठीक है फिर। तो गाइस वोट करें जाके, ठीक है? डोंट फॉरगेट, तीनों को वोट करें। रुको यार, मैं उड़ना भूल गई इस गेम में। कैसे उड़ती थी मैं? भाई मैं उड़ क्यों नहीं पा रही हूँ? मेरा अनलॉक्ड नहीं है इसलिए है क्या ऐसा? आई एम कंफ्यूज्ड। थैंक यू शौर्य। ये देखो ग्लाइडर चल ही नहीं रहा मेरा, क्या सीन है? Portable glider enables slide, consumes wing cell to propel the user through the skies. विंग सेल तो अलग से रखने पड़ते हैं। विंग सेल क्या सीन है? ये नहीं पता मुझे। विंग सेल, विंग सेल, विंग सेल अलग से होता है क्या कुछ? गाइस मेरे को नहीं पता, क्योंकि मैं उस लेवल पे पहुंची ही नहीं हूँ ना। ये रहा विंग सेल, तो ये तो मेरे पास नहीं है, मैं बना भी नहीं सकती। पॉट के बेस से चुराना पड़ेगा गाइस, रुको। क्या पॉट ने बना के रखे होंगे लेकिन विंग सेल? दैट इज अ गुड क्वेश्चन। नहीं है, नहीं उड़ सकती मैं। ओ नो, इधर भी हाउस रॉबरी। एक्सक्यूज मी, सेम गिल्ड में है हम। नहीं है गाइस, विंग सेल तो नहीं है। जी जी, अभी पुराना ग्लाइडर ही यूज करना पड़ेगा। अरे बना नहीं सकती ना मैं जब तक मेरा अनलॉक्ड है, मतलब लॉक्ड है, अनलॉक बोल रही हूँ। मैच शुरू तो नहीं हो रहा है ना? इनका आर्मेगेडन पहुंच गया। रख देते हैं हम विंग्स को। अभी हम उड़ नहीं सकते हैं क्योंकि हाइपर ग्लाइडर से ही काम चलाएंगे। तो अभी मैं कुछ कर सकती हूँ क्या? यहाँ पे कुछ बनाया है क्या पॉट ने? लेट्स सी। वो वाला बेस नहीं देखा मैंने। अरे भाई इधर भी बनाया है। मुझे लगा पॉट दूसरी जगह पे बनाएगा, उसको ये जगह पसंद। अच्छा इधर बेसिक ही बनाया। अच्छा ये ब्रीडिंग फार्म है पॉट का। एक सेकेंड, एक सेकेंड। ब्रीडिंग पेन्स तो नहीं दिख रहे मुझे. आई एम कंफ्यूज्ड. हाँ, व्हाट? आई एम कंफ्यूज्ड. ब्रीडिंग पेन्स भी चेंज थोड़ी हो गए हैं. अंडे हैं सिर्फ यहाँ पे. व्हाट? तो ब्रीडिंग कहाँ हो रही है? स्टॉपिंग ब्रीडिंग. एक सेकेंड. अबे ब्रीडिंग का भी चेंज हो गया है क्या? नहीं. हाँ, इसमें ब्रीडिंग होती है अब. क्या बात कर रहे हो? एंशियंट. ओह, एडवांस ब्रीडिंग फैसिलिटी. एंशियंट वो भाई साहब. भाई इन्होंने सब कुछ वैसा कर दिया है, मतलब गेम में एकदम छोटा छोटा सब कुछ एंशियंट कर दिया है. हाँ, ये तो सही है. बेइतनी कम जगह लेता है ये. वाओ, दैट्स क्रेजी. दैट्स क्रेजी. कॉम्पैक्ट हो गया सब. काफी ज्यादा कॉम्पैक्ट. काफी ज्यादा. पता है इतनी छोटी कर दिया ना अब सब चीजें. अब तुम एक ही बहुत बड़ा मेजर बेस बना सकते हो. पता है अलग अलग बेस बनाने की अब जरूरत नहीं है, क्योंकि उन्होंने सब कुछ बहुत वैसा कर दिया है. एक ना एकदम बड़ा ग्रैंड बेस बनाना चाहिए वहां पे सब कुछ. उधर तुम 2 3 4 पैल बॉक्स लगा दो एक साथ. दैट वुड बी नाइस. मैं गुम हो गई. और मैं जो दिखा रही थी ना फार्म, इधर है देखो. मैच स्टार्ट अभी कहाँ? वो दिखा रहे हैं बस, बट चल रही हूँ मैं. ये तो ग्रुप बी है. जो अपन प्लांटेशन लगाते हैं ना उसकी जगह बताऊं क्या है अब? ये रहा. ये देखो. इसमें टोमेटो उग रहा है. इसमें कुछ नहीं है. इसमें टोमेटो उग रहा है. इसमें लेटस उग रहा है. देखो कितना कम जगह ले रहा है. देख रहे हो? हाँ, इतना छोटू सा. बट देन इट डज नॉट लुक नाइस, क्योंकि फार्म का फीलिंग नहीं दे रहा. तो मुझे अभी भी वो अच्छा लगता है. इसको देख के लग ही नहीं रहा ये फार्म है. बट हाँ, हर चीज ऐसी हो गई है अभी. फ्यूचरिस्टिक लुक आ गया है. बट देन वही बात है, अब ना एक बड़ा बेस बनाओ, उसमें सब लगा दो. बेस तो मस्त बनाया यार पॉट ने, लेकिन आई कैन सी द मेहनत. ये देखो ऊपर. मस्त है ना एकदम. मैंने तो आते ही यही देखा. मैंने कहा भाई क्या बना दिया. क्रेजी. वेरी क्रेजी. वेरी वेरी क्रेजी. रिसोर्सेज के लिए तो है ही ग्राइंड. भाई पार्टी कर रहा है अकेले. मैं तो खेली ही नहीं हूँ. मैं यही सोचा अब मुझे जब भी टाइम मिलेगा ना मैं आऊँगी. मैं भी रिसोर्सेज ग्राइंड कर दूंगी कि पॉट को हेल्प भी हो जाएगा इसलिए. चलो गाइस अब कल्टी मार लेते हैं इधर से. ये देखो माइनिंग का भी. और क्रोमाइट भी आ गया. मैंने इधर देखा क्रोमाइट भी है इसमें. सब कुछ अब एक जैसा दिखता है. मैं तो कंफ्यूज हो जाती हूँ पता है कौन सी चीज क्या है, क्योंकि मैंने खुद से, मेरा अनलॉक्ड नहीं है ना. सब एक जैसा दिखता है मुझे. सबका सब एक जैसा दिखता है. मैं फिट क्विट कर रही थी अभी। चलो गाइस अब चेसी देखते हैं। कुछ ज्यादा फ्यूचर, ये अब सब कुछ पैसा हो गया है फ्यूचरिस्टिक।
Very comfortable indeed, and Nemo, this is in fact a qualification match. Whoever wins goes to the playoffs, get our 5th spots right with the others. Whoever loses, key is crushed.
It is going to be quite challenging for
Guys,
Nihal.
match
He
शुरू
did
होगा
play
कुछ देर में,
against Duda
just 2
earlier
minutes
this
में
year,
आएगा।
and unfortunately Duda beat him 3-0. So this is very much a revenge story here in the making.
That's right, revenge in the making. It seems like we have revenge written on every single matchup that we've had so far, but these two Titans are ready to battle. They're ready to take the stage. One moves forward, the other has their key crush. It's going to be Jan Krzysztof Duda versus Nihal Sarin on the stage just behind us.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our first qualification match right now. Tournament life on the line, of course, and the winner of this match will be back tomorrow in the playoffs, in the top 8. On the right side of your screen, you can see Nihal Sarin. He beat Wei Yi earlier. This format is his home. He's known for his speed, his accurate calculation, and his calm decision-making under pressure. He did it once today. Can he do it again?
And on the other side, we have Jan Krzysztof Duda, who has been one of Poland's leading chess players for more than a decade, becoming a grandmaster at only the age of 15. And right now, ladies and gentlemen, they're about to go to war as only one will qualify for the playoffs. It's time. Jan Krzysztof Duda versus Nihal Sarin.
What an entrance, and we have our very first decider. I'm Yovi, and joining me here to call all the action, it is my good friend Grandmaster Ben Feingold, and we are ready for the action that is gonna come.
Yeah, today's my favorite day of the competition because it's key crushing day, Yovi. Everybody gets their key crushed when they lose a match today, and this is one of the decider matches to see who plays tomorrow. We have one of my picks, Nihal Sarin versus Duda. This is one of the few matches where I don't think there's a big favorite. Their ratings are pretty similar. Their strengths are pretty similar. And I think probably Nihal is more known for his speed than Duda. Duda's also a fantastic blitz player, and it's going to be a great match. I can't wait to see whose key get crushed. Hopefully not my guy. I picked somebody yesterday. I can't have all my guys getting crushed. So I saw there was a poll of who do you think was going to win, and I was surprised. Nihal had 75% thinking he was going to win. I thought it would be closer than that, but Nihal probably has a lot of fans because he plays so much on the internet, has such a high internet rating. So they're playing on the internet now. They're about to get set up, got their heart rate monitors on. As was said earlier, Nihal's heart rate's always pretty low. It's a pretty cool customer. And I like what Mike Klein said, that his heart rate went up during the interviews more than during the game. So that's pretty funny. Anyways, having trouble adjusting his headset. Looks like they're about to get ready, Yovi. What do you think? What are your predictions for the match?
It's going to be a close one. It might even be decided by Armageddon. We have Jan Krzysztof Duda, his handle is Polish fighter, and that is his trademark brand of chess. It's aggressive, it's creative, and always he's down for that fight. And we have our move, Jan Krzysztof Duda playing with the white pieces. It is opening up with the queen pawn, and we're seeing Nihal opening up with the knight pawn. The pawn structure is pretty flexible for the time being, as we find out what is going to be Nihal's response. He's not quite comfortable with the headphones. Put it on. You can't hear us, Nihal.
He took the headset off so he could hear us do commentary. You can't do that.
You can't do that. And indeed, look, we have a classical, very traditional approach. Black marks their claim in the center.
Yeah, we've seen this a lot this tournament. Black's been playing. Speaking of not seeing anything in the tournament, H6. Yeah, that move I don't know. Stopping bishop G5. A lot of times at this level, black plays bishop to B4. Black still hasn't decided where he's going to put the bishop. Nihal has 3 squares for the bishop. He just leaves it on F8. Will he go to D6, E7, or B4? They're all possible. H6, not a very common move, but Duda played very quickly. And Nihal's still having trouble with his headset. I guess he wants to know what we think's going to happen.
Oh,
But we'll have to be quiet while his headset's off so he can't hear us.
Exactly, and that's going to be very difficult for us to keep quiet because this position, well, is brewing up for something interesting. H6, not a very popular move, but it sure is a trendy one as the players, they look to those parts of the beaten track, and here we come. We're seeing Nihal offering up a trade of dark squared bishops. Usually white takes it. Is Jan Christoph gonna go down that road? Is he gonna keep that tension on the board, drop back with the bishop, or even throw in the knight into the center, block it up? Okay, we have a trade.
This is why I'm a commentator, not a player. I spent the whole time commentating about how Nihal was a cool customer, has a low heart rate, and then I check and Duda's heart rate is much lower. So I guess Duda's the cool customer. Nihal had a higher heart rate than usual because of his headset. So he's not really bothered by the chess. He's bothered by peripheral stuff like interviews, headsets. The position's about equal. White has a tiny advantage because I like that pawn structure better with white squared bishop not being blocked by the center pawns. But this will be a slow maneuvering game. Both players have to be happy with the result of the opening. They both have the same heart rate now. The times are exactly the same. It's about as even as you could get, Yovi.
It's as even as you can get. I tell you one thing, though. Look at where the pawns are pointing. For white, they are pointing to the left, so that is where the action is going to develop. For black, they are pointing to the right, and that's exactly what black wants to do. They want to eventually just jump in with a knight into the center, but for the time being, watch out. The queen is about, and the queen just sidestep over, and Nihal, really, I hope he's not hearing us. He's going for the king.
Duda's playing the Beyonce variation, to the left, to the left.
Exactly.
But nothing much happening right now, just slow maneuvering. Nobody really has an advantage on time, heart rate, or clock. So I think neither one of us would be surprised, Yovi, if this match goes into Armageddon. He's trying to play on the left. Duda's playing queen a5, attacking the a7 pawn. Now black's pawn structure on the queen side is nice and solid. Everything's defended. And the question is, for me, is black going to maneuver the knights to different squares? If I was black, I'd try to get my knight to d6. I just don't know how to do it. A lot of times we play knight d6 to c8, but we can't do that here.
Well, there you're seeing it in action, Ben, as we see the knight quickly jump into the center, and Duda says, well, that knight was on my side of the board, got to get rid of it, and now the bishop is there, and Ben is advocating for very thematic maneuver.
I'm advocating black giving his knight away for nothing, because he played a6, he can't play knight d6 to c8. The knight really wants to go to d6, but it looks like it has to go to f6 to e4, which will proffer more trades. Queen c7, that's an interesting move. That's not what I would have expected. Looks like Duda's having fun with his queen this game.
Exactly, he loves the queen at the minute. She is the MVP, she is going all over the board. She probably wants to keep an eye on her king, because the white king is undefended as it stands.
Yeah, it's a pretty stable position, lots of trades. Nobody's really threatening anything. The queen goes back to the right side of the board. There was nothing really to attack on the left side of the board. And the question is Nihal going to start to trade knights with knight f6 to e4, or is he going to try to get his knight around to d6, controlling all these key squares? Again, I don't know how to do it. It's going to take a long time. The engine says it's about equal. Both sides playing very solid this game. Nobody really has made a big threat. There's no pawn breakthroughs. It's not easy to decide what to do. Usually in positions like this, I take too long, and I try to figure out where to put my pieces, and I get in time trouble. Okay, I like what Nihal did, and maybe he will play my idea, knight e8 to d6, although white's playing knight c5 first, so probably black has to play... Oh, wow! That wasn't on my analysis board. Wow, playing g5. Okay, but again, the queens are moving a lot, Yovi, and Nihal wants it to move again.
Exactly, and look at that move, asking those questions to Jan Christoph. Jan Christoph says, hey, you know what, the queen was vulnerable, we step back, let's go forward, offer up a trade. And I gotta say, it's been a long maneuvering game, but that knight that white has on the left is primed and ready to jump in. So still really tense as the players try to find the right plans just to annoy their opponent as the queens come off the board. And the big question for white is, yeah, you jump in with the knight, Lovely knight right there, happy in the heart of black's position. But what next as Nihal just moves the king up the board? Because I'm expecting Nihal to eventually decide that that knight is no good and drop his own knight to challenge it.
That's right. And you can play knight d7 later, as you pointed out, to do that. White has two plans in this position. White can play either f3, e4, and advance to the center. Or White can play on the left side of the board again and play b4, a4, b5, the so-called minority attack. But Nihal immediately played the idea you suggested, knight d7. Get rid of that knight on c5, it's too good. And the position looks pretty equal. White doesn't want to trade. White played knight b3. It's really hard for White to envision either plan working now with f3, e4, or b4, since the knight on b3 isn't really very well placed. I think the knight's going to go on the left side of the board again. It's going to play knight a5, keeping that rook on b8, defending the b7 pawn. Not much to do for either side, just slow maneuvering around. And both sides have a lot of time on their clock. We're still early in the game. Nobody's made a mistake. It's pretty equal. It's a maneuvering game, and it'll get exciting later as things heat up.
Yeah, I feel like this is a game of cat and mouse as we see Jan Krzysztof. He's moving his knight away. He's keeping Nihal guessing. He's like, as you indicated, well, maybe I'm going to go in the center. Maybe I'm going to go on the left with the pawns. But everyone, just watch where that white knight is headed and watch what the pawns are going to be doing. Nihal at the minute, all he can do is like slowly improve his position, try and move his rooks around, and just wait and see what Jan Krzysztof decides to do. And here it comes. The rook starts moving up. Maybe he wants to double, come in with the knight again. Maybe he wants to go for you suggesting taking control of the center. And now what next, asks Nihal.
Yeah, whenever I'm analyzing these games, I'm always looking for repetitions, because sometimes grandmasters will draw to play the next game. And I was thinking knight c5, knight d7, knight b3, knight f6. But instead, finally, maybe his headset's off again. Nihal's playing my plan. I can't believe it. After I said the plan like 5 times, and Nihal said, no, no, no. Ben Feingold likes that plan. That's not what I'm doing. He finally decides to put the knight on d6, where it controls a lot of the squares on both sides of the board. Duda played one of my plans, f3 to play e4. That's why he played rook c3 earlier, defending his knight on b3, because the black bishop on e6 could be hitting that at some point. And the question is, now that Duda has played f3, is he going to play e4 right away and try to bust open the center? Or is he going to play the knight back on c5 now that the knight can't get hit by the black knight? So very interesting choice for Duda. Knight c5 or e4, those are the two most likely moves. Although I'm saying that, so he'll probably play a third move.
We never know what's going to happen. He could even be super patient and just step up with the king and go, hey, you know what? I also have the right side of the board where I can start challenging. And I got to say, for Nihal, he finally saw the light, Ben. He put his knight right where it should be going. It's a beautiful square for that knight. But like I say, Nihal very much playing the waiting game. He has to wait. Oh, look at that.
King f2, you were right.
Comes out, and now the knight goes on the edge of the board. Well, we have the saying, and the question mark appears. Knights on the edge, fall off the hedge. Knight on the rim, are dim.
That's, I've never heard falling off the hedge. That's a new one for me. I like to say knight on the rim, better for him, better for the opponent. I wonder if Nihal is going to play f7 to f5 at some point to prevent White from ever playing e4, or if he wants to keep the f5 square open for a bishop trade with something like bishop f5. So I'm not surprised by anybody's moves. Knight on a5 to keep the black rooks tied to b7. The king comes up. The rook on c7 defends the pawn on b7. So black puts the rook on the half-open file. Now White is playing the minority attack on the queen side, wants to try to play b4, b5 at some point. And very double-edged position with a lot of maneuvering going on. Both players still have a lot of time. Both players have a low heart rate compared to some matches we saw earlier today. I pay attention to the heart rate a lot because I don't see that very often. Bishop c8, pretty passive move, but now black can double rooks on the e file and put pressure on that e3 pawn that was weakened when White played f3. So Nihal has some initiative also. Basically, White's only plan on the queen side is to play b4, b5. Once black double, and he just played b4. Once black doubles rooks on the e file, I assume he'll play rook to e7 now, which he did. Now it's hard for White to play b5 because black has it protected so much. So both sides are doing what they want to do, and that's why The engine says it's about equal, the times are about equal, and this game is going to be decided when both players have about a minute left, and we'll start seeing some mistakes.
Yeah, I agree with you. It might be decided then, or if players could decide to halve out and kind of find a way to repeat. Not that going to be that easy with so many minor pieces on the board. Remember, the players are not allowed to offer a draw until they've passed a lot of moves. We're already on move 34,
That's right, getting close.
We are getting close, and the clock is ticking down as we're seeing some decisions. Okay, maybe this is a draw offer, saying, hey, let's repeat with the bishops. And Duda says, no, I have a handle to respect. Polish fighter, I'm going to keep on going.
Yeah, white has a idea to play knight c5 again, knight a5, knight c5. But again, only way for white to break through on the queen side is to play b5. But that's going to involve a pawn sacrifice. And usually, before we give a pawn away for nothing, we have to think a long time, which we don't have in this match. If white doesn't play b5, both sides can't do very much. And the only question is Nihal going to go for it and play f4 and try to get his own play with knight f5, putting pressure on the e3 pawn? Or is Nihal, does he think it's sufficient to just shuffle back and forth, keep the tension, and try to get him in the time trouble? Because that's where Nihal is his best, when both sides have a minute left. Then Nihal is probably the favorite.
Yeah, Nihal is quick, as we saw. But I got to say one thing. In all my experience of playing chess and commentating, there's only so much that a player can be patient. At some point, they will crack. They will get fed up, and they will start to open up the position and initiate action.
This is a really good game for my students because I've been complaining the whole tournament. White plays h4, black plays a6, and I'm like, what is this? This is move one. What's going on? Yeah. And now both sides are playing the plans that I like. Black's playing knight d6, black plays f5, stopping e4, black doubles rooks on the e file, white plays a4, b4, knight c5, playing on the queen side. This is exactly what I suspect. And in some of the games, if my students are like, how come white played h4, a4, knight h3? And I'm like, I don't know. That's not the way I'm teaching you guys. But this game is a very teachable game. Both sides are playing the kind of moves you expect them to play. I expect black's going to play bishop c8 here. Just stop the trade on d7, because then white can try to play b5 more easily. And white probably doesn't want his rook on e1 since it's pinned on the e file. So he might play rook b1 soon. Oh, he played knight d3, which also defends his rook. Maybe the knight's going to e5.
Exactly, and I think that knight is going to centralize itself, but definitely one thing is clear, the players are following the rule book. They're playing in very traditional style, they're finding those good squares for the pieces, and now here, see that knight, that white knight is a big thorn in black's side. I'm expecting Nihal to not waste too much time on the clock and just offer up a trade, retreat his own knight, move it back and say, I want that knight gone. And then Duda has to consider whether he wants to make that trade or whether he wants to reinforce that knight and concede his own squares. But no, actually, I'm seeing something completely different. The bishops now just appearing, but I'm guessing at some point Nihal will decide that that knight in the middle is bothersome. But
no, thank you for 1,000 jewels.
Rook A had a very unusual move. He's preparing for b5. White plays b5. He wants to take with the a pawn, get the open file for his rook on a8. He figures if white doesn't play b5, white doesn't have very much. And eventually, Nihal did do what you suggested, knight f7, getting rid of the knight on e5. White played f4, very double-edged decision. Now Nihal can go back to d6, which he did before I said it. But I was about to say it because he wants to go to the e4 square. The knights are having their say, e4, e5. Black is doing everything he can to stop white from playing b5. He played bishop d7, knight d6, a6. He put the rook on a8, so the a file will be open for black if white ever plays b5, and white played b5. So Nihal did everything he could to stop b5, and Duda played b5 anyway, because it was the only way to break through in the center.
He lost patience. He was slowly grinding things away, and then he had enough. He was like, let me just open up the position. And as a result, we now have a trade of rooks, and now Nihal is up a pawn. It's not much of a pawn because it is doubled, and they are all isolated, but it's still nonetheless a pawn up for Nihal as the clocks tick down to around the 2-minute mark. And for Jan Krzysztof, it's not going to be easy to actually even win one of those pawns back.
That's right. Probably he's thinking about playing rook c5. Jan Krzysztof is shaking his head. So whatever he had intended after the trade on b5, he decided he didn't like it. Shaking his head again. Times are finally Nihal's ahead on the clock. The engine says it's about equal. White's a pawn down. White has the magnificent knight on e5. Black has all these isolated weak pawns, but black is a pawn ahead. Black has a knight going to c4. Black has a knight going to e4. And instead he took the bishop on d7. He wants to win his pawn back right away. The b5 pawn isn't long for this world. But he couldn't take the pawn right away because of knight e4 check. That's why he played king f3.
But I gotta say, look at the way that Nihal is with the black pieces cementing the position together. He's like improved his king into the center. He can even boot away that rook from his beautiful square. And suddenly that extra pawn is gonna start to count. And the knight is such a wonderful piece. It can jump into all of those holes. Okay, bishop takes pawn. Excellent move from Duda as the clock ticks down to 1 minute 33 seconds. I'm expecting Nihal to activate the rook, get those good pieces moving.
Yeah, things have changed a lot since about a minute ago. Basically, White's knight on e5, which was magnificent, is now gone. Material's equal. Black has a passed pawn. It's difficult for White to do anything because White's bishop can't really ensconce itself anywhere in Black's position. Whereas later in the game, Black can play something like knight c4, knight e4, or advance that b pawn. Black has some ideas. Duda shaking his head still. Duda has less time on the clock. Things are turning around a little bit. Things have been going in Black's favor the last few moves. And both sides have about a minute now. It's going to really start heating up soon.
And this is exactly why Nihal has made that offer of a trade of rooks. He's like, let me get into this position where there's no risk for me to lose. And I can use that knight to absolutely annoy White. That knight is going to jump all around the board. And Nihal is the one who's going to easily be able to improve his position.
Yeah, the engine says it's equal because it knows if White defends perfectly, that White should be okay. Duda eyeing the f5 pawn, trying to put his bishop on c8, keeping Black's king tied down. Nihal says, no, you can't do that, knight d6. No bishop c8 for you. And we could see repetition here, or we can see Nihal try to play for a win. But Nihal's taking a lot of time on his clock, trying to figure out a way forward. He plays h5.
He does. And one thing I gotta say is that you do put a pawn on the light squared, and guess what weapon that White has is a light squared bishop. So that pawn could be a vulnerability as the knight does improve itself. And we're seeing Duda left to wait with the bishop. I'm expecting this one actually to fizzle out to a draw now.
Yeah, Nihal better watch out. He's got 25 seconds left. And Duda might try to win with the time that Nihal has on his clock. Just that White can't do anything. Okay, he's still trying to win because he sees the time situation.
Well, hang on a second here. Look at this bishop. It's suddenly got his eyes on the black pawns, and the b pawn is advancing. But is the white king going to step forward, or is
I think if king b4, I can play knight takes g3.
Yes.
And then h4 and break through on the king side.
Oh, wow. Okay, so we're seeing Duda getting a little bit frustrated, but everyone watch the clocks. As we see the bishop being captured, is now trapped on the edge of the board, and the white king is coming in. Oh, this one is tricky. He's gotten sharp with no time left on the clock. Which one's stronger, the pawns or the knight?
The engine says equal, of course, because the engine always does that to us.
It is equal as we're seeing the white king move up the board.
5 seconds left for Nihal. Ooh, a blunder of the pawn. Now black is winning. Oh, now it's equal again.
3 seconds, 2 seconds. Nihal's going to get flagged.
Unless it's repetition.
No, it's repetition.
Oh, he had to not play king e6. He's pretty upset at himself. He had to play king d4, king d3, and win on time.
Wow.
Yeah, he didn't mean to repeat 3 times. That was an accident.
That was an accident. But there was a very real possibility that Nihal was going to get flagged.
Yes. Yeah, it looked like he was going to get flagged for sure. And he accidentally repeated for the 3rd time. It actually happened to me 2 weeks ago on my stream. I actually repeated for the 3rd time by accident when my opponent had 1 second left. So I know how Duda feels.
Yeah, and flagging is certainly an honorable part of the game. As we see our players getting ready for game 2. And this time it'll be Nihal with the white pieces. Jan-Krzysztof Duda, he'll be feeling a little bit angry with himself.
Yeah, that was an up and down game. It was pretty equal. Both sides had their advantages.
फ्लैग होना मतलब क्या होगा? ये मैंने अभी नया सीखा है भानु. फ्लैग होना मतलब कि निहाल का टाइम खत्म हो जाए.
So Okay, now Nihal has
He will
white in the
get
second
flagged.
game. If it's a draw,
He
they
runs
go to
out of time.
Armageddon, we'll
अब
get
भी
to bid on
latest सीखा है
time.
मैंने 1
If
घंटा
either
पहले.
side wins,
Brand
they get to crush
new
their
knowledge.
opponent's key. That's what I'm waiting for today, is some key crushing.
हाँ, black से draw
Wait, we
अच्छा
had a
है.
key crushing
मतलब white
25
पे
minutes ago. It was
advantage
really
होता
loud.
है.
It was a
तो
scary key
white
crushing.
जीते तो white के लिए अच्छा है.
Makes us
Draw
all
is
jump. Will it make
good
us
for
all cheer
black.
as we see our players getting ready? A head shake. And we see we are off, and we see Nihal open up with the C4.
Himanshu, thank you
is
for the
the
200
response light
views.
square strategy from Yanchistov Duda. And here we are seeing just development. Now, the big thing is later on in the game, do you think White will play this super aggressively, you know, flicking some attacks on the right side, or will we see a different
है ना
type
उत्कर्ष
of game?
बताओ यार बाकी लोग को.
Yeah, this is a pretty
सब
solid
bot
game.
भरे
This is
हैं
actually
तुषार जैसे. क्या
exactly
बोलने
how
का?
I play with black against c4. I play c6, d5, and fianchetto my king bishop. And I've had these kinds of positions all the time. White played an early queen c2 to stop black from playing bishop f5. So black played g6.
ये जीता तो
Black
qualify.
wants to
Yup.
play e6 and solidify the center, but doesn't want to block the bishop on c8. So a lot of times in these variations, black is super solid with that pawn structure in the center
Easy
and trades
shots,
off the two
thank you for
bishops,
the 800
getting rid of his white
views.
squared bishop,
ये
which will
हस्की
be
हाउल
blocked
कर रहा है, गाना गा
by
रहा
the
है.
pawns on white squares.
कुछ
White
तो कर
takes
रहा है.
on d5. That's a little unusual after playing
Please
queen
ऐसे
c2.
जूस भेजते
And
रहो.
white-
WW
black
मस्त
takes
मस्त
back.
और
White's
नए
going to get
क्या
the
है
two
वो
bishops
दिखाओ
now,
मुझे.
unless Nihal
मजा आ रहा है
changes his
देखने में.
mind and retreats. No.
No, and the argument that Yanchistov is making is that, well, the
और भी
pawn
बहुत
structure
सारे
is
मस्त
almost
मस्त है, सुंदर
symmetrical,
सुंदर.
and in those kind of locked positions, knights are actually not that bad. And one thing that we see is that the knight's getting maneuvered, and look at this, he knows
The
the
same
bend,
maneuver as
finds
last.
out
I was just going to
rules.
say it too, but he played it first. Same
Yeah,
maneuver as
don't
last game,
W,
knight
thank
e8 to
you.
d6.
Thank
Sometimes
you,
in these
Shivanshu.
positions, white
ये
tries to
जीता
get the
तो
knight to
first
d3
EWC
also,
point.
but that's hard to do in this position.
प्रणेश
And
का क्या
a
सीन है?
lot-
प्रणेश का 8
a
बजे
big practitioner
इसके
of black's play in this
8
position
बजे
is
मतलब इसके
American
बाद ही होगा
Grandmaster
ना.
Gadakomsky. He likes to play g6 and Slav variations, maneuver around, move those knights around, keep the position blocked, and slowly outplay his opponent. We're not going to see a super exciting sacrificial game here. It's going to be much like the first game
सही
with
कह
them
रहे हो,
maneuvering
उत्कर्ष,
around.
सही कह रहे हो.
White has the two bishops, but the bishops aren't very active. Black is super solid. Black got rid of his white squared bishop, which would have been blocked by
ओए
all those
मस्त
pawns.
corgi,
Every
thank
black
you,
pawn is on a white
Shivanshu.
square.
Thank
That's
you
what you
for
do when you
the
have a dark squared
1000
bishop.
choose.
That's what you do if your name is Ivanka
अबे हाँ,
Haska
किसी
as
ने
well.
कहा था हिंदी लगाने. हिंदी लगाऊं क्या?
A Carol.com practitioner, aren't we?
Yes, we are. And well, what's an interesting
Always.
position here is that black does have a few plans, and this one's the most natural, which is just pile up the rooks on the C line and then just wait and see for what white will do next. Because
No,
I gotta say,
yes,
this
no,
queen
सही तो है.
out
मुझे तो
there,
English
this
सही
white
लगता
queen is
है.
out there on a limb,
Chat
and
कह
it
रही
feels
थी
like
हिंदी
she has to
लगाने.
be a little bit careful.
You don't get your queen trapped.
नहीं 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 ठीक है
So
done.
yeah, the queen has
अब
to be
fine.
careful. Sometimes black can get b5 in, and queen takes a6 is too risky.
I
Then the
prefer
white
this.
queen can't really go back to d1, which so well, they must have heard us. They heard you, Yovi. They said queen c2, queen's going to go hide on b1. There's going to be some trades on the c file. If I was a betting man, I would say Armageddon is coming.
Yes, and indeed, I think you are giving good advice. As we're seeing, is a very close position. Again, a very classical pawn structure. Everything is locked up. Still a lot of maneuvering.
Delay
And it
होता है
marks a
हिंदी
difference,
वाले में इधर ही
actually,
रहते हैं.
from games that we've seen in the past, as you kind of alluded to. Some of them have
मेरा
been
forehead
wild
तो
from the
लेकिन
get-go,
छोटा
and this
सा है.
one kind of feels like this could have come from the 19th century.
Hey, b5, something's happening. I thought the only thing that could happen is if one of the players decided to open up the center with e4 or e5, but that gives you an isolated pawn. So instead, black decided to play b5, get some space on the queen side, make knight c4 more palatable, and gain some space for those knights to come in and the pawns to go forward. The problem with b5 is it weakens the c5 square. So if black ever plays b4, white can play knight a4 to c5. So I don't think black's going to make any more pawn moves on the queen side. Once again, Judo looks like he's unhappy. Played bishop d3. He shook his head, then played bishop f1. One of my favorite moves. White's playing chess knight 60, putting all of his pieces on the back rank in strange fashion, getting ready for anything black can do. But those bishops which don't look very good now, they
thanks
can
for the
become strong later if the
1500
position
views.
opens
ये
up.
कैसे
That's
नाचा?
what Duda's waiting for.
मेरे स्क्रीन में पता है कैसे दिखा है वो सुपर चैट के पीछे से निकला नाचने के लिए
back row, that you kind of be tempted to kind of go in the
बड़ा
aggressive,
funny लग रहा था
start advancing pawns on the right side of the board, especially because the
नहीं
white
मैं
queen is
PUBG मोबाइल नहीं कर
offside.
रही हूँ
But
चैट
Yankishov Duda, very patient. He drops the knight back. What he wants to do is maneuver it around the
वो
board
मतलब
and
मैं
find a good home.
छोड़ो यार
Knights
मुझे
love good homes.
हंसी आ जाती है यार एक तो जब भी मैं कुछ गंदा
Going
मजाक
to
करने जाती हूँ
D7, maybe to B6,
रहने
maybe even a
देती
knight
हूँ
will jump into C4 and say, kick me out if you dare.
That's right. And I think White is going to play my knight C3 idea, or knight D3 idea, by playing knight F4, knight D3. And because Black played B5 so early, the C5 square can't be defended by a pawn anymore. And Nihal must have expected that and played
Thank you
bishop
for the 200
H6.
joules.
He
आप
says,
नाम ऐसा
Duda, if you
रखो कि
play
मैं
knight
ले पाऊँ आपका
F4,
नाम
I'm
समझ
going to
रहे हो?
capture that knight and ruin your pawn structure. And my knights have squares, but your bishops are pretty passive. So I'm hoping White plays knight F4 because I want to see two knights versus two bishops. That'll give us something to play for. But I don't think Duda's going to do that because I'm sorry, Nihal's not going to do that. Nihal has White. Instead, they trade rooks on the C file. And, he played knight C1. That's why he traded rooks. He's going to get his knight to D3 by hook or by crook. And eventually, Black is going to be slightly worse if White can ensconce his knight on C5.
Yeah, and we're seeing Nihal. I'm going to say that in the battle of the maneuver
Guys,
game,
line
I'm
में
going to
लग
say
जाओ
that
सब
Nihal has a teeny tiny advantage because it
समोसा
has a very
चाय
clear
लस्सी
plan.
सब बट
That
रहा है मेरी
bishop
चैट में
that
सब लाइन में
wasn't
लग
doing
जाओ
anything, the dark square bishop,
सबको
now it's
मिलेगा
kind of going to come in and start eyeballing a knight and a queen. And also, as you indicated, that knight, at the minute, is almost stuck at home. But in two moves, is going to jump in onto a square on the 5th row.
Again, if you're just joining us, this is not chess 960. It looks like that's what White is doing. But Nihal's just maneuvering his pieces, trying to get to good squares. Duda's trying to get good squares for his pieces also. C4 for the knight, E4 for the knight. But it looks like White has a little advantage because Black played B5 early, giving up the C5 square. And Black doesn't have total control of C4 because White can play B3 and kick the knight out.
Do you know what's funny, Ben, is that we are advocating that White has done everything well with all the pieces on the back row.
That's right.
Now, don't try this at home. This only works because the position is
वही
closed
तो मैं कह
and
रही हूँ
also there's no
सैंडविच
tension
थोड़ी देर
in the
बाद
center
उल्टा होगा
between the pawns. So in that case, it's all about just maneuvering your pieces and
And
giving
thank
them
you,
good
350
squares.
joules.
In comes the knight, give it
Trophy
one more
cake
move and it's
खाना
going
है
to jump up.
हाँ?
So this is why Yanchistov said, nope, not
मैं जब से
happening.
पेरिस से आई हूँ
And
पता नहीं
the
क्यों मीठा
big
खाने मन
question
होने
now
जा
for
रहा है मेरा
Yanchistov
मन कर रहा है बस मीठा ही
and for
खाती रहूँ
Nihal
पता
is
नहीं
what
क्यों हो रहा है
next? How is
उधर उल्टा
Nihal
मैंने इतना
going
मीठा
to
खाया फिर
open
भी
up
मेरा
the
मन
lines?
हो रहा
Because
है
bishops, they want open positions.
कैमलिन गेम में आप कैसे शर्लॉक
A
द
friend of
गेमर से
mine in
शर्लॉक होम्स
Michigan
कैसे
used to
बन जाते हो
jokingly say,
जरा
don't put your pieces in the center. They might get hurt there. So
पता
White
नहीं
put all the
भाई
pieces
मुझे
on the
दिख
first
जाते हैं
rank,
अभी क्या
and
करूँ मैं
eventually they'll come to the center. The bishop on A5, that's the most active. That bishop has been the whole game. Bishop A5, Bishop B4, much stronger than on E1. The black knight goes to C4. The engine doesn't like it because White just kicks the knight away. And White's going to have the C5 square, but Black doesn't have the C4 square. Advantage White.
Yeah, and this could be potentially last game of the match. Whoever wins this one goes into tomorrow's quarterfinals. You lose.
Quarterfinals.
Your key gets crushed in the most brutal fashion.
Yeah, it was really loud the last time. Maybe we can get an even louder one. You don't want your key to get crushed. And my opinion is that's why Magnus likes this tournament so much. I think not only does he like the prize money and he likes beating his opponents, I think he likes crushing keys. I know I would like it if I was playing. Of course, I wouldn't crush anybody's keys. I get my keys crushed. That's why I'm not a participant. But if I could crush somebody's keys, then I would join the tournament in a heartbeat.
Well, I'm not sure I would enjoy the key crushing, but I agree with you. It's certainly fun to watch. And as Yanchistov Duda considers how to actually find any good squares for his knights. Look at them. They are working against each other. They're both fighting for the same square. So that's why the bishop drops back. And now, what even to suggest? Maybe the knight's actually attacking that pawn on the edge of the board. Watch out, Yanchistov Duda. There is a knight in town.
Yeah, Judo's unhappy with his earlier b5, which weakened the dark squares, weakened his a pawn, and he didn't get control of the c4 square. But he keeps retreating. Bishop f8, knight b8. This is why these are super grandmasters. They're really good at using the back rank and defending and attacking by maneuvering the pieces that way. And now, I actually like White's bishop. Bishop on f1, bishop on a5. They're both doing something. The question is White ever going to get a chance to play a4 and attack the queen side, or does Black have that too well defended?
Shivanshu, thank you so much for the 1000 on GPay.
Neither side's going to open the center. I think at some point, White just...
thank you.
White sacrificed a piece to win the piece back. Now he's a pawn up. I didn't see that. That was too simple a tactic. Both sides saw it, but I missed it.
It was there, and it was courtesy of that knight that was loose that White had, and that's why it's gone. But it has come with some consequences, because look at the black queen, look at the black rook. They are primed and ready to take control over that line. And the big question as Black, I think Black, you have to play super actively here, and you have to make sure that the weakness, that is that pawn, that's all alone on the B line, that needs to be fixed, that needs to be gone. And restrain is two counterparts there on the left.
Yeah, White's a pawn ahead. Judo doesn't like it. But Black has the C file. Black is trapping the bishop on A5. Nihal has to do some serious thinking here, making sure his bishop on A5 doesn't get lost, making sure Black doesn't infiltrate strongly with queen C2. It's funny. It's sort of in a flux situation. We can't really attack the bishop. There's no way to attack it. We can't play queen c2 because the knight on a6 is hanging. So it's not clear here what either side should do. Both sides are getting less than 5 minutes, but it's not clear what plans they should do. And Nihal plays queen d3, attacking the knight. The knight retreats back to b8, and that bishop on a5 is still trapped.
Yeah, and that's actually something that is going to worry Nihal with the white pieces, because the bishop completely trapped. So that's why he came in with the queen, giving us a smile there. Judo getting active, that queen attacking the rook, attacking the pawn, and what will happen next?
late night ये लोग जब भी कोई ऐसे गेम्स खेलेंगे मैं खेलूंगी इन लोग के साथ अगर स्लॉट हो तो. Because thank you so much for the 400 on GPay. एक सेकंड.
Black can play.
ये आपने अभी भेजा था 100 ही मुझे आया क्यों नहीं? 500 thank you so much Vikas for the 500 W guys, W for Vikas.
Because those pawns can't move. It looks like Judo's gone from a pawn down with a worse position to an equal kind of position, an equal game. And I think Judo's okay now. Judo's catching up on time. The last two moves have gone in Black's favor. Black sort of lost a pawn, but kept his equilibrium about him. And now it seems like he's doing reasonably well.
Well, look at this. I was talking about moving the rook. Hey, there is something in town called the counterattack. The queen comes up, attacks the rook. Nihal now says, okay, I'm going to move it. And again, the question for White. How are you going to move that rook? Where are you going to go? Going to go to the corner? Are you going to go to the middle of the board? You don't have too many squares. Or maybe you're just going to continue with the pattern. My queen and your queen are going to attack each other's rooks.
That's right. It looks like it's repetition somehow. Both sides can do repetition.
Okay, he moves the rook.
Yeah, now we can play queen to d2, and we can keep attacking the rook. Repetition, Armageddon. It's all going to happen pretty soon.
Well, hang on a second here, because if you do capture that pawn, there's that knight that is on the edge of the board, and it doesn't have too many squares.
That's right. Also, if I play queen at d2, which I thought was repetition, White can play rook e2. And the rook is saved, and the a2 pawn is saved. Even though the engine says it's about equal, it's not clear what Black should do in this position. The b4 pawn is attacked. The knight's on the back row. White has the two bishops. White has the extra pawn. Still advantage to Nihal. Judo's trying to figure out the safest way to play. Very interesting. I think he's going to take on a2. I think you have to take that pawn.
Oh, but I think that Nihal is being sneaky here, because if you take on a2, then there might be problems with the black knight. And how is he going to ask the questions? And in fact, I'm telling you, there's only two ways to hold this one, Ben. You have to come out with your knight, attack the bishop, or you can step back with the queen and attack the rook and keep the momentum going that way.
Devil face.
Yes, those are the
Paisa
only two
laga
ways.
na
If you
कि
do
उसे
anything
smile
else,
कर रहा था।
then Nihal Sarin will be winning.
This is a very long think with both sides having 3 minutes. He's been thinking over a minute this move, Judah. He's not happy. He doesn't like his
अभी
choices.
वो
He has a big time disadvantage
अभी
now.
करेगा।
Doesn't look very happy.
कुछ तो
Things are
करेगा।
going in Nihal's favor because Judah doesn't like his position anymore. Oh, and
This
he
is
makes
not the way.
quite a bad move. Rook C8. Engine hates it.
This is not the way. For starters, White can just simply grab that pawn. Bishop takes pawn, and you can just
White
rest
can
on
grab
your
that
laurels. I
pawn.
am material up. And look who else is up. You see, Nihal's got more time on the clock. He's also got a higher heart rate as well, incidentally. But what is Yanchistov's plan? Because you can just take that pawn.
नहीं कौन सा
Yeah, I don't see
pawn?
anything else he
अच्छा
can do.
ये
I guess he was worried about Bishop C7. That's why he
Oh.
played Rook C8. But now he's just a pawn down for
मैंने वो
nothing.
left वाला नहीं देखा था।
Black has very little counterplay, and Black can't play Rook C2 and double on the 7th because the knight on B8 needs babysitting. This is a pretty easy plan for White. B4, B5, B6, advance that passed pawn. White can also play Rook A1 to A7. This is a tough position now for Judah. It's
मुझे
looking
मुझे
good for
सिर्फ
Nihal.
क्वीन दिख रही थी
Judah
और
there
वो
on
बिशप
the
ब्लैक
brink,
का
and I
मैंने
love
वो
your
देखा
plan
ही
of
नहीं दूसरा
activating
pawn
your rook. Use all your pieces. That is one very nice
he's-
way to go about this. You can also just advance your pawns. Past pawns are there to be pushed. And Nihal thinking, I think he's going to go for the rook. I think he's going to mobilize it. Such a natural move. He does it, Ben.
You're right, Yovi, again. Rook A1, the rook's going to A8 or A7, the pass B pawn, the extra time on the... Ooh, another passive move from
Yeah, it's
Judah.
going from bad to worse.
Yeah, that's not good. Now White has everything. White can push the pass pawn. White can
What is
activate the
elo
rook.
rating?
White
ये
has
लोग
no
का
counterplay at all.
rating
There's nothing that Black can
chess.com का।
attack.
No, it's all gone wrong for Yanchistov Duda with a series of bad moves. He's now just giving a winning position to Nihal. Nihal can just come in with the rook, and a win for Nihal would mean that he walks into tomorrow's quarterfinals. It's a repeat of last year. He advances the pawn. Okay, the engine's just telling us not the most precise way, but hey, the engine's being pedantic. As a knight comes forward, what next? The rook can still come up the board, and you see it in the face of Yanchistov. He's not happy.
No.
chess.com का नहीं
Some people
है,
have poker faces in this tournament and some don't. Judah has no poker face. He's been shaking his head probably more than any other competitor this game. And Nihal seems like he's pretty happy. Ooh, Rook A6.
भाई उसने
Hard
इतना
to find a
सोचा
good
था
square
फिर
for
भी
the
इनका
knight.
same time कैसे
Knight
आया
has to go to a terrible D8 square where it's trapped.
Yeah. I mean, if it has to go backward, either to its starting square or over to the D8 square,
के
that's simply
international
gonna
board की
just
rating।
invite the white pieces
Oh.
to start
Okay.
improving. They're going to take full control. And remember, Nihal has a pass pawn. Okay, backward knight move. Move the queen because she was attacked. This is beautiful. Complete control on the position. And the rook and the knight sleeping.
Now, this is resignable because B5 is coming and Rook A8 and B6. Okay, so he played desperation E5, trying to get something going, but that doesn't really help. Wants to
Resign
get the knight to
करेगा क्या?
E6. But even if Black does that, he has nowhere to go. White can just start taking the center pawns now.
वो तो पूरा
You
disappointed
see
है
the frustration
3
there
minutes
from
से he's
Yanchistov Duda.
just
He had
like
to
this।
just go all in. He had to activate his pieces. He couldn't just live in that bind. Okay, the queen moving forward, keeping an eye on the B pawn. He is fighting hard, but it's too late as the knight doesn't have any good squares to jump into the position to trouble white. The queen comes forward. Now you can just escort the B pawn. Move it up the board. And sure, it comes. Thrown in checks. And watch the clock, everyone, because Yanchistov down to 32 seconds, 50
Oh,
seconds.
now White's
for
threatening
Nihal.
B7. Uh-oh.
Beautiful move.
That's annoying.
Yeah, that's a pin that's going to be almost impossible to get out of. Queen moves
Could still
out.
play B7 and Queen B8 check.
Beautiful,
Yeah,
and
he
it comes.
did. And the game's going to end now. He's going to resign. He did resign. Nihal wins. Yay, one of my picks did well. I can't believe it.
Let's
Nihal Sarin is the winner, and he finds himself a spot into tomorrow's quarterfinals. What a match it was. It
One
was
has
tense,
made
it was
it.
close at times, but in the end, Nihal Sarin is
The one of
winner.
two has
And for
made it to
Yanchistov Duda,
quarterfinals.
yes, goodbye.
Let's
And
go.
He's getting
He will
crushed.
be crushed. Yep. That's the tough part of today, but that's every match today. Somebody's key is going to get crushed. It's key crushing day.
And the elation there, and the relief is there for Nihal Sarin as he makes it in a repeat of last year's performance. He makes it to
200
the
club point
quarterfinals.
pakke.
Oh, that was a very intense game. A lot of maneuvering, very cagey stuff. And in the end, due to the time pressure and the fact that both players had so much tension in finding the right plans. In the end, it was some blunders, and Nihal is the winner.
Guys, please subscribe, like भी कर दो, and also subscribe नहीं किया है तो.
Taking advantage of Duda
Arjun title updated.
B5, White eventually got pieces on the queen side.
Arjun
eventually got a pass
madman.
pawn and won the game. We're going to go now to the stage, and we'll see some more interesting parts of the EWC that aren't necessarily chess, but some key crushing, I hope.
Yan ki age क्या है 22.
Another match and another time for a key
रात में
being
kick
given
करोगे,
away
yes,
as
रात
Jan
में kick
Krzysztof
पे
Duda must
RP
give his key
खेलेंगे.
away to the rightful winner. But of course, as Mr. Duda leaves the stage, can I please get a
Mr.
round of applause for
Duda.
Jan Krzysztof Duda?
Let's go.
Nihal, I'm gonna come next to you as well for a quick one. Congratulations, you're making it to tomorrow's top 8. Last year, you were there in that top 8, and that's where your path stops. So, what are your objectives for tomorrow?
I mean, firstly, I'm just extremely happy to make the top 8 again. I'm happy I managed to play some good chess. Just very tough matches. And, yeah, I'm just right now. I'm just very happy and relieved to pull through. And yeah, I hope to do well from tomorrow. But let's see.
And making it through the lower bracket today, is it a way to boost your confidence tomorrow? You know, you've been put back to the corner, going to the lower, forced to win again. Is that helping your confidence for the rest of the events?
No, for sure. I think also the format is very short, and you need to be very sharp from the start. And also getting just one win can make a huge difference psychologically. So I hope it's definitely helpful.
All right, well, listen, it is time now for you to go and
don't
crush
give
your
us Magnus
opponent's
and
key as
Arjun.
your
Arjun
team
to
is
aaj
waiting
de
for
diya.
you in the crusher. Ladies and gentlemen, can you make some noise for Nihal Sarin?
Arjun is very tough to beat. मेरे को ऐसा लगा इधर के सब
And
players
just
को
like
देख के.
that, Nihal Sarin is in familiar
Arjun
territory,
कल
crushing his
किससे हारा
second key in
मैंने
a
वो
row.
मैच नहीं देखा, मैं बाद में
Congratulations once
देखूंगी.
again, officially qualified for top 8, and now he knows how this process goes. It's tough to see
मुझे लग रहा है निहाल को
Jan
पसंद
Krzysztof
नहीं है ये.
Duda being eliminated from the event.
ये पार्ट
But at
पसंद
the
नहीं
end
है
of the
निहाल
day,
को.
nothing
ऐसा ही
is
लगता
given,
है उसको
everything
देख
is
के.
earned here at the
अच्छा
Esports
आधी
World
रजा से
Cup.
हारा है. Oh
Cover
damn.
the ears, Nihal. It is time for that pop. Yes, sir. Officially qualified for top 8,
like it,
qualified
ho gaya.
for the finals as he fights and scratches and claws in order to hopefully lift up that EWC 26 trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, the highest level of play. Once again, congratulations. Let's keep
मैं
things
आज मन
going
हो रहा है
with
पिज्जा खा
EWC.
लूं. बहुत मन हो रहा है.
Play is in our DNA.
गाइस जितने भी लोग देख रहे हो प्लीज लाइक द स्ट्रीम, सब्सक्राइब भी कर लो. ऑल्सो मेरे को किक पे फॉलो कर लो. किक पे आई प्ले आरपी. किसी को भी आरपी देखना पसंद है तो आरपी होता है. बाकी लेट नाइट चिल गेम्स भी होते हैं. एक्सक्लेमेशन किक फॉलो कर लो. www. प्रणेश की सेकंड मैच हो गई नहीं, अभी होगी ना इसके. अभी इसके बाद कुछ और है कि प्रणेश का ही मैच है. मेरे हिसाब से तो यही होना चाहिए पहले. हाँ प्रणेश का ही है, तो मुझे लग रहा है अभी जल्दी स्टार्ट हो जाएगा. टाइमर तो इधर बहुत ज्यादा दिखा रहे हैं. 28 minutes.
Crushed another. He now pushes forward into the top 8. A job well done indeed. Now Sarin has been absolutely on fire. Last year, 5th through 8th. This year, he's looking to do better, representing Seoul Esports. Incredibly proud.
8 बजे मेरे को लग रहा है थोड़ा जल्दी शुरू हो सकता है. वोट डाल दो पिज्जा खाना या कुछ हेल्दी. नहीं खाने के मामले में मैं सिर्फ मेरी सुनती हूँ. इट्स ओके. खाने के मामले में पोल वगैरह नहीं चलता. It does not work.
I mean, I think when you're playing a 10-minute, no increment time control, you have no increment. So, you know, at the end of the game,
खाने के लिए वोट exactly bro. सार्थक है बे. Iron for a reason.
Not maybe. It's a completely unbelievable
कल
decision.
Hikaru
In some ways, I understand. In chess, it's a royal game, and
अभी
we
से
don't like to
कैसे?
win that way. But Hikaru won that way yesterday against Denis Lazarov. Right. There is no greater
कल Hikaru versus
disrespectful way to
निहाल
win
होगा?
than King and Rook versus King and Rook. If you do it in a regular pool game on
क्या
chess.com,
बात
you
कर
are
रहे
a
हो?
terrible person. If you do it here, it's a completely different story.
अभी थोड़ी
cannot
पता
believe
है
that happened. I don't know if that was on purpose
मिलके
or
खा
by
लो मिलके
accident,
कभी
but
आया
either way,
नहीं
it's Nihal.
It felt like it was on purpose. I definitely think it was. I mean, going to the gentleman's agreement. I mean, at the end of the day, it's the Esports World Cup. I mean, we're talking quite literally life-changing money for some of these competitors. Why would you want to give
Laugh
up a
Yamas
game
इसकी
whenever
ये
you
क्या
don't have to play your time? And he
Please
had plenty of
explain
time
why
to play
he
with.
resigned. यार मुझे इतना पता नहीं है तो चैट में जो है खेलने वाले देखने वाले वो ज्यादा बता पाएंगे मतलब इतना आइडिया कि there was no way for him to draw or win तो इसके लिए उसने रिजाइन किया है बट एग्जैक्टली क्यों वो चैट में कोई बता पाएगा I cannot.
It was Anish Giri, and it was very similar. I think there was something like 2 seconds remaining, and Nihal managed to checkmate him because Anish blundered his queen. No,
Imagine
he
Pranesh
checkmated him
beats
with like
Arjun
0.2 or
Nihal versus
0.1.
Pranesh
He had
भाई
to
बस
rematch
करो भाई मत
literally
करो
every
भाई
move
हो
until
गया
the
है
end of the
मेरा
game, and Nihal managed to do it. But I don't think that's why Duda did it. I think you have half a second to make a decision, and something just went wrong, you know? But Nihal is here for a reason, and we see another person from the old guard go down.
That's right, old guard going down, but hey, Nihal Sarin going up. He is now top 8, officially crushing.
बीपॉन was getting promoted नहीं बीपॉन को तो वो अपने नाइट से हटा सकता था बस उसका नाइट भी फिर चला जाता है मतलब चांस था ही नहीं कुछ जीतने का मुझे इतना पता है बीपॉन प्रमोट तो आई थिंक रुक जाता बट स्टिल उसके बाद कुछ था नहीं क्योंकि उसके नाइट से उड़ रहा था ना बीपॉन तो जितना मैंने ध्यान दिया था पीस अप हो जाता अब ये नया टर्न लेके आए हो तुम लोग हर 2 मिनट में नया टर्न ले आते हो फिर मुझे कुछ समझ नहीं आता है अच्छा समझ गई पीस अप इसलिए हो जाता क्योंकि उसका नाइट चला जाता ठीक है मैं समझ गई आई एम अ क्विक लर्नर मैं समझ गई सो ओके गाइस आई गॉट यू
And then he just moves his pieces
I
around.
got you.
It's almost Magnesian, but like not there yet.
मेरा आवाज फट रहा है कि ये लोग का?
When you have the black side. With the black pieces, Nihal is a completely different animal. Like it's like Jekyll and Hyde.
मेरा आवाज खराब आ रहा है क्या?
Stuff with the black pieces.
इनका?
We thought were never possible. But yeah, Duda got defeated. Performance. And
अभी सही हो गया?
Deserves to be with those final 8.
हो गया होगा I guess.
But if you look at them. Suddenly he goes from being the favorite.
बस ऐसे लिख दिया करो कि मेरा आवाज खराब है कि इनका आ रहा है मैं इंस्टेंट फिक्स कर दूंगी हो गया ना ठीक है रुको मैं आई भूख लग गई
He made it here, which we must celebrate, but he had an earlier exit than he wanted, and John Sargent caught up with him after his unfortunate loss.
Yanshislav, sorry to be talking to you under these circumstances. Talk us through that match and what happened.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't play well overall. I don't think I deserve to win with such play. Okay, in the first game, I think I got slightly better position, but completely misplayed it. I mean, it was like just 2-result game with better time, and I managed actually to get a bit worse, I think, at some point. Yeah, in the end, maybe I could have tried to plug him, but I don't think I would have succeeded, to be honest, because like it was pretty simple for him to play, like just go after my e3 pawn, and I mean it was also like, you know, everything was dependent for him, and like I mean probably he wouldn't have won the game, but I don't think probably you'd have traded. Yeah, and in the second game, I mean, okay, it was fine, but then I played b5, a bit of weakening move, and then yeah, and then at some point I completely lost coordination because I played like knight c4. It was super stupid, I think, because after b3 I wanted to take on e3, but I just missed. I mean, I wanted to give up the piece for 3 pawns, but I just forgot he could have played like knight f2 and defend d4, and after that, I mean, it was I just started playing randomly, to be honest. Like, I mean, I was worse and I mean slow and worse all the time, and it was pretty bad game.
At the end of game 1. Was potentially contentious. You had, I think, 10 seconds to Nihal's 2, but of course he's known for being extremely fast and being able to pre-move in that kind of position. You don't think that was enough time?
No, I mean, I think it was enough time for him because last time I played against him, I mean, it was some like queen end game, like I had 15 versus 5 and I almost lost that on time, so I mean, I'm pretty sure he would have succeeded. I mean, maybe I should have. I mean, I just wasn't happy with my play, like, even if I had won this game, okay, I mean, understand, it's better to win than not, but, like, I think I should have, like, I mean, maybe not won because it's not like I was winning, but, like, should have pressed, like, I mean, do it over the board, to be honest, yeah, because, like, I mean, yeah, I mean, he's a bit slow at times, but, like, I mean, because I guess he's relying on his speed, but it's like probably doesn't make that much sense, like from his viewpoint. But I mean, again, it was enough for me. So,
look, it's a brutal format, but also a wonderful tournament here at the Esports World Cup. Maybe reflect on your time here overall and what the tournament has been like for you.
Yeah, I mean, the tournament is nicely organized, obviously. I don't think I played particularly well. I mean, the first match was quite good quality, I mean, in terms of my play, but I mean, the last 4 rounds, I mean, 2 matches against Dirbeck and today were pretty bad, I think, and like, I don't know what didn't work out, but I mean, it's, you know, sometimes you are just, I mean, for instance, when I played Chess.com Open, I mean, I didn't do like anything in like special in particular, and I got super high. And here, I mean, I just didn't succeed. So like it happens, I guess.
It does indeed. And look, a lot of us, myself included, we're looking forward to seeing you come back bigger and stronger, and we can't wait to see you in action again soon. So thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you, John, as ever, for the great interview. Getting a bit more insight as to what was in the mind of the competitor throughout that 2-match game.
For sure. I mean, I think we have our answer there. Duda did not think that he had enough time to potentially flag Nihal, which, yeah, Nihal is very fast. He is the bullet champion for a reason.
He is, and there was a moment in the interview where he said, maybe I just like lost composure a little bit and kind of just started moving randomly.
Hi guys, I'm back.
That felt like a 3-minute therapy session. I really got a feel for Duda. I interviewed him in 2024 at the World Rapid and Blitz, and you could sort of tell he fell out of love with the game a little bit. And let me tell you, as a 30-year-old man, I can completely understand, who's been playing for 25 years. And I think he's a lot stronger than he maybe like shows us, right? But it just didn't work out in this matchup, and I almost feel like he kind of quit on himself. He totally could have won that first game, but even he said, even if I won that game, I wouldn't have been happy with the way I was playing. But you would have won!
Yeah,
like, you would have won the game!
Yeah.
We had chatted a little bit pre-match that Duda had a bit of a rough period after winning 2020 World Cup, and then was a little bit too, you know, felt the pressure a lot. So.
Yeah, the pressure's real, it is, and like you said, when you start reaching a certain age, you've been
अब
playing
ये
the game
पूछो
for a long
yes.
time. Sometimes you can fall out of love.
गाइस आप लोग को पिन लिंक दिख रहा होगा, अगर आप लोग ने साइन अप नहीं किया है EWC प्ले पे तो जरूर कर लेना, क्योंकि आप प्रिडिक्ट करके बहुत सारे रिवॉर्ड्स जीत सकते हो. Just think, and it's free. It's free. If you are good with predicting matches, I think you should definitely do it. Link pinned है, फिर से डाल देंगे एक बार पाजी.
We first had PRANESH up against Benjamin Bok.
Hero, you know, Nihal is in top 8. He will get $85K.
PRANESH was able to win, and that meant Bok had to strike
crazy,
back immediately.
Bro, crazy.
He chose the English as his weapon of choice.
How was Paris? It was nice, but it gave me eczema on my face.
In 58 seconds, a very low time in Armageddon.
सोहिल पिज्जा से कर लो ऑर्डर. अरे नहीं, मेरे घर के मतलब एकदम पास नहीं, बट थोड़ा सा दूर जाके ही है पिज्जा बेकर, उधर से खाती हूँ मैं. भैया लाके देगा, क्योंकि भैया अगर लेके आता है ना तो एकदम मस्त पिज्जा आता है ऑर्डर करने की जगह, तो भैया जाके ही लाते हैं.
Again, we had 2 decisive results, including a wonderful Sicilian going into another Armageddon. That Armageddon was something like 7 minutes 38.
समझा नहीं मुझे.
Sarana there was an easy draw kind of position. He was very, very comfortably controlling the game, but he needed to win on demand. A draw was not enough. He kept trying to push. Ultimately, he couldn't quite get there, and Moorhead ended up moving forward in the bracket. Very exciting matches today on the Breeze stream.
निहाल का नेक्स्ट मैच कल होगा क्वार्टर फाइनल्स में. उसका अभी ड्रॉ निकला नहीं है कि कौन किसके अगेंस्ट खेलेगा. आज के सारे मैचेस हो जाएंगे ना, उसके बाद हो सकता है रात तक नया कल का शेड्यूल आए. मतलब मुझे तो रात को नहीं पता चलेगा, वैसे मुझे कल ही पता चलेगा शेड्यूल. The makeup gave you eczema? Bro, no. मेकअप से नहीं होता. And मैं बहुत rarely makeup करती हूँ. It was the climate change, long travel and sun exposure. And तुम उसको उसमें factor include कर सकते हो कि maybe makeup भी हो. But एक चीज से नहीं है, सब मिला के हुआ है मेरा ये face पे जो हुआ है. सारी चीजें मिला के.
who actually just in fact qualified on the very stage behind us, but he did lose to Alireza Firouzja, to be expected. A player for Gen G, 4th place last year. He's coming in as a Titan.
He is incredible. We saw him last year at EWC, where he did unfortunately also lose to Alireza, but that was in the semifinals. So there is no way he can go home now, because he has to make it as far as that spot.
Yeah, I mean, #1 ranked player from India for a reason, and it must be heartbreaking for him, by the way. He's got to knock out Pranesh to qualify, and then he also knocked out Nihal, who made it ultimately, right? But yeah, difficult task here for ARJUN Erigaisi, but he's a clear favorite in this matchup. I mean, we saw Pranesh put some pressure on Nodirbek. Erigaisi and Nodirbek are at the same level, and it's going to be quite tough for Pranesh to overcome that.
Well, Pranesh is a talented player in his own right. Seoul Esports representative, beat Benjamin Bach a little bit earlier. He did lose to Nodirbek in day #1, but he snapped right back, like I said, to beat Benjamin Bach. Now goes toe-to-toe with Erigaisi. This is going to be a great matchup. Two great orgs represented. Only one can move forward. Who else is going to enter top 8? Who's going to have their key crushed? An epic matchup going down on the stage just behind us right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our next qualifying match. On one side, we have Pranesh, who is only 19 years of age and making his first appearance here at the Esports World Cup. With youth, talent, and fearlessness, he is looking to take it all the way.
And his opponent, he was 4th last year, and he's looking to do even better this year. Has been knocked down yesterday in that lower bracket, but now it's all in his hands as we are about to kick off the second decider match of the day. Let's get ready for Pranesh versus ARJUN Erigaisi.
Wow. This is quite a face-off. We have Pranesh, just 19 years old, against India #1, ARJUN Erigaisi. And on the line, it's a huge one. It's a place in the quarterfinals, a place in the top 8. And these two players are very capable, Ben, of bringing the fire to the board.
This is typical of the chess world. ARJUN traveling all over the world to play chess at the highest level, and only gets paired with this countryman. But this happens to a lot of people, especially when you're from India.
What's your elo in chess?
Players in the world are from India. We have several of them.
My elo is 3000.
कुछ
commentator soul बोलते कुछ ऐसे थे. हाँ ना.
For many years, Pranesh just coming onto the scene, only 19 years old. It's going to be a Herculean task, if I can say that, for Pranesh to beat ARJUN. And if ARJUN wins, then both of our predictions were right from yesterday. We had ARJUN and Nihal as our dark horses, but as our second choice. And
Chat, तुम लोग अपना eating बता रहे हो?
We saw Nihal already come through, even though ARJUN beat Nihal.
मेरा पूछा था, अभी तुम लोग का नहीं पूछा. तुम लोग का पूछेंगे तो बता देना तुम लोग. Zero. अंडा.
That Nihal did earlier. He's playing Pranesh. I think pretty good pairing for ARJUN. ARJUN has to be pretty confident. And ARJUN has one of the best heart rates.
देखा मैंने कहा था ना जल्दी शुरू होगा.
He's winning that championship hands down. Like yesterday, he made it down to almost 50. And that was really impressive. But I'm going to say, it's going to be super impressive and quite the story if Pranesh is the one that wins it. For ARJUN Erigaisi, he's certainly the favorite in this match. Pranesh, 19 years old, did lose yesterday to Nodirbek Abdusattorov. And today, he defeated Benjamin Bach, and now he has a huge test in front of him. That's his countrymate, Arjun Erigaisi.
Arjun has white in the first game, so he's the higher ranked player. He has the advantage of the white pieces. He's going to want to start off on the front foot, winning with the white pieces. PRANESH, as he's had trouble in previous times getting that headset on, getting that heart rate up right away. Got to get your headset on and make sure they can't hear us suggest all the brilliant moves, because then who knows would win the match. So, okay, it looks like the players are just about ready. Their technical difficulties are over. The players are about to start the game. Arjun has white. He's about to make the first move. Obviously, he's the favorite. Are we going to see a big upset this match with PRANESH, or is Arjun going to take it home? Let's find out right now as the game begins, knight f3.
We're seeing PRANESH there with that pawn advance with the black pieces. He's saying, I want the game to be fire. Because we saw yesterday, Arjun Erigaisi as white, he was playing a slower game, maneuvering with full control of some time. Barely any pieces developed, whereas white, that is nearly all the pieces in action.
Yeah, Arjun sacrificed a pawn by playing a reverse Benko Gambit. It's a Benko Gambit with an extra tempo. That's got to help white. He's putting tremendous pressure on the d4 and e5 pawns. Black is getting the big center along with the extra pawn. The center's collapsing. Black's king is on e8. Arjun playing super aggressive from the get-go. Can PRANESH get his king to safety? And is he going to hold on to his extra pawn? Or is Arjun going to win it back right now with knight takes d4?
Yeah, taking the pawn is kind of standard, and it does happen. And for PRANESH, now he has to find a way to get his king to safety as soon as possible. So the bishop, I'm expecting to step in front of his king and skedaddle out of the dangerous e-line.
Yeah, Black had a nice center about 3 or 4 moves ago, completely obliterated. White won the pawn back. Now White's c-pawn is a little bit weak. Black is ready to complete development by castling, moving out the bishop from c8, and then hopefully PRANESH hopes to equalize the position and get a playable game with Black. If PRANESH can somehow draw the game with Black, then he'll have the advantage of the match, having white the next game. So PRANESH probably reasonably happy with the opening outcome. The engine says Black is okay. Arjun trying to find ways to mix it up and get an advantage, getting that past d pawn, which isn't very strong yet, up to d4 or d5 and build a big center, taking over from PRANESH's big center.
Exactly. Position is so unbalanced. It's going to be a question of whether white can actually start using the center. Also, the question for white is how to mobilize that knight there on the edge of the board. It's still at home. It needs to get moving so that the rook can enter the game. And so many diagonals available for the pieces. So that's the rook comes in, takes the open line, castles quickly. PRANESH playing very confidently. So yesterday, PRANESH was a little bit nervous against Nordibek Abdusattorov. You could tell in his play. And now we're seeing a different version. He's showing us that he means business. And I'm expecting the rook to come over and attack the bishop. And it's a game where every single move will matter.
That's right. And as we've seen with previous matches with Arjun, heart rate in the 50s. I don't know how he does it. I'd be a mess if I was playing. Black played very logical bishop e6, developing the bishop. Engine doesn't like it. I like your move, Yovi. Rook d8, putting pressure on the d line. White's pieces are all lined up there. I'm not sure why the engine doesn't like bishop e6. Maybe the bishop has better squares on f5 or g4. But bishop e6 really solid. Black's ready to move the rooks into the center, put pressure on White's backward d pawn, and looks like Black is already at least okay. That's not the rook I thought he was going to move to d8. I thought he'd move the other rook to d8, but that shows you what I know. That's why I'm commentating and not playing. Bishop e5 attacking the queen. Queen goes to b6. Both players have a lot of time, and oh, this is crazy. Oh, this is the first time I've seen it this whole tournament. The heart rate was under 50. It got back up to 50. I saw it say 49.
Wow.
So Arjun's pretty calm. Yeah, is Arjun asleep? Yeah, that's right.
Well, his posture and his thinking indicates no, because this position, you can't sleep on this one. You have to wake up. It's so sharp, because first up, there is an attack against the pawn, and that's why he's advanced that pawn forward. I was a little bit nervous about doing this, primarily because I felt this bishop in the middle of the board could be vulnerable, and it is. Knight comes out, attacks that bishop, exclam. And I gotta say, in this type of position, bishops are going to be better than the knights.
That's right. Yeah, knight g4 is an excellent
मैंने क्या
move.
बोला,
Looks like
लेकिन मुझे याद
Arjun
नहीं।
played d4 a bit too early. Now bishop has no
मैंने
retreat
कुछ
square,
बोला तो।
and you can't play bishop f4 because you're hanging your d4
मैंने
pawn.
यही बोला था
So
कि
far,
अर्जुन का
advantage
पता नहीं
Pranesh.
हमेशा
He's
below
really
60
playing
ऐसे
well.
रहता है, but
He's
ऐसा ही
castled.
है।
He has all his pieces out. He's putting
Always.
pressure on white center, and
ये
looks like
block भी
d4
नहीं
might have been
कुछ
a little too early.
मुझे
Arjun
थोड़े और
doesn't
photos
care.
post
His heart
करने थे,
rate
आज
is
भूल गई मैं।
4850. He's
देख
cool,
ली
calm,
थी।
and collected. Although Pranesh looks like he's taking a nap. So he's also very cool, calm, and collected. Knight b3. White wants to have compensation for the two bishops by having those knight center pawns. Although that c pawn looks pretty weak on c4, Yogi.
Yeah, and I can tell you, it's already, you can take it, right? You can take it, but it wasn't chosen, and instead the bishop attacked the rook. Rook attacks in turn the queen. The queen has to step back, and there's like, take happening. Queen drops back, and a rook is going to capture. So suddenly, I'm going to say black still has the advantage, because the bishop pair there are such a magnificent force, and the position is going to be open.
There's going to be a lot of trades now. The B pawn's weak, the other B pawn's weak, the C and D pawns are weak. There's going to be a lot of captures, and I think that's going to lead to equality once all the pawns are captured. So, very reasonable position for both. Lots of tactics now. Lots of captures are going to happen. Arjun's trying to find a way for an advantage instead of trading all the pawns off. Arjun really doesn't want to draw since he's playing a low-rated player and he has the white pieces.
Yes, he wants to put the pressure right on the get-go. Drawing with the white pieces against an opponent that he is the favorite against is not going to be a great result. So this is why he keeps that tension on the board. But there's some risk here, because if it all backfires, that rook out there in the wilderness has gone on a big walkabout, whereas the bishops, the black bishops, they're beautifully primed.
Cold-blooded.
Yeah, the question is White going to play d5 soon? Is White going to capture that pawn on b4? Is the rook on b5 going to get trapped? And White's going to be forced to sacrifice in exchange? Okay, so he did play d5. Seems like an obvious move. Of course, the engine doesn't like it. Engine never likes our human moves. But I probably would have played d5 immediately if I was playing a blitz game. My d pawn's weak. d5 advances my pawn. It's very safe now. My knight has the d4 square. It's just too logical.
And you know, you highlighted the storyline. Is my rook going to get trapped? And the answer for Pranesh is yes. Arjun's rook is going to get trapped because bishop back to d7, attacking the rook is incoming. There's also queen takes pawn in the air. Oh dear. Arjun took a risk and it might not pay off.
Bishop c3 was an excellent move, as Yovi pointed out. c4 pawn's now attacked.
C3.
The rook is trapped on b5.
It is
The pawn on d5 is pinned to the queen. Black has the two bishops. This is looking ominous already for Arjun. Already has the worst position. I think he just overlooked bishop c3, and that's why the engine didn't like d5. Now Arjun goes all in, plays c5, making the game really murky, hoping his opponent can't figure out the complications. And in fact, the engine says Black only has one really strong move here, bishop to d7, attacking the rook. And we're going to see that pin take effect again if he plays c6. We can just take it with the bishop. So is Black going to play bishop to d7 or make some other move like taking, well, he did play bishop d7, and the engine already likes Pranesh's position a lot more, and Pranesh has more time on the clock. Do we have an upset in the making, Yovi?
It looks that way, and I gotta say, the Indian school of chess is all about calculation. They're not afraid of making those ugly moves because there is concrete reasoning behind it. The bishop goes back, attacks the rook, and it asks the question, what are you gonna do? And here he would have worked out, and look at him, he is working it out right now. What is gonna happen after pawn takes pawn? Where is the rook gonna go to? And we're seeing Arjun attack the queen. I'm still gonna say that this is you had to be precise there because they didn't want to allow this pawn to start advancing, and now here Pranesh can relax, he can take, and here this is the way you save the rook. But you saved the rook at the cost of a lot of material. Now the d pawn is falling for white.
Yeah, everything's pinned in this game. There's been a lot of pins for both sides. The bishop on c3 is pinned. Black is up a pawn. Black looks like he's threatening the rook, but the bishop is pinned to the queen. We could see an interesting trade, Yovi, if Black takes the two rooks for the queen, which in fact he could do now if he wants. He could take on b4 and then take on c6. then white has the move queen e4, forking the two pieces. So maybe that doesn't work out for black. That's what Pranesh is calculating. He advances his rook to e8, putting it on the open file, attacking the queen. Both queens are under pressure, but in the meantime, Pranesh has the extra pawn.
Yes, and I could tell you, I had a quick glance at the heart rate. Arjun is not 50 anymore.
Wow. That's the highest I've ever seen in this
90, which for most of us is pretty calm. But for Arjun, he senses the pressure as the queen is driven backwards. And Ben, your idea is still there. You can take the rook. You can also say, hey, what is that queen doing next to its king? That maybe you have some other moves instead.
I think black could play queen f3 unless I'm wondering something. Keep the pieces on the board.
Makes a lot of sense. Why go back when you can go forward? And there's also maybe some other possibilities and some tactics.
O I का pronunciation हुआ होता है
with the queen doubling on the D line and just getting ready to meet rook takes bishop with the rook coming down. That would be also really lovely. However, Pranesh, he's thinking many tempting options, and sometimes it goes for your choice. Very natural.
This has been a funny game because black had the big center with e5 and d4. That got decimated. Then white had the big center with c4 and d5, and that got decimated. Now there's no center pawns, and black is just a queenside pawn up with a technical endgame, which likely should be winning, but with so little time on the clock, it's not easy to have perfect technique. Arjun's going to defend, hope to get the draw, and go on to game 2. But it's a true result game. Either Pranesh wins or it's a draw. Black has to save his queenside pawns, and number 2, he has to get loof for his king with something like g6 or h6. Arjun's going to try double rooks on the 7th rank with rook on c1 to c7 and get counterplay against the f7 pawn. The question is, does black have enough power to win? He stopped rook c7 by making his bishop pretty meek on d8. That's not really where you want your bishop. But he's defending against rook c7. I don't like that move so much. I don't think the bishop's very good there.
Yeah, I didn't feel like this was the right direction to put the bishop because, after all, the rook could go all the way to the edge. But there was an issue with the white knight. It didn't have any good squares. It was being dominated by the pawns. But you know what? Arjun, he's a great endgame player, and he might be saving this, especially if the knight can find a role. So Arjun asking black, what are you going to do? Are you going to advance the pawn? Are you going to defend that pawn that's under attack? What is your next move?
Yeah, I was thinking black could play bishop b6, which he did play. White's going to try to get the knight to g5, put pressure on f7 and h7. Of course, the engine doesn't like anything. It says all the moves are wrong. I'm the engine. I know best. Doesn't like f6 either. Now it says white's okay.
That one, I'm on board with the engine. Normally, I disagree vociferously. But here, I'm thinking it weakens that 7th line. And white can suddenly dream about just posting up 2 rooks on that row, and it's going to be deadly. Also, this knight is coming into the golden square. It's f5. Every knight belongs on that square. And here, it's going to come with power. And I've got to tell you, that pawn is weak next to the king.
It's funny, 2 of my rules are coming into effect. Never play f6.
Yes.
One of my most famous rules. The other one is, it's not knight f5, it's knife f5. So here comes the knight to f5. That's one of my emotes on my stream is knife f5. It's a picture of a knife going to f5 square. And I actually got that from Greek Grandmaster Vasilios Katronius before you were born. He said it's not knight f5, it's knife f5. So, but actually it wasn't around when you were born. It was 1984. So that was a long time ago. But
they are the best.
Vasilios, I haven't seen him in a long time, but he's right. Knight f5 is almost always a good move. Arjun has really exciting rook on b7, putting pressure all over black's position. White has enough compensation with the activity to compensate for the pawn minus, since the queenside pawns aren't dangerous now, and white's king is safer than black's.
Wow.
And here comes knife f5.
Knife f5, and it will thrive. And we've seen attacking the pawn there, and the big question is, if black boots that knight away, where's the white knight going to go? Is it going to go to the edge of the board? Is it going to go all the way close to the king? Well, we're going to have those questions answered as, did you see that? That was quick.
Yeah, those guys play fast. They're here for a reason. I thought he was going to play one of the rooks to e7, the rook on e6. But then you could take the bishop and take the pawn, and white would be just fine. Black is still trying to play for an advantage. We're going to get into a drawn ending here if Arjun takes on e2 and takes the queen side, because the rook and the a pawn don't win against white rook. So white can bail out to a draw here by playing rook takes e2, rook takes b6, rook takes b5, give away the a pawn, put the white rook behind. Okay, but instead plays a much more aggressive move.
Did not qualify for main event.
Giving the f2 pawn away with check.
Nihal
This is too
कल के लिए
complicated.
qualify हो गया
All
है
the pieces
quarter
are
finals
hanging
के
now.
लिए प्रणेश
F2
का
is
मैच अभी
hanging,
चल
B6
रहा है
is
ये पहला ही
hanging,
मैच है
F6 is hanging, E8 is hanging. It's much too complicated. Arjun's in his element. Of course, the engine doesn't care. It says equal.
It is absolutely crazy position here as the bishop is hanging, the rook is hanging for black, and Arjun has literally said, take my pawn. Not only take it, give it away with check.
I don't agree with you.
And wow, what is he?
All three results are possible now. White could get an attack against the black king. It's amazing. But yeah, let me highlight all these pieces that are attacked right now. We got the rook on e8 attacked by the knight. The pawn on f2 is attacked. Why, he must have expected rook e7 because he immediately played this. And now we have a drawn ending. And if anybody's better, it's Arjun. Arjun's going to attack the pawn. Black has to defend passively. White should play rook b4. The question is, yeah, now he has to lose the pawn. And now Arjun's going to play for the win. The ending is still a draw. But white has the better side of the draw.
I mean, it was complete turnaround, right? We had a little moment of chaos. We saw Arjun went into this endgame a pawn down. Now Arjun, in that all of that confusion, is now a pawn up. Now this is technically a drawn position, but only Arjun is the one who's going to win this.
That's right. And that's why I tell my students, don't pay too much attention to the engine evaluation in some endgames. It'll say 0-0-0. But every grandmaster in the world takes white here. White has an extra pawn. The engine knows it's a draw, but you know, if two club players are playing, then sometimes white's going to win.
Exactly. And what white is dreaming about is, first up, the rook is in front of his own pawn. If it can get released, it would be loved to be by the side. And some ideas that you can do is white can at the right time run with the king, try to do it and assist. Now, that's normally comes with great risk because in the process of running with the king, you do abandon your own pawns, and black is ready with his own pawns as well. They are just waiting to be unleashed and unmasked. But here comes the king.
Bhai, kya watching
Yeah,
है 2026?
playing
Yes,
king
it
f7.
is 2026.
Now it says king g7 is a mistake.
Never mind, हम 10 साल आगे पहुंच
like
गए.
the obvious move.
Yeah, maybe it was just to force the king. It's a complicated stuff. These positions, they're not too much material, so the engines are pretty good. They've got most things worked out. But this is apparently a misstep. One thing, though, you probably don't have time to take that pawn because here comes the king. This is the plan in action, and it's all going to be about that a-pawn as it becomes a queen.
Now the engine says white's winning. Again, it's a draw with perfect play, but it's hard to play perfectly with a minute on your clock. White had that extra pawn. Now material is equal, but white obviously has the winning chances with that strong passed pawn. Pawn's on the 7th rank. Black has to try to get a passed pawn himself, which he does. Now the engine says black is drawing because f5 gives him a passed pawn also.
Exactly, and Arjun allowed that pawn break, and suddenly the black pawns, they have been unleashed. They're able to create their own passed pawns, and it's going to be a race. You can even give up your... Oh, don't go backwards, go forward.
That's the wrong way.
You needed to go forwards.
Now we're threatening rook c6 check, rook a6.
Build
what
a bridge.
blunder.
Block the eye contact with the black rook with the a-pawn. Wow, this is over.
It's a good thing the engine's not doing the live comments here. I'd be really mad. Why are you playing so bad? Yeah, check, rook a4, and white wins.
The block. And this
an amazing turnaround. Black was a pawn up in the ending and ended up losing. It was a 2-result game, except that it wasn't.
No.
It was a 3-result game.
Yeah, and this is going to be super painful for Pranesh. Their queen takes pawn, and now there's going to be checkmate.
Good technique by Arjun. Wow.
And Arjun, well, he might have used up one of his 9 lives there. What a game. What a turnaround. clinching it in a rook and pawn endgame, going into that endgame originally, a pawn down.
मेरा chat stuck है. Mr. Aman, thank you for 350
Arjun, the master of chaos, as it appears.
Yeah, they got to some crazy position where Arjun played rook c6 with all the pieces hanging. I thought Arjun was going to bail out to a drawn ending where he was slightly worse. Instead, he got to a drawn ending where he was slightly better, and he ended up winning after mutual mistakes by both sides in time trouble. A really topsy-turvy game here, and it looks like one side is in a lot of trouble, particularly Pranesh, of getting his key crushed today.
Hello guys,
well, he's on the edge because if he does not win with the white pieces, he is going home and his key will be crushed. For Arjun, he is just one draw away from the top 8 for the quarterfinals, and we're seeing from Pranesh, he's going for those tricky openings again. Up comes that little pawn on h3, not taking the center, not doing anything, and going for a very unusual way of developing the pieces. Usually, Ben, I don't know about you, but I tell my students, don't put your pieces in front of their pawns.
Yeah, my students aren't allowed to watch this game. h3, a3, bishop d3. Don't play like this at home. But this is the way the players are playing. We saw actually White play h3, this exact position yesterday, and get a good position. But yeah, h3, a3, b4. White typically likes to maneuver the knight around to g3 with knight e2 to g3. Sometimes White plays knight d5. And again, the engine says it's equal, but Pranesh wants to get a long maneuvering game, give chances for Arjun to go wrong at some point, get into time trouble, not have anything happen too quickly. There's two ways of playing in must-win situations. One is to play wild and crazy, which Pranesh is not doing, and one is to play calm, sophisticated maneuvering where the game never ends and give yourself a chance to win over a long period of time. That's what Pranesh has chosen to do.
Yes, and your opponent is ARJUN Erigaisi. Is this the right way forward to go for that very sophisticated, long-winded game?
Yeah, based on last game, I wouldn't play a tactical melee. Wow. Speaking of tactical melees, h5.
Well, he's just saying, hey, I don't want you to grab any space on that side of the board. I'm going forward. By the way, this is English School of Chess approved. We all like the way that Arjun is handling the position. And now we're seeing Pranesh say, you know what, you work on the wings, I'm going to work on the center. As the rooks come, maybe got ideas of dropping that bishop back. And then, at the right time, breaking with d2, d4, catching the opponent on the wrong foot. This is very provocative.
a5, h5. A FIDE master friend of mine in New York City told me when his opponent plays knight e2, he always plays h5. That way when the knight goes to g3, he can play h4 later. That's exactly what happened this game. Pranesh saw Black playing h5 and a5 and decided to play in the center by moving the bishop away from d3 and playing d4. The engine likes it. White's actually breaking in the center. White's king is very safe. It's not clear if Black has a safe place for the king. Hopefully, Black's going to castle queenside, play g5, and it'll be super exciting.
And I was going to say, that's my favorite thing in chess, and it's happening right here on the board. Arjun Erigaisi just needs a draw, and he's like, you know what, I am not going to go to the king side. That's exactly where all the white pieces are pointing. It is the queen side to the left side of the board. That is where I'm headed. And this is gutsy chess. It actually was the best move, by the way. You needed to do that with the king, and now we are all systems go, complete chaos, all 3 results possible.
Yeah, Arjun doesn't play for the result of a draw when he needs a draw to win. He wants to win the match 2-0, wants to play the best move. He wants to play the move that meets his style of chess. And castling queenside, that's just Arjun's style. Pranesh has to be happy with a double-edged position, which is most likely to be decisive, because a draw is no good. If Pranesh draws, he loses the match. He needs to win the game. He's got a complicated position. The engine says White is a little bit better. White has chances to get a knight to f5 or maneuver his knights around and get one to d5. Instead, he plays queen d2, a natural-looking move. Of course, the engine doesn't like it. Engine never likes our moves. And now it thinks that Arjun is doing quite reasonably well.
Yeah, the engine is a mystery because it said if you went a little bit to the left with the queen, you would have been slightly better. But because you've gone into the middle, that's it. You are worse because of this move. The knight jumps. And I did see Arjun's heart rate almost make it to 3 figures. is now back to 83, and we're seeing Pranesh. He is in a spot of bother because that knight is nicely centralized. And the big thing is, because it's opposite side castling, the king's opposite side of the board, it's going to be all about cracking open a line for, I call them the big guys, the queen and the rooks, to start infiltrating.
Well, if I was white, I would have defended my c-pawn, but that's why I'm not white. I'm here doing commentary. Instead, the players play super aggressive, counter-attacking style, activating their pieces. White doesn't mind if black takes the c-pawn, because that opens lines to black's king. And white wants the game to be double-edged, doesn't want to play passively and defend, wants to play aggressively. And ARJUN maneuvering his knights around to the dark squares, wants to put the other knight on c5, maybe play pawn to f6, pawn to g5. Is white going to take one of those kingside pawns and open up his own king with queen g7 or queen h5?
Exactly. And, well, if you do that, then you're going to allow the black rooks to infiltrate. And ARJUN's not afraid of the queens coming off, because one of the things about pushing pawns is they leave behind weak squares. You can also say, and I'm going to coin an expression by David Howe, with great space comes great responsibility. You have to protect those squares. Well, what do we think?
And now David says, with new children on the way comes great responsibility. So, okay, queen g3, the engine hates it, says, why are you retreating? It doesn't like retreating.
You go back, I go forward, and I would be pounding the table for moves such as g5. Get that g-pawn, doesn't matter if it gives up a pawn. I want to just be opening up the lines and let the pieces do the business. So we'll see whether that happens. Maybe you can play a bit more cautiously, maybe go knight takes knight or something like that. But we'll see how ARJUN, he is the master of chaos. He's going to be completely at home in a position like this.
Yeah, once again, I'm wondering if white is ever going to try to get the two bishops by playing knight f5 or knight takes e6. Knight on d4 is very strong. That's why he doesn't want to trade it off for one of black's bishops. Black has the c5 square for his knight. The bishop on b6 is excellently placed. Very double-edged position. Even though the engine likes ARJUN's position, I think Pranesh is doing a good job of making the game complicated in a must-win situation. The engine doesn't know that white is forced to win, so it wants to play different moves, which may lead to equality, and Pranesh doesn't want that. He wants a position maybe where he's slightly worse, where both sides have winning chances.
Exactly. And he wants a path to clarity, because as it stands, it's not that easy for white to continue. Ideally, you want that knight in the middle to be up one square, menacing the queen. Whereas, I asked, and the players delivered. Thank you, ARJUN. You did what I wanted to do, given an X by the engine. Wow.
Don't try this at home when you're in a game where you need a draw to qualify. Play g5. ARJUN doesn't care about whether he needs a draw or a win. He just wants to play the ARJUN-like kind of move and push his opponent off the board.
I only just realized just now that I was advocating for a sacrifice. So I thank ARJUN for not making me look stupid. But yes, I think you have to take that pawn with the queen and go into an endgame, because if you don't do that, then black is simply going to get those two pawns on the edge on the right side and start advancing forward, forward, and it's very formulaic, right?
Yeah, it seems like if we don't try to trade queens with white, then white has no attack against black's king, whereas the g file, h file are about to be open against white's king. Bishop on b6 is bearing down against the king on g1. The bishop on e6 is bearing down on h3. Black has the knight on e5. That's very strong. So it's looking very difficult. Black has all these pieces that are going towards the white king. White's pieces not really doing much against black's king. ARJUN doesn't want to trade queens and be down a pawn, but he wants to have that open G line. With the open G line, ARJUN's going to have a ready-made attack. The engine, even though black is down a pawn, prefers black's position, because in the long run, black has an attack down the G line, white has no attack.
Yeah. And, well, we're going to see here how is ARJUN going to recover the pawn, because after I excitedly gave up that pawn as a recommendation, I mean, it's every goal of the gambiteer to win back the sacrifice material. So maybe you can go queen takes queen. You can maybe get out of harm's way. You can actually go f6, block the trade, and then just start using the G line. Actually, that's more Arjun, right? Arjun is not going to be
Arjun's more like f6, rook g8 than trade queens and take on c4. So he's trying to figure out whether he should win his pawn back or they should just sacrifice the pawn, maybe even the h pawn.
Yeah.
Now that might be more suicidal, taking on h5. The queen might easily get trapped there with rook h8.
We'll see whether...
And he did play an Arjun style, as you suggested.
Exactly. I mean, he is all lion. I am part chicken. But we've seen the queen drop back. And now it's going to be Operation G-line. First up, you can just go immediately on the attack. You can just line up your rook against the white king. You can do something that you advocated for. You can grab that pawn, go on the steal. But here, rook comes in and, okay, come on. This is like the most natural move, and the engine is being ruthless.
As per usual. The engines are mean. Now, is white going to play one of my favorite knife f5s? Or are we going to keep that knight on d4? He took the bishop on e6. Engine doesn't say it's great, because that knight on d4 was really strong. And now king f1, avoiding the open g line, and the diagonal, the bishop on b6, was attacking the white king on g1. White's trying to play safe, keep that extra pawn. Arjun wins the pawn back. Engine doesn't like it. The engine doesn't like, the position is too complicated. The engine says it could play better. The engine wants to tag in for the players. We don't know why these moves aren't good. They look very natural to us.
They do, and this is actually engine approved. Centralize the bishop, because they say when you are on the attack, you should be getting rid of the defenders. You should just make sure your opposing king is as vulnerable as possible, and this is a great step forward. And now the knight is gonna be a little bit shaky out there, because the bishop that is hiding away almost in the corner can actually start to boot that knight away. And suddenly white has a potential. Oh, you going greedy, Arjun, but can you do that? Knight's on the edge.
Well, the engine doesn't like that move, putting the knight on the side of the board. Now the c file is open, and things have turned around completely. Bishop d3 traps the knight forever. The c file is open to black's king. White's king is very safe on f1. Of course, bishop d3, which I liked, which the player played, the engine doesn't like it, even though it traps the knight on a3. White must have had a stronger move.
Yeah.
Still, Arjun's position is very difficult.
So the engine was advocating for something super complicated. It's very unnatural. Drop the queen back, and again, it just pile on the pressure against that bishop. But as it stands, that was a missed opportunity for Pranesh, and now we still have a very unbalanced position in front of us with, I'm not sure who's attacking who.
Yeah, it looks like white has more initiative on the queen side. A lot of the pieces for both sides have shifted over to the queen side. After Pranesh moved his queen over to the king side, he's now moved it back into the center, and white's pieces are dominating the center now. Knight on a3 isn't very good, and both sides have moved their king away from their opponent's rooks. The engine really hates the move king b8.
And this was a mistake, and there was only one move to punish that, and that was to lift up the rook 2 squares, attack the knight. This is not the correct way, because the black knight can block the attack. The queen at the minute, the white queen is attacking the knight, and black can get away with it, but it's an only move. Maybe we can have analysis board, because this is it, and he finds it.
Black plays the brilliant move knight b3. Both sides move their king out of the way. Let's go back and show. Instead, white should have played rook c3, attacking the knight directly. Instead, he played bishop e2, attacking the knight with the queen. Knight b3, defended by the queen. The knights are attacking everything. Bishop takes, pawn takes.
And everything is being handled beautifully by Arjun Erigaisi. And you can see he's in full defensive mode right here. And perfect defense there. But that was a golden opportunity for Pranesh. And now we're having, the rook coming to see a very natural move, challenging for control over the c-line. But I guess the big issue is that this knight is trapped on the edge of the board.
Again, the engine doesn't like it. The position is too complicated for a blitz game. The knight's trapped on a3.
मुझे तो जीजी
the
लग
engine
रहा है
says black
जीजी
can just move that queen down there eventually and defend the knight.
जीजी
And
सा लग
if
रहा
you
है
never, and he played exactly correctly,
जीजी
trading
है
on
ना
c1 and queen
मुझे
a2.
भी लग
And
रहा है
now, if nothing happens the next 10 moves or so, black has that passed a pawn. Black has a safe king on a7. Still very double-edged position. Big time advantage for Pranesh. Again, Arjun, with these super complications, which no human can fathom, somehow has a 67 heart rate. I don't know how he does that.
And it's a complicated position because this is a game that could go either way, as Ben is indicating. If black doesn't do anything, black
you
will
for
just
the
simply be
100
pushing the
Shivanshu.
queenside pawns. But if white has to go on the offensive now, and the
हम भी
first
draw
thing
के लिए
is you
खेल
can
रहे
give
वो
a
भी
check, you can
नहीं
take a
मतलब
pawn, give a check, and you
पता
can
नहीं
also
मुझे तो भाई वो
take
draw
other
तो
pawns as well.
easy है
And
ना
it's going to
फिर
be a big question: whose king is safest? And I think the answer is white. White is the one who has the easier path.
Yeah,
to
white's
pushing
king
the
on
pawns.
f1 is pretty safe right now. Black's kingside pawns are all very weak. h5 is under pressure from the bishop. d6 is hanging with check. f6 is hanging. Once we take the
ARJUN को
d6
flag
pawn,
करो
knight on a3 is trapped. Of course, the engine likes white. Okay, king g1, a move I never would have thought of. I would have thought the king was better on f1. But I think Pranesh wants to
thank
play
you
bishop
Zen thank you
f1,
Sumit
so the queen on a2 isn't attacking the bishop anymore. Then the g2 pawn is protected, and queen b2 is played. And I guess in the long run,
yeah
Pranesh just wants to win that knight on a3 and not worry about the pawns on d6
oh
and
your
f6.
stand for
Arjun
250
defends his f6
joules
pawn, so after queen takes d6 check, f6 pawn is defended by the black
white
queen
winning
and gets out of the way
मुझे नहीं
of
लगता
the passed a pawn.
strong
So if that a
feeling
pawn ever moves, it can go to a3, a2, and white has to worry about that. Over the last 3 minutes, Pranesh has had a big time advantage. Arjun's now catching up on the clock, and now Pranesh only has a slight time advantage. And while I'm saying all of this, Arjun's heart rate goes lower and lower, 57. Amazing.
काम
It is
होता जा रहा
amazing.
है
Well,
वो
now he's going
उसको
to be
समझ
forced
में
to
आ
find
गई
the
है कि
only
बस
move.
हो
And he
गया है
takes the
खत्म
pawn, relying on some tactics. I was thinking the knight
yes
can come
thank
forward. I
you for the
didn't
vada
spot this one. There's a
pav
nice find from Arjun. Whole idea is you can't take that knight because the rook will be loose. So instead, Pranesh has to find another move.
Are you saying white shouldn't sacrifice the rook?
No.
What would Levy say?
He would not approve on that particular case. And he goes back.
Oh boy, the engine doesn't like these moves.
No, he doesn't like it because I suspect that the queen can come and give a check.
Yeah, I was advocating for bishop f1, and he played king
तो
h2.
check दे भी देगी
Yeah, now
queen उससे
queen
ज़्यादा क्या
d5 check
होगा
defends everything. Black can play knight
उससे
d4.
ज़्यादा
Okay, he
क्या
plays knight
होगा
d4 right away. Now black is up a lot of pawns.
Exactly. And there goes the rook.
The rook.
But it was a trade. It wasn't entirely a sacrifice. And now the king, black king safe as
Very safe on
houses.
a7.
And it's a question of pawn racing, right? And white is going to have to generate a lot of time. It's going to take a lot of moves. So this is why Pranesh is hoping to go on the counter. He's on.
Masoom Ducks,
win.
thank you for
He
the
needs to win
trophy
if he wants to
cake.
survive in
Thank
this
you,
competition.
1,000
Check
joules.
there from
Thank
Arjun,
you.
block from Pranesh. And now the queen is threatening the pawn on f2. And you have to step back with the king. You have to do some defensive
Yes,
work there.
it is.
And Arjun, look at him. Look how he's combining the bishop, the rook. Sorry, not the rook. The queen and the knight threatening checkmate. And there goes a pawn. There goes another one. And again, the black king, super safe. White's position completely collapsed.
It's pandemonium. He's losing all of his
One
pawns.
butterfly.
Black has so many extra pawns, I can't count that high. White's trying for tricks with bishop d5 and queen b7 mate. That's not going to happen. Black's king is too safe.
It's done
Arjun
and
can make his
dusted,
king
yup.
safe forever by playing knight
Yup.
c5, and then he can just push his a pawn to victory.
And Arjun doesn't even
Uh-oh,
have
he's going
problems.
to That's also a good d5.
It is. That pawn was untouchable.
Checkmate.
And it's checkmate again. Arjun Erigaisi wins 2-0 and gets a place
He wins
into the
even as black,
quarterfinals. Wow.
What a topsy-turvy game. That could have gone either way.
It could have gone either way. It was a game full of twists,
Arjun
turns, adventure.
कुछ ज़्यादा ही
Very
crazy player है.
nervy. But Arjun Erigaisi manages to
कुछ
handle
ज़्यादा ही
those
crazy
complications
player है.
and secure himself a
Anti-Pranesh,
spot in the top 8.
Hey, we're not as bad as we thought we were. Yesterday, they asked you who you thought. You said Arjun. They asked me yesterday. I said Nihal. And they're both on to tomorrow. We know what we're talking about.
Well, they lived yet another day as they go into the playoffs. For ARJUN Erigaisi, I think he'll be breathing a huge sigh of relief because this was not an easy match despite the scoreline.
No, that was a very exciting match. Both games could have gone either way. We saw PRANESH lose an end game where he had an extra pawn. That game, the engine liked his position quite a lot. Also, too complicated. Both sides were getting attacked. Lots of pawns hanging, lots of weak pawns. And eventually, ARJUN just overpowered PRANESH near the end of the game. Really great match for the spectators. Yeah, really amazing.
We're gonna go straight to the stage for an interview and a key crush.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please, as PRANESH hands over his key, round of applause one more time for PRANESH.
Oh no, हमारा key.
And if I could please get a word, you're officially qualified for the playoffs. How do you feel about your play up to this point?
I think yesterday it was very good. Even though I lost one match, I was pretty happy with how I played. But today, even though I won, I wasn't so satisfied. I think I should have played better. But okay, I'm happy that I got the job done.
Last year, you finished in 4th place, an amazing finish. Of course, this year, you're looking to take it even further. How confident are you in your chances to beat your place up last year and maybe lift this trophy?
Yeah, it's never going to be easy with such strong players like Alireza, Magnus, and everyone. But I'll just focus on giving my best, and that's all.
Okay, and last thing that I have to ask about, they show the heart rates up there. Your heart rate is only like 50-something while you're having these matches. How are you so calm in such a high-pressure match?
Yeah, this is something that comes to me pretty naturally since like 4 years ago was the first time when I played under heart rate, and yeah, it was like 80s or something, and recently I started exercising more, so it's understandable it got even lower.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for ARJUN. ARJUN, you can go ahead and crush your opponent's key.
Insane. I want to
Another
watch
time
Hikaru
to
so
crush
badly.
a key, crush some dreams as the
आज
ice
तो
cold
lower है
winner
ना,
himself,
मतलब
ARJUN
Hikaru तो
Erigaisi,
lower में
joins
थोड़ी
us
होगा.
next to the traditional key crusher. Key is being set, ARJUN. Congratulations again. Looking forward to see you on the playoffs tomorrow. Remember, only 8 can remain to 1. He just punched his ticket. It is time to give him the quick briefing.
Guys, please
before
like
we
and
go
subscribe.
and destroy
Also,
that key.
EWC
We've had
पे
pretty
sign
good
up करो,
pops.
predict करो,
All you have to
rewards
do
जीतो,
is to go for this until you
link
hear
है.
it explode. This is
Please
the
comment
end
and
of the
Dhoni.
way for PRANESH, but
Wow.
ARJUN validates his ticket. Let's hear it.
Next year heart rate 40 तक ले आएगा.
Nice, clean and efficient. Congratulations once
Thank
again
you,
to
Shivanshu.
ARJUN.
क्या
You can
मस्त
just stand
picnic
next to me,
basket
brother.
है.
Congratulations to
Thank
ARJUN.
you
You will
so
be back
much.
tomorrow. But once again, please everyone, can I have a big round of applause for ARJUN Erigaisi.
Scrolling is cringe. Chess is fun. Get all the dopamine of looking at your screen and none of the guilt when you're improving your mind with chess.
Thank you so much guys इतने सारे जूल्स भेजने के लिए. आज मस्त नए नए जूल्स देखने मिले. मजा आया. ऐसे ही भेजते रहा करो. W. Thank you so much. आज का वॉच पार्टी इज डन. या हाँ, हिकारू का मैंने कल मैच देखा था, ये वाला थोड़ा सा. ये सब 1-0 क्यों है? आई एम कंफ्यूज्ड. एनीवे, हाँ ये वाला देखा था मैंने थोड़ा सा. तो हिकारू का अब कल होगा. दूसरे ग्रुप के बाकी है ना, फिर मे बी उसके बाद आ जाए कल का स्केड्यूल. अच्छा, अब 2 दिन ही बचे हैं. कल क्वार्टर फाइनल्स एंड सेमीज भी. टाइमिंग भी नहीं लिखा है इन्होंने कल का तो अभी तक. अभी टाइमिंग भी नहीं लिखा है. मतलब रात को देखना पड़ेगा, सुबह देखना पड़ेगा. एनीवे, देख लेंगे. खाना खा लिया? नहीं, अभी खाऊंगी. खाना खा के फिर किक पे आऊंगी. अब लैपटॉप बंदी कर ला. भैया गया अब तक. ओए क्या भेजा भाई मैं भाई मैंने मिस कर दिया मम्मी से बात कर रही थी मैं 3800 जूल्स थैंक यू सो मच शिवांशु भाई जूल्स का पता ही नहीं चलता यार वापस देखने का ऑप्शन होना चाहिए मुझे वापस देखना है हाउंड ये एयर ट्रैवल भी नहीं देखा शायद मैंने बहुत क्यूट था थैंक यू सो मच शिवांशु थैंक यू चलो गाइज शौवी जी मेरा आवाज ही ऐसा है लाइक आपको नहीं पसंद है तो ऐसा बंद कर सकते हो आई डोंट थिंक समवन इज पेइंग यू टू वॉच मी सो लाइक डजंट मेक सेंस व्हाई यू वाचिंग मी हाँ मैं क्या कह रही थी मैं फिर से भूल गई हाँ तो गाइज अभी मैं जा रही हूँ ठीक है मेरे को भूख लगी है फिर मैं खा के किक पे आऊंगी किक पे अपन आरपी करेंगे ठीक है थैंक यू सो मच फॉर वॉचिंग स्ट्रीम गाइज मिलते हैं किक पे प्रॉबेबली शायद 9 बजे तक आ जाऊंगी मैं ओके बाय गाइज टेक केयर सी यू बाय